I Am an Evil Sword Chapter 1034 to Chapter 1073. Back then, when Ding Fengyun was still the patriarch, he had directly clashed with the three patriarchs. Both sides fought fiercely, and in the end, Ding Fengyun was more skilled and defeated the three patriarchs. However, today was different from the past. Ding Fengyun's strength had not recovered, and he did not intend to clash with the three patriarchs again. Do we have people in the Lu family? Yes. When Ding Fengyun was in power, the Lu family was a first-rate family and was close to the Ding family. They were competitors with the Ding family, so how could the Ding family not have spies in the Lu family? In recent years, have we had a big conflict with the Lu family? Quite a lot, but our Ding family is gradually giving in. After all, the Lu family and the Green Flame sect are not something our Ding family can withstand. Ding Fengyun sighed. I see. Alas. Speaking of this, Ding Jian also sighed. What's the highest position among the people we've placed in the Lu family? The Lu family's honorary elder is on good terms with the patriarch of the Lu family. Then, what do you think about letting him propose to the patriarch of the Lu family to continue squeezing our Ding family? Ding Fengyun lowered his voice and said, You see, our Ding family is so weak. They want the Spirit Stone mine, and we'll give it to them and compete with them everywhere. Our Ding family is also giving in. Can't you let the Lu family take a mile after taking an inch? Old Patriarch, do you mean to let the Lu family force us? Yes. Ding Jian said, Is this really okay? It's a bit like betraying the family's interests. What's wrong with that? When the time comes, we'll make the Lu family spit out all the capital and interest. Ding Fengyun said viciously, I want the Ding family to feel a sense of urgency and let the Lu family force us into a dead end. I want those three old bastards to stand on my side and support me. Okay. Just now, the third elder and the fifth elder were here, and they will definitely support me. When the Lu family forces us, you try your best to persuade Ding Yibin to give in. With Ding Yibin's weak character, he will definitely agree, and those three old bastards will most likely agree. Ding Fengyun said, Honorary Elder then continued to persuade the Lu family to seize our cultivation resources. I don't believe those old bastards won't support. Old Master, why don't you persuade that old ancestor to support you? Do you think I haven't thoroughly offended those three old fellows? Ding Fengyun said angrily. Besides, do you really think that they have that much confidence in me? That's true. Ever since they were beaten up by you, Old Master, they haven't come out again. They probably feel very embarrassed. The older those three old farts get, the more stubborn they become. The older they get, the more they seek stability. The older they get, the more cowardly they become. Just like last time, they will never agree to my risky move. Ding Fengyun said helplessly, Last time, I was able to directly beat them into submission and beat them to the ground. But now, I really don't have much confidence in dealing with all three of them at the same time. Of course, he could win if he used the Demon Sword domain. However, Ding Fengyun did not want to use the Demon Sword domain unless he was absolutely confident. The side effects of using the Demon Sword domain to defeat three Pinnacle Divinity Realm experts at the same time with the strength of an early-stage Divinity Realm expert were huge. Moreover, by using this method, not only would he be able to make the entire Ding clan cooperate with him and establish his authority, he would also be able to completely paralyze the Lu clan, killing three birds with one stone. I understand. I'll contact third elder and fifth elder right away. Forget it. Let me persuade third elder and fifth elder. Chen Hao wanted to laugh when he heard Ding Fengyun's plan. The Ding clan probably would never have dreamed that the first thing their old master would do when he returned was to scheme against the Ding clan. The Wu kingdom was already in the central region. After nearly 10,000 years of development, the resources that should be developed within the human race's borders were more or less developed. If one wanted to strengthen a clan, they had to snatch cultivation resources from the hands of other factions. Half a month later, under the suggestion of a consecrator, the Lu clan once again probed the Ding clan and sent people to snatch a small herb field from the Ding clan. Because of the precedent of the Spirit Stone mine, the Lu clan thought that the consecrator's suggestion was feasible. Therefore, it did not take much effort to convince the Lu clan. It even seemed like success was achieved when the conditions were right. After all, there were also people in the Lu clan who had sensed the weakness of the Ding clan and wanted to continue cutting meat from the Ding clan. Then, they discovered that the Ding clan martial artists guarding the herb field only resisted for a while before completely giving up on the herb field. They only found out through intelligence that it was the Ding clan patriarch who gave the order to give up. Originally, when Ding Fengyun returned, Ding Yibin was still a little embarrassed to give up on the herb field. But what he did not expect was that several elders in the clan advised him to give up. They said that the herb field did not produce anything and that it was better to give it up and avoid conflict with the Lu clan. Since the elders all thought so, Ding Yibin went with the flow and agreed. After all, it was a joint decision made by everyone, no one could put all the blame on him, the patriarch. Then, the Lu clan got a taste of the benefits. They felt that the Ding clan was scared. Is there anything more addictive than robbing? None. Snatching cultivation resources from other factions might cause the loss of clan members, but snatching the Ding clan's resources did not seem to cause any losses. Who would give up on this kind of business that did not cost them anything? Therefore, as Ding Fengyun imagined, the Lu clan sensed the weakness of the Ding clan and started to push their luck. In a short 2 months, the Lu clan consecutively snatched more than 10,000 mu of land from the Ding clan, a small refined iron mine, and 2 herb fields. In the 3rd month, the Lu clan martial artists even pushed their luck and surrounded the Ding clan's only medium-sized spirit stone mine. Even Ding Yibin, who had always been weak, felt that it was inappropriate. He had given in too much. If he continued, the Ding clan would gradually be swallowed up by the Lu clan. When the entire Ding clan learned of this situation, everyone was very dissatisfied and had a strong opinion of Ding Yibin. There were even elders who suggested that Ding Yibin and the other elders should be abolished. Ding Yibin felt like he was sitting on a volcano. Second elder Ding Xian persuaded, Patriarch, let's give in. Yes, Patriarch, let's give in. We've given in too much, first elder said angrily, we can't give in anymore. If we do, our Ding clan will be finished. Ding Fengyun controlled 3 of the 5 elders of the Ding clan. First elder and fourth elder had a conflict with Ding Fengyun in the past and were completely unaware. Ding Yibin suggested softly, why don't I ask the 3 ancestors again? At this time, Ding Yibin had already reacted. If this continued, he would definitely become the sinner of the Ding clan. Since that was the case, he might as well throw the blame to the 3 ancestors. As expected, even the 3 ancestors, who had always been weak, felt that they should not continue to give in. If they continued to give in, the Ding clan would have no way out. Ding Yibin said, then what should we do? 3 ancestors, our Ding clan is no match for the Lu clan and the Green Flame sect. How do we know what to do? The Ding clan's ancestors were also a little angry. They were the least worthy of being the patriarch. Second elder suggested softly, why don't we ask the old patriarch? This. The 3 patriarchs and Ding Yibin all looked at second elder Ding Xian. Ding Xian said softly, the old patriarch has been in charge of the family for so many years. He even served as the general of the Blood Demon Army and is greatly favored by the emperor. He knows many experts and has seen many storms. If we can't do anything, why don't we ask the old patriarch? The 3 patriarchs and Ding Yibin all hesitated. The 3 patriarchs had a bad relationship with Ding Fengyun. If they weren't part of the Ding family, they might have already shed all pretense of cordiality. And Ding Yibin, not long ago, he told Ding Fengyun that he was the patriarch of the Ding family and asked Ding Fengyun not to interfere in family affairs. Now, he couldn't bring himself to ask his father for help. Ding Xian said angrily, Aya. Look at the situation. The Ding family is about to be finished. Are you still hung up on past grudges and small conflicts? Compared to the survival of the Ding family, which one do you think is more important? Ding Yibin said softly, second elder has a good relationship with my father. Why don't you talk to my father? Then I'll try. Ding Xian nodded helplessly. But don't get your hopes up. You should know how stubborn the old patriarch is. If he's angry, he might not care about anything. One of the patriarchs said, Xian, go ask Ding Fengyun. No matter if it succeeds or not, we won't blame you. Okay. Not long after, Ding Xian met Ding Fengyun. At this moment, Ding Fengyun was leisurely sipping tea with a carefree expression. When Ding Fengyun saw Ding Xian, he asked with a smile, why? Are they desperate? How can they not be? Ding Jian sat across from Ding Fengyun and took the tea Ding Fengyun poured for him. The Lu family is about to ride on our heads. I told you that our Ding family can't back down. Once we do, the other party will feel that they have an opportunity. That unfilial son of mine actually dared to give away a spirit stone mine so easily. Ding Fengyun curled his lips in disdain. See? I just added fuel to the fire, and the Lu family started to push their luck. The patriarch is still the most thorough. Ding Jian knew that even if they didn't add fuel to the fire behind the scenes, the Lu family would definitely continue to think of ways to take over the Ding family's business. Their push only accelerated the Lu family's greedy ambition. Therefore, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with their little tricks behind his back. On the contrary, Ding Jian felt that Ding Fengyun had calculated everything. He was the true guiding light of the Ding clan. Only by following his footsteps would the Ding clan have a bright future. Go and tell them that I have a way to help the Ding clan overcome this crisis and defeat their powerful enemies. Ding Fengyun smiled and tapped the table. However, they must listen to my orders, including those 3 old farts. Old clan head doesn't want the position of clan head? Patriarch position? Ding Fengyun shook his head. Actually, I have no interest in the position of patriarch. What I want is to return to the peak. In order to return to the peak, the family was nothing more than a pawn. After Ding Jian left, Ding Fengyun said to Red Blood Sword, Jianling, it won't be long before I satisfy you. Chen Hao laughed in Red Blood Sword. Your plan is very interesting. In fact, during this period of time, besides plotting against the Lu family, Ding Fengyun would also find time to go out and kill martial artists. However, the quality of those martial artists was not high, so it was not of much help to his strength. However, at least it satisfied Chen Hao's basic needs. After Ding Jian passed on Ding Fengyun's words, the 3 Ding clan patriarchs were furious. This Ding Fengyun doesn't even care about the family's interests. Yes, at this time, he still wants to seize power. Does he really think that his strength is still there? 3 patriarchs, old clan head doesn't want to seize power again. He didn't even mention becoming clan head again. He only wants to obtain the command power to deal with this crisis. Ding Jian said from the side. If he really has a way to help the Ding clan overcome this crisis, why don't we listen to him for once? The 3 Ding clan patriarchs finally calmed down. Ding Yibin asked, Second Elder, does my father really have a way? If he doesn't, why would old clan head make such a request? Ding Jian said, it's not like we don't know old clan head's personality. When has he ever disappointed us? The upper echelons of the Ding clan were silent. Even the 3 Ding clan patriarchs had to admit Ding Jian's words. In terms of ability, Ding Fengyun was indeed the top of the Ding clan. Even in Wu country, he was the top. 5th Elder, who had been silent all this time, said, I think we should agree to old clan head's request. Everyone else was swayed by 5th Elder's words. Face is small, but the clan is important. At this time our Ding clan must be united. One of the Ding clan patriarchs sighed and said, all right, we'll listen to him. Half an hour later, the upper echelons of the Ding clan gathered at the door of Ding Fengyun's residence. Ding Yibin took the lead and shouted, Father, we're here. Please help our Ding clan overcome this crisis. Fu Xiaofeng looked at the upper echelons of the Ding clan and felt extremely satisfied. Who told you to ignore your lord? Now you're all lowering your heads, right? Come in. Seeing all the upper echelons of the Ding clan bow their heads, Ding Fengyun did not feel much of a ripple in his heart. Because he had guessed this long ago. The door was opened, and the upper echelons of the Ding clan filed in and stood in front of Ding Fengyun. Ding Fengyun sat at the head and pointed at the table beside him. I know why you're here. Sit. The upper echelons of the Ding clan looked at each other. However, Second Elder did not stand on ceremony and directly found a seat and sat down. Seeing this, the other upper echelons of the Ding clan also sat below. The 3 Ding clan patriarchs who were the last to stand had no choice but to lower their heads and sit below Ding Fengyun. For the sake of the clan, they had to endure this. Yibin, do you know your mistake this time? Ding Yibin said dejectedly, I know. He was not stupid. Of course, he knew where he was wrong. Back then, Ding Fengyun had scolded him when he returned to the Ding clan. It's good that you know. Don't do it again next time. Ding Fengyun lightly brushed the matter aside. Second elder said, Old clan head, it's time to get down to business. Second elder Ding Xian's words said everyone's thoughts. Ding Fengyun asked, I'm sure everyone knows that my dantian has been repaired, right? What? Your dantian has been repaired? The three Ding clan patriarchs turned pale with fright. Then, they checked, sure enough, not only was his dantian repaired, even his strength had recovered to the early stage of the transcendent realm. Ding Fengyun said with a smile, actually, the way to overcome this crisis is very simple. What way? Very simple. Kill everyone in the Lu clan. That's all. I thought you'd come up with some bullshit idea. Kill all the Lu family members? Ding Xiais laughed in anger. Do you think it's easy? The Lu family is no weaker than our Ding family. Besides, they have the Green Flame sect backing them. How can we kill all of them? Even if we kill all of them, our Ding family will suffer heavy losses. Even if we win, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory. In an instant, the Ding family's upper echelons were furious as they criticized Ding Fengyun's rotten idea. Ding Fengyun's expression was calm. Ding Xian said, quiet down. I believe the old patriarch wouldn't speak without thinking. Let's ask him to explain in detail. The Ding family's upper echelons slowly quieted down and looked at Ding Fengyun, waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. I've recently cultivated a demonic cultivation technique. If I kill a few divine tier experts of the Lu family, my strength might be able to break through to mid-stage divine tier. Ding Fengyun explained, at that time, I'm confident that I can kill peak divine tier experts. Then, even if the Green Flame sect dares to attack us, I'll make sure they don't return. So what? Ding Xiais asked in return. The problem is, how can we destroy the Lu family? Does our Ding family have the strength? Even if we destroy the Lu family, what can we do? If our Ding family's strength is greatly damaged, we won't be able to get the Lu family's property. Other forces will definitely snatch it. At that time, our Ding family might also suffer losses. Ding Fengyun stroked his beard, looking confident. That's easy. We'll invite some helpers. The Ding family's upper echelons were stunned. Helpers? Helpers? Hearing Ding Fengyun's words, Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh and red blood soared. He seemed to have seen this scene before. If they couldn't win, they would crazily call for helpers. Yes, I should be able to get at least 3 peak divine tier experts. 3? Are you sure? The Ding family's upper echelons were dumbfounded. Their entire Ding family only had 3 peak divine tier experts. Yet, Ding Fengyun could get 3 peak divine tier experts in one go. Ding Yibin said, what do we have to pay? There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If he wanted to invite the peak transcendent realm experts of other factions to help him, he would have to pay a huge price. After all, they had risked their lives to help. Moreover, he would also become enemies with the close forces of the Lu family. Generally speaking, without enough benefits, the experts of other forces would not help for no reason. Ding Fengyun pointed at himself. I'll have to pay with this old face of mine. *CK, the upper echelons of the Ding family were all dumbfounded. Since when was Ding Fengyun's old face so valuable? Chen Hao suddenly understood. Ding Fengyun might be the legendary face fruit user. If that's the case, then we agree to listen to your orders. Ding Shi said. We all agree. The upper echelons of the Ding clan had no choice but to agree. They had no other choice. Moreover, if they could eliminate the Lu clan, then their Ding clan's strength would increase greatly. The next day, the Ding clan sent out the second elder to negotiate with the Lu clan. The general meaning was that the Ding clan was willing to give up the medium-scale spirit stone mine. However, the patriarch of the Lu clan had to sign a contract with the patriarch of the Ding clan. The Lu clan had to promise not to invade the Ding clan's businesses in the future. Unless the Ding clan made a move first, the Lu clan could not target the Ding clan. This promise contract had to be told to all the surrounding forces. In the end, the negotiation went smoothly, and the Lu clan agreed readily. Only a fool would not agree. Beards were used to shave. Contracts were used to tear them apart. They would take the medium-scale spirit stone mine first. As long as the Lu clan had the strength, they could break the contract at any time. At this moment, the entire Lu clan was immersed in the joyous atmosphere of victory. Medium-scale spirit stone mines were very rare in the entire country of Wu. Obtaining a medium-scale spirit stone mine meant that the Lu clan could continue to nurture more martial artists. It meant that the Lu clan's strength would continue to grow. A calm Lu clan member asked, "Patriarch, do you think the Ding clan is scheming? How is that possible? The upper echelons of the Ding clan are all spineless. It's not like you don't know that they don't dare to go against our Lu clan. Yes, our Lu clan must take that medium-scale spirit stone mine. How can we let go of a piece of meat that's delivered to our mouths? At most, when the time comes, we'll send more experts to protect the Patriarch. Yes, when the time comes, I'll personally protect the Patriarch. We can send an ancestor to protect the Patriarch." The day before the contract was signed, the upper echelons of the Ding clan gathered at Ding Fengyun's door. They wanted to see if the helpers Ding Fengyun had promised had been invited. After they were allowed to enter, the moment the upper echelons of the Ding clan entered the room, they noticed the 5 black-clothed men sitting below Ding Fengyun. 5 black-clothed men, 5. When the 5 black-clothed men saw them, they didn't stand up or move. They only glanced at the Ding clan members with slight curiosity. The Ding clan members could clearly feel the thick murderous aura coming from the 5 black-clothed men. With one look, they knew that they weren't to be trifled with. Ding Xian asked softly, "Old Patriarch, these are..." Ding Fengyun explained, "They're all helpers I invited. They're all at the peak of the transcendent realm. With their help, in addition to all of you, it shouldn't be much of a problem to destroy the Lu clan." Ding Xian asked cautiously, "But old Patriarch, didn't you say 3? Ding Fengyun said helplessly, "I thought that at most 3 of them would come. I didn't expect all of them to come." The upper echelons of the Ding clan were instantly speechless. Among the black-clothed men, the one sitting to the left of Ding Fengyi said with a smile, "The Grand General asked us for help. How could we not come?" The other black-clothed men also said, "That's right. The Grand General ordered us to come. Isn't it just the Lu clan? How dare they offend our Grand General? Why don't we destroy the Green Flame sect as well? They don't know who did it anyway. We'll kill them and run. Let the Grand General deal with this mess." The Lu clan's matter hadn't been dealt with yet, and they were going to destroy the Green Flame sect. The upper echelons of the Ding clan were dumbfounded. A few days ago, they were still distressed over the Lu clan's matter. Now they had the strength to destroy the Lu clan and the Green Flame sect behind them. Ding Yibin also looked at his father sitting at the head of the table. Only now did he know that his father was so influential, a peak transcendent realm expert at his beck and call. "Alright, let's not talk anymore. Let's go according to plan. Tomorrow, I'll leave it to all of you. It's okay. We have to help. We all hope that the Grand General can recover." The place where the contract was signed was set at the medium-sized spirit stone mine. On that day, the Lu family and the Ding family gathered together. For safety reasons, the Lu family also sent an old ancestor to protect the Lu family. Of course, the Lu family believed that the Ding family would never dare to start a war with the Lu family. First of all, the Lu family was confident in their own strength and the Green Flame sect. Secondly, in their opinion, the Ding family was very cowardly. This could be seen from the Ding family's performance in the past year. As for Ding Fengyun, the Lu family did not take him seriously now. In the eyes of the Lu family, this great general who had galloped on the battlefield had been completely crippled. In this world where strength was respected, no one would care about a cripple. There were 2 copies of the contract. The Ding family put the contract on the table. The Lu family's head, Lu Yaoyun, read the 2 contracts patiently. In Lu Yaoyun's opinion, if he did not even read the contract and signed it directly, the Ding family might think that the Lu family was not reliable. Lu Yaoyun said with a smile, 2 contracts, no problem. Ding Yibin said with an ugly expression, "That's good." Ding Yibin had been the head of the Ding family for more than 10 years. He still had the most basic shrewdness. "As long as we sign the contract, the Lu family will definitely keep our promise and not touch the interests of the Ding family." Lu Yaoyun said so, but of course, he did not think so in his heart. Although the Lu family was powerful and could suppress the Ding family, They were also afraid of starting a full-scale war with the Ding family. Once a full-scale war started, even if the Lu family could win, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. It was better to boil the frog in warm water, cut the meat with a blunt knife, and slowly eat away at the Ding family's industry. After more than 10 years or decades, they would take down the Ding family in one fell swoop. Don't think that more than 10 years or decades were too long. The rise of a force often required hundreds of years or even thousands of years of accumulation and development. The Lu family could afford to wait. Ding Yibin said helplessly and angrily, "All right, I hope the head of the Lu family can keep his promise." Lu Yaoyun said with a smile, "Don't worry, the entire Wu country knows that I, Lu Yaoyun, keep my promises the most." Even Lu Yaoyun himself did not believe his own words. Actually, he was still slightly thin-skinned. However, he'd already thought it through. At most, he would retire in a few years and allow his son to take over the position of patriarch. After that, his son would deal with the Ding clan. That way, he wouldn't lose face. Moreover, the letter of commitment was actually beneficial to him. It was written in the letter of promise that if the Ding clan did not provoke the Lu clan could no longer deal with the Ding clan. That's too easy. Think of a way to create trouble, for example, bribing a branch of the Ding clan to attack the Lu clan, or directly framing the Ding clan for killing the Lu clan. In any case, as long as one was determined, there would always be more solutions than problems. Ding Yibin signed his name on the 2 contracts. Lu Yaoyun took the pen and signed his name on the 2 contracts. When he was signing, Lu Yaoyun's emotions were surging. He had easily obtained an important medium-sized spirit stone mine without shedding a drop of blood. Among the Lu family's successive patriarchs, he could definitely be considered to have accomplished something. "All right, patriarch of the Ding clan, withdraw your men." "All right." Ding Yibin gritted his teeth and left extremely unwillingly. On the other hand, those Ding clan cultivators who withdrew all had furious expressions. They stared fixedly at the complacent Lu clan cultivators, as if they hated that they couldn't eat the flesh and blood of the Lu clan cultivators alive. "Haha." Lu Yaoyun laughed heartily. He smiled at the Lu clan's patriarch beside him and said, "Patriarch, did you see that? Our Lu clan easily obtained the spirit stone mine." "Well done." The Lu clan's patriarch also revealed a satisfied smile. "If your father knew, he would definitely be very happy." But right at this moment, the Lu clan's patriarch's expression suddenly changed. He looked ahead and then quickly scanned the surroundings. "Patriarch, what's wrong? It seems like someone is coming." "Who is it?" The Lu clan's patriarch suddenly roared loudly, "The situation has changed, we have to leave immediately." After he finished speaking, he grabbed Lu Yaoyun and leaped into the air, wanting to escape. The Lu clan's patriarch couldn't even care about the other Lu clan members, but, could they escape? How was that possible? A sword light flashed, slightly hindering the Lu clan's patriarch's actions. Then, in the blink of an eye, the Lu clan's patriarch was surrounded by 5 black-clothed men and 3 Ding clan's patriarchs. The Lu clan's patriarch was not a god. With the Ding clan's 3 patriarchs here, he was no match for them. Moreover, Ding Fengyun had even invited 5 peak Transcendent Realm experts to help. The 5 peak Transcendent Realm experts that Ding Fengyun had invited were all his subordinates back then. They were all elite experts who had been on the battlefield and experienced the battlefield, killing countless corpses. Just by looking at their aura, the Lu clan's patriarch was completely in despair. He knew that he and the Lu clan's patriarch were completely finished today. "Your Ding clan doesn't keep your word. The so-called word is the charity of the strong to the weak." A leisurely voice sounded. The Lu clan's patriarch looked at the person who spoke, and his face darkened. "Ding Fengyun, so it's you, old fart." How could the Lu clan not know Ding Fengyun? Back then, it was Ding Fengyun who had suppressed their Lu clan. "Old fart? I like your blessings for me." Facing the enemy's insults, Ding Fengyun did not mind at all. Only the weak would flaunt their sharp tongues. The strong all spoke with the sharp sword in their hands. "Attack." Once they heard the order, the 8 peak Transcendent Realm experts subdued the Lu clan's patriarch in a short time. The Lu clan's patriarch did not even have the chance to use forbidden arts to resist. The difference was too great. Flying dragon riding face, how could they lose? As for the other Lu clan members, after the Lu clan's patriarch was captured, they had no room to resist at all. Those captives were all brought in front of Ding Fengyun. Ding Fengyun took out the red blood sword and killed them one by one. The red blood sword slowly injected energy into Ding Fengyun's body. The comfortable feeling that came from the soul made Ding Fengyun shudder uncontrollably. The Ding clan's 3 patriarchs and 5 other helpers all stood quietly beside him, protecting him. They also noticed Ding Fengyun's expression of enjoyment. However, they did not make a fuss about it. Demonic Dao cultivation techniques were originally like this. Of the 5 helpers Ding Fengyun invited, 2 were from demonic Dao sections. Soon, everyone noticed that the aura on Ding Fengyun's body was slowly strengthening. A huge spirit chi vortex appeared above his head. He's going to break through. Of course he was going to break through. Ding Fengyun was a peak transcendent realm expert back then. Even if his dantian was broken, his divine power was still at the perfected level. With the strength of an early-stage transcendent realm, he killed a peak transcendent realm expert of the Lu clan, as well as several other transcendent realm experts. Even if Jian Lingchen Hao embezzled money behind his back, he still broke through naturally. However, after this breakthrough, it would be very difficult for him to continue breaking through next time. 15 minutes later, the spirit chi vortex dissipated. Ding Fengyun slowly opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. His face revealed an extremely satisfied expression. The red blood sword had not lied to him. It was indeed an improvement without any side effects. He could clearly feel the situation in his body. A black-clothed man reminded, "General, the side effects of demonic cultivation techniques are strong. You still have to be careful when using them. Don't indulge too much." "It's fine." Ding Fengyun nodded. "At least before I reach the peak of the transcendent realm, it won't affect me much." "That's true. The great general used to be an expert at the peak of the transcendent realm and cultivated in demonic arts. The most important thing is a problem with his mental state." "But who is the great general?" Another black-robed man stood out and said. "The great general is much stronger than us." "General, where are we going next?" "Of course to the Lu family." Ding Fengyun waved his hand. "Let's get rid of the Lu family in one go." Dechuan City, the Lu family. The atmosphere was peaceful. Ever since Lu Chengfeng became the sect master of the Green Flame sect, Ding Fengyun's dantian was damaged and he left the Ding family disheartened. In the past 20 years, the Lu family's strength had been thriving. Especially in the past year, the Lu family had won many battles and seized important cultivation resource points from the Ding family. Recently, they were going to obtain an important medium-sized spirit stone mine. This filled the entire Lu family with confidence. Everyone believed that the Lu family would continue to grow stronger. Perhaps they could even produce a domain realm expert and make the Lu family one of the top forces in the Wu kingdom. Who didn't know how to dream? Some of the Lu family members who were cultivating in the Lu family's martial arts field began to talk about the spirit stone mine while resting. "When we get that spirit stone mine, the number of spirit stones we receive every month will definitely increase, right? Maybe it will even double. I heard that the medium-sized spirit stone mine has a very high output. If that's the case, I can break through to the true energy realm even faster. Yes, it seems that I have a high chance of breaking through to the true energy realm before the age of 20. At this moment, they suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air. They looked up and saw countless martial artists standing in the sky above the Lu family's base. No matter when, standing in the sky above another's base was a blatant provocation. Who are they? They didn't need to think too much about it. Ding Fengyun pulled out his red blood sword and shouted, "Go! Remember to keep them alive. If you can't, then forget it." "Yes." The experts of the Ding clan, along with their 5 helpers, instantly charged into the Lu clan. At the same time, the experts of the Lu family also made their move. Both sides didn't waste any time talking and immediately started fighting, because their intentions were already very clear. Today, one side had to be completely annihilated. Soon, the members of the Lu clan also recognized the Ding clan's expert. It couldn't be helped. The two forces had been rivals for decades or even centuries. They couldn't be more familiar with each other. A mid-stage transcendent realm master of the Lu clan said angrily, "How dare you attack our Lu clan? Isn't your Ding clan afraid that the Green Flame sect will come after you? You talk too much." A black-clothed man appeared behind him and sealed his dantian with a palm before throwing him towards Ding Fengyun. Ding Fengyun had killed his opponent with a single strike. Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, was very satisfied with Ding Fengyun. This was the way a big shot leveled up. A bunch of underlings gave him experience. This method made Chen Hao miss that woman from back then. Of course, Ding Fengyun's status wasn't high enough and couldn't be like Zhou Lihua. However, it was already quite good, facing 8 peak Transcendent Realm experts and a group of Ding clan members. The remaining 2 peak Transcendent Realm experts of the Lu clan were no match at all. Facing the siege, they were quickly defeated. When the 2 peak Transcendent Realm experts fell, the Lu clan was completely defeated. The 1,000-year-old Lu clan was destroyed in an instant. A black-cloaked man apologized. "General, I'm sorry. I accidentally killed one." Ding Fengyun shook his head and said, "It's fine. It's not your fault." Then, the other captives of the Lu clan were all brought to Ding Fengyun. After digesting all the Lu clan members, Ding Fengyun discovered that his strength was still a short distance away from the late-stage Transcendent Realm. After all, those Transcendent Realm experts weren't easy to capture. There weren't many who were really brought to Ding Fengyun. "All right," Ding Fengyun ordered, "clean the battlefield. Don't leave anything behind." "Yes, old family head." The Ding clan members immediately brought the array masters into the Lu clan and started cracking the array formations, moving the spirit stones, cultivation methods, medicinal pills, and other cultivation resources inside the Lu clan encampment. Ding Yibin was inside the Lu clan's library. With a wave of his hand, he took away the 1,000-year-old cultivation methods that the Lu clan had accumulated. Only after taking them away did he remember that he was the Ding clan's family head. "Forget it." Ding Yibin looked at the old ancestor who was similarly plundering resources and shook his head helplessly. Unknowingly, he, the family head, had already become a puppet. The entire Ding clan started operating with his father as the center. Yet, he could not object. Who asked his father to be powerful? Seeing that the Ding clan members were all acting according to his orders, Ding Fengyun asked, "How are our Ding clan's losses?" Second elder reported, "We lost some men. 5 Transcendent Realm members died, 10 were heavily injured, and the rest only had light injuries. More than 10 heaven-breaking realm experts died." Sigh. Ding Fengyun heaved a heavy sigh. The Lu clan's counterattack before death was not to be underestimated either. It was already very good for the Ding clan to be able to destroy a clan that was stronger than them at such a small price. Second elder Ding Jian comforted, "However, it's all worth it. We've completely eliminated the Lu clan, this mortal enemy. Before the other forces react, we should be able to take down most of the Lu clan's industries. In fact, in the long run, our Ding clan's gains are still great." Well said. "But, old clan head, what about the Green Flame sect?" Ding Jian asked. "Lu Chengfeng will definitely find trouble with us when he learns that the Lu clan has been destroyed." Of course, Lu Chengfeng would find trouble with the Ding clan. How could he endure the destruction of his clan? "Why don't we ask those 5 to destroy the Green Flame sect together?" Ding Fengyun closed his eyes and began to analyze the gains and losses. The Green Flame sect was actually too far away from the Ding clan. Even if the Green Flame sect was destroyed, the Ding clan would not obtain any substantial benefits. However, if he wanted to recover his strength, he needed the lives of powerful martial artists. "What do you think?" Ding Fengyun turned to look at the 5 helpers. A black-cloaked man said, "Destroying a clan is a matter of life and death. Since the Green Flame sect is a mortal enemy of the Ding clan, then we should completely eradicate it." However, Ding Fengyun noticed that one of his helpers seemed to be hesitating and wanted to say something. He took the initiative to ask, "Ayun, do you have any opinions?" Ayun was one of the men in black invited by Ding Fengyun. For many reasons, the 5 helpers invited by Ding Fengyun did not want to show their faces. Therefore, they all put on their masks. When Ding Fengyun addressed them, he would also intentionally or unintentionally address them with some special nicknames or code names. Ayun hesitated for a moment and said, "General, can you let the Green Flame sect go?" As soon as Ayun said this, Ding Fengyun and the other 4 men in black all looked at him. Ding Fengyun was not angry, but asked, "Can you tell me why?" "General, do you still remember Du Renhui?" "Du Renhui?" I don't remember. Ding Fengyun shook his head. It's normal that you don't remember Du Renhui. There are 200,000 people in the Blood Demon Legion. It's impossible for you to remember all of them. Ayun said, back then, Du Renhui was the commander of the Blood Demon Legion, and I was just a servant under him. Later, in a battle, Du Renhui saved my life. Later, I learned that Du Renhui was the grandson of the second elder of the Green Flame sect. Ding Fengyun asked, what about Du Renhui? In the last battle, he died in the Great Jin. Ding Fengyun was silent. In the battle 20 years ago, the Blood Demon Legion had suffered great losses. Many of his old brothers who had gone through fire and water with him for decades had died there. Since Du Renhui of the Green Flame sect is a member of the Blood Demon Legion and is our comrade, then the Green Flame sect doesn't need to be destroyed. Ayun heard Ding Fengyun's words and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Ding Fengyun then asked, but what should we do with Lu Qingfeng? Let's kill him. A man in black suggested, why don't we directly kill the Green Flame sect and let them kill Lu Qingfeng? How is that possible? Which sect would kill their own sect leader? Don't they have any shame? Then what should we do? The Green Flame sect can't be touched. Lu Qingfeng must be killed. Unless we directly break into the Green Flame sect, kill Lu Qingfeng and run away? In the end, Ding Fengyun said, in fact, the Lu family has been destroyed. Lu Qingfeng alone can't make much trouble. General, the Green Flame sect behind him will still pose a threat to your family. Threat? Haha. Ding Fengyun laughed. Do you really think that the Green Flame sect is under Lu Qingfeng's control? I admit that Lu Qingfeng's ability is not bad, but how long has it been since he took over as the Lord of the Green Flame sect? He can't completely control the Green Flame sect. Ding Fengyun smiled confidently and said, a sect like the Green Flame sect must have many factions inside. Our destruction of the Lu family proves that our strength is very close to that of the Green Flame sect. Do you think the Green Flame sect will let Lu Qingfeng drag the Green Flame sect into a war with us? The mountain is high and the road is long. Even if they're able to defeat our Ding clan, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Even if they win, what would they obtain? An enclave is so far away. They won't be able to get anything. Ding Fengyun analyzed with a smile. There are no benefits, only losses. I think the other high-level members of the Green Flame sect will be very wise. So, even if Lu Qingfeng really wants to avenge his Lu family, he absolutely can't drag the Green Flame sect out to fight against our Ding family. The others in the Green Flame sect will never agree. At that time, we'll probably be dealing with Lu Qingfeng alone, or some of his cronies. Second Elder Ding Jian hurriedly said, Old Master is far-sighted. Yes, the Great General is far-sighted. I believe the Great General's analysis. It sounds very reasonable. If the Ding family's only opponent is Lu Qingfeng, the Great General will definitely have no problem. Even Ayun smiled and said, as long as the Green Flame sect isn't destroyed, everything will be fine. Ding Fengyun returned to the Ding family. Soon after, the 5 men in black all came to say goodbye to Ding Fengyun. Ding Fengyun also understood that these 5 people would eventually leave. After all, these 5 people also had their own families, forces, and positions behind them. They couldn't stay in the Ding family for long. Among them, some were Ding Fengyun's subordinates. Some of them had received favors from Ding Fengyun and owed him favors. This time, because of his invitation, they came to help him destroy the Lu family, which was already giving Ding Fengyun a lot of face. After all, it was normal for tea to cool down after people left. Great General, we're leaving now. Great General, I'm going back too. Yes, I have a lot of things to do there. I'm going back to cultivate in seclusion too. In this life, my greatest dream is to break through to the domain realm, take care of yourselves. Ding Fengyun hugged these 5 brothers and said goodbye to them one by one. They also sent Ding Fengyun an invitation. If Ding Fengyun passed by their place, he could totally go for a drink. When there was only one person left in the room, the man in black asked, Great General, after you recover your strength, will you still return to the Blood Demon Army? Ding Fengyun looked into the other party's eyes and asked, this. Do you want to hear the truth? Just Ding Fengyun's bloodshot and determined eyes were enough for the man in black to understand. I'll wait for you, great general. After everyone left, Ding Fengyun locked himself in the room. He looked at the crescent moon in the sky and remained silent. Will you return to the Blood Demon Army? At this moment, Ding Fengyun heard Red Blood Sword Jianling's words. Ding Fengyun gritted his teeth and said, yes. Do you want to take revenge? Of course. Ding Fengyun gritted his teeth and said, you don't know how I've lived for the past 20 years. Every day, I dream of my dead brothers. They died right in front of me without any ability to resist. I can't do anything about it. After my energy center was damaged and my cultivation fell, I haven't had a good night's sleep. You don't know how many people rolled their eyes at me. You don't know how I've lived for the past 20 years. In any case, I have to pay back all the humiliation I've suffered for the past 20 years. Dajin, I'll destroy them sooner or later. And that Grand Dominion Realm warrior, I'll skin him alive and grind his bones to dust sooner or later. Chen Hao could clearly feel Ding Fengyun's hatred for Dajin. He could also understand. After all, not only did Dajin not follow the rules, but they also crippled Ding Fengyun and killed many of his soldiers. For a martial artist, for a general, this was intolerable. These 20 years must have been very difficult for Ding Fengyun, from a peak transcendent realm warrior to a cripple. From a great general who galloped on the battlefield, he was reduced to an old farmer. The difference was too great. He wanted to take revenge. Ding Fengyun held the Red Blood Sword tightly and asked, Red Blood, you'll help me, right? Red Blood Sword said, the Red Blood Sword is in your hands. How you use it to achieve your goals is your business. I understand. Ding Fengyun understood Jianling's thoughts. In his opinion, Jianling was neutral. He wouldn't help the sword master, nor would he harm him. The Red Blood Sword was in the sword master's hands. What he could achieve would depend on his ability. Coincidentally, Ding Fengyun needed Jianling to make such a statement. As a general, he often didn't even give face to the emperor. He didn't like being ordered around by others. As long as Jianling didn't hinder his actions and cooperated slightly, Ding Fengyun was already very satisfied. After taking over the Lu clan's base, the Ding clan began to take over the Lu clan's various businesses at an extremely fast speed. Because the Lu clan's main branch and branch experts no longer supported them, most of the Lu clan's businesses were easily taken over by the Ding clan. During this time, the Ding clan didn't let anyone from the Lu clan off. Half a month later, second elder Ding Ji reported to Ding Fengyun. After knowing how much the Ding clan had gained, Ding Fengyun smiled with satisfaction. As a traditional man, Ding Fengyun also valued the clan's interests greatly. How is the Ding clan's situation? Most of the Ding clan is praising the old clan head. They all say that the old clan head is wise and powerful, and that he is the most powerful clan head in the history of the Ding clan. Some even say that they want to remove the current clan head and let the old clan head regain power. Ding Fengyun smiled and asked Ding Jian, did you do what I told you last time? Old clan head, are you talking about Hu Fei's family? Yes, did you invite his family back? Second elder lowered his head and said carefully, I did, but there was a mistake. A mistake? Ding Fengyun's expression instantly turned cold. What mistake? Hu Fei's grandson is dead. Ding Fengyun gritted his teeth and asked word by word, how did he die? Who did it? After Ding Fengyun returned home, he found second elder Ding Jian and asked him to bring Hu Fei's family over and take good care of them. In the end, when they arrived at the Ding residence, Ding Fengyun found out that Hu Fei's family members had been dispatched to the Ding family branch's business as guards 10 years ago. From a procedural point of view, this was not a problem. After leaving the Blood Demon Legion with Ding Fengyun, Hu Fei had joined the Ding clan as a retainer. Hu Fei's son followed his father and became a retainer of the Ding clan. As a retainer of the Ding clan, it was absolutely not a problem for him to be dispatched to the Ding clan's property as a guard, but the problem was that Hu Fei's grandson was dead. Ding Fengyun still remembered that before Hu Fei died, he could not forget about his precious grandson. Ding Jian whispered, I've already investigated. Hu Fei's grandson is called Hu Wei. Hu Wei's martial arts talent is pretty good. Not long ago, Hu Wei wanted to join the Seven Absolutes sect, but the Seven Absolutes sect's entrance examination is very difficult. Hu Wei accidentally died in the entrance examination. When did this happen? About a month before you came back. What about Hu Fei's other family members? Hu Fei's wife passed away, but his son and daughter-in-law are still alive. Oh right, Hu Wei also has a sister called Hu Cixi. So old Hu has a granddaughter. Ding Fengyun sighed. He didn't even mention it to me. He did. Hello, bring them over and let me see them. Okay. Since Hu Fei's grandson was already dead, there was nothing he could do. Ding Fengyun could not bring the dead back to life. But for Hu Fei's sake, he would definitely take good care of Hu Fei's children and grandchildren. Not long after, Ding Xian brought the 3 members of the Hu clan to Ding Fengyun. Greetings, old clan head. Greetings, old clan head. Raise your heads and let me see. The 3 members of the Hu clan raised their heads somewhat nervously and let Ding Fengyun size them up. Hu Fei's son, Hu Ji, was 70% similar to Hu Fei. He was in his 30s and had the strength of a middle-stage true energy realm cultivator. His martial arts talent was a bit poor. Hu Ji's wife was the daughter of a good local family. This was not a problem. As for Hu Fei's granddaughter, Hu Cixi, she was still a 9-year-old girl. She wore flowery clothes and had a small braid on her head. Her face was pink and cute. There's something I need to tell you personally. Ding Fengyun said in a heavy tone. Hu Fei has already left. Hu Ji's eyes were a little red. But Hu Fei has been at my beck and call. He has taken care of me for so many years. Even if he didn't do anything, he still worked hard. Ding Fengyun looked at the 3 members of the Ding clan and said, "You are his children and grandchildren. I will give you some preferential treatment when appropriate." "Thank you, old clan head." "Tell me. As long as it's not too much, you can mention it." Hu Ji lowered his head and did not speak. It seemed like he was in a difficult position. But his wife beside him seemed to be hinting at something with her eyes. Ding Fengyun smiled and said, "Hu family's wife, Hu Ji might not have remembered that you are his wife." "Tell me." Hu Ji's wife bashfully said. Under Ding Fengyun's encouraging gaze, she said, "Old clan head, can you transfer us back? I hope Hu Ji can return to the Ding clan as a guard. Being a guard in the Ding clan's residence and other Ding clan properties. That was 2 completely different things. The guards of the Ding clan's ancestral mansion would definitely be the safest, best paid, and highest-ranked guards in the entire Ding clan. Hu Fei had done him a great favor. Ding Fengyun could help him with this matter. "Sure, he can stay and be a guard," Ding Fengxian said with a smile. "I will let Ding Yibin know." "Thank you, old clan head." "Thank you, old clan head." The members of the Hu family knew that Ding Fengyun was taking care of them because of Hu Fei. However, they also understood the necessary etiquette. "I will give you another shop." Ding Fengyun smiled and continued, "In the future, when your daughter marries, she will also have a dowry. It can be considered a property." "How can that be?" "It's nothing. Hu Fei has been with me for so many years. From the Blood Demon Army until I retired, until recently. Before his death, he was most worried about you." Hearing Ding Fengyun's words, Hu Ji's eyes became moist. Hu Ji's wife was also wiping her tears. "This is your daughter, right?" "Yes, old clan head. Her name is Hu Cixi." Hu Ji's wife hurriedly said to Hu Cixi, "Cixi, quickly bow to the old clan head." "Greetings, old clan head." Hu Cixi's bow was very standard. "Yes, greetings, Cixi." Ding Fengyun smiled and said, "I think you have trained her before, right?" "Yes, we want to send Cixi to the Ding clan." Hu Ji said, "My martial talent is limited. I am afraid that after we die, no one will take care of Cixi. I want her to learn etiquette and see if she can find a job in the Ding clan in the future. Yes, when she's 12, we can arrange for her to come to the Ding family." Ding Fengyun nodded. As a commoner, there were 2 types of servants in the Ding family. One type was a servant who had signed a contract to sell themselves. Legally speaking, this type of servant's life was in the hands of the Ding family, and the Ding family could do whatever they wanted with them. The other type was a servant employed as a commoner. This type of servant was only an employee of the Ding family. Usually, only the children of family retainers were qualified. When Cece is 15, I'll find her a good marriage. The Hu family couple hurriedly kowtowed. Thank you, old family head, for your kindness. I'm only taking care of you for Hu Fei's sake. Ding Fengyun said. In the future, the relationship between us will fade. You two have to be careful and live your lives honestly, understand? We understand. We understand. After the Hu family couple left, Ding Fengyun sat on the chair and missed Hu Fei again. He gently stroked the red blood sword and whispered, Hu Fei, I'll take good care of your little one according to your last wish. If Hu Fei hadn't given him the red blood sword, he wouldn't have been able to recover his dantian. It was impossible for him to repair his dantian, so there was no chance for him to take revenge. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao said with a smile, Old Ding, why do I feel like you're stingy? Just the Hu family couple's things last time. I think the value of the red blood sword should be much more than that, right? Old Ding, this was how Su Yang addressed Ding Fengyun. Chen Hao felt that it was quite interesting to address him this way. Moreover, Ding Fengyun was worthy of this title. He was already a few hundred years old. I'm doing this for their own good. Ding Fengyun said. Jianling, you might not understand human nature. In everything, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. If you give them a huge amount of wealth and they don't have enough strength to protect it, it will only harm them. Hu Ji only has the strength of the true energy realm, so I'll give him the wealth of the true energy realm. If he has the strength of the Heaven Breaker realm, I'll give them the wealth of the Heaven Breaker realm. I hope that their family can live peacefully and peacefully. Chen Hao was convinced by Ding Fengyun's words. This was indeed quite suitable. What do you plan to do next? Ambush Lu Qingfeng. Early on, after they'd annihilated the Lu clan and emptied the Lu clan's property, the Ding clan had spread the news that no one was allowed to collect the corpses of the Lu clan. In these days, no one dared to take a step into the Lu family ancestral home. The people of the Lu family were definitely not all dead. There were also martial artists who were scattered in other industries and training outside. They might have received the news of the Lu clan's destruction, but they still didn't appear. Ding Fengyun knew that they were definitely waiting for Lu Qingfeng. This was the last remaining peak transcendent realm expert of the Lu family. As for Ding Fengyun, it wasn't like this old fox didn't do anything after destroying the Lu family. After taking over the Lu clan's property, he sent the 3 patriarchs of the Ding clan to the Lu clan and had them lie in ambush in the Lu clan's ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was the most important place for every clan. Most clans would hold important meetings or discuss important decisions in the ancestral hall. That was also the place where the ancestral tablets were worshipped. If the 3 patriarchs of the Ding clan still hated Ding Fengyun before, now they were convinced of Ding Fengyun. How could they not be convinced? In just half a month, the crisis of their Ding clan's extermination was solved by Ding Fengyun. He could even casually summon 5 pinnacle transcendent realm experts and easily annihilate the Lu family. The sect master of the Green Flame sect, Lu Qingfeng, was also a great threat to the Ding clan. He was also the enemy of the 3 patriarchs of the Ding clan. Since it was to deal with Lu Qingfeng, they couldn't refuse. After half a month, the 3 patriarchs of the Ding clan finally saw Lu Qingfeng. As soon as Lu Qingfeng returned to the Lu clan, he saw the ruins caused by fighting everywhere and rotten bones everywhere. He was so angry that his body was trembling. After receiving the news from the Lu clan and learning that the Lu clan had been destroyed, his first reaction was to take the Green Flame sect and start a full-scale war with the Ding clan. But what made him extremely angry was that most of the elders of the Green Flame sect stood up against him. Yes, they opposed the war between the Green Flame sect and the Ding clan. Because the Green Flame sect received news that in the process of destroying the Lu clan, the Ding clan did not lose a single peak transcendent realm expert. In the process of occupying the Lu clan's property, the 3 patriarchs of the Ding clan all took action. Although the Ding clan was weaker than the Green Flame sect, it was not much weaker. If the Green Flame sect wanted to deal with the Ding clan, even if they could win, it could only be a Pyrrhic victory. Most importantly, after defeating the Ding clan, the Green Flame sect would get nothing. The Ding clan was a little far from the Green Flame sect. When the Lu clan existed, the Green Flame sect could still send experts to add flowers to the brocade of the Lu clan. Now that the Lu clan was gone, the Green Flame sect could not fight to the death with the Ding clan for the Lu clan. This was the benefit, therefore, the angry and helpless Lu Qingfeng could only run back alone to see the situation. As a result, he saw the Lu clan's residence in ruins. There were rotten bones everywhere, and rats and maggots had already gnawed on the corpses. Lu Qingfeng came to the Lu clan's ancestral hall and found that more than half of it had collapsed. He stepped into the ancestral hall and saw the memorial tablets scattered everywhere in the ancestral hall. He was even more furious. Lu Qingfeng looked at the memorial tablets and swore to the heavens, "Ancestors, I, Lu Qingfeng, swear that I will destroy the Ding clan and avenge the thousands of people of the Lu clan." As soon as Lu Qingfeng finished his oath, 3 streams of energy suddenly attacked him from behind, under, and above his head. Bang, 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 the sneak attack of the 3 patriarchs of the Ding clan had been planned for a long time. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng was completely unprepared. The 3 streams of energy all hit Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng was seriously injured in an instant and fell to the ground. The entire ancestral hall of the Lu clan was directly turned into ruins. Haha! Lu Qingfeng, we've finally waited for you. How dare you boast shamelessly about destroying our Lu clan? You'll die here today. The 3 patriarchs of the Ding clan saw that their sneak attack had succeeded. All of them were smug. They had waited here for Lu Qingfeng for so many days, and they had been holding back their anger. You damned beasts. You're so treacherous. Treacherous? The Lu clan's patriarch, Ding Xiais, laughed sinisterly. How is this treacherous? This is called scheming. Go. 3 pinnacle transcendent realm experts charged forward and easily subdued Lu Qingfeng. At this moment, Ding Fengyun leisurely arrived with the red blood sword. Ding Fengyun had been waiting in the inn near the Lu clan's residence for the past few days. When he heard the commotion in the Lu clan's residence, he guessed that someone from the Lu clan would appear, so he rushed over with the red blood sword. There was not much time. As soon as Lu Qingfeng saw Ding Fengyun, he cursed, "Ding Fengyun, you old bastard. So you're behind this. I know. It must be because of you that our Lu clan is involved, right? These 3 old things lying in ambush in the ancestral hall must be your plan, right? I knew it. I was wondering why the Ding family suddenly dared to make a move on our Lu family. I knew it." Ding Fengyun nodded and said calmly, "Yes, it's me, Lu Qingfeng. It's been 20 years. How have you been?" Chen Hao looked at Ding Fengyun and felt that Ding Fengyun was really a villain. "Ding Fengyun, you damned," Lu Qingfeng was about to continue cursing when Ding Fengyun slit his throat. Alas! Ding Fengyun sighed. "Old friends, I wanted to catch up with you." The corners of the 3 Ding family elders' mouths twitched inexplicably. Sure enough, Ding Fengyun, this old thing, was still so annoying. Ding Fengyun put away Lu Qingfeng's body, wiped the red blood sword clean, and said with a smile, "Well, Lu Qingfeng is dead. The last peak transcendent realm expert of the Lu family is gone. Now, the Lu family can no longer make any waves." "Yes. Then let's go back." Ding Fengyun whispered, "From now on, the Lu family is history." On the way back to the Ding family, Ding Fengyun suddenly turned to the 3 elders and said, "Remember to keep the killing of Lu Qingfeng a secret." "Why?" one of the Ding family elders asked. Ding Fengyun asked in return, "No matter what, Lu Qingfeng is the sect master of the Green Flame sect. If word spreads that we killed the sect master of another family, what will happen to the Green Flame sect's face?" The Ding family elders thought of this problem. "So, we absolutely can't admit that Lu Qingfeng was killed by our Ding family. What if the Green Flame sect believes that we killed him? In any case, we absolutely can't admit it." Ding Fengyun said, "If the Green Flame sect insists on blaming us, we can't do anything about it." "But, maybe the Green Flame sect doesn't think so?" Ding Fengyun emphasized the word want. "Alright, you're the patriarch. Whatever you say goes." The 3 ancestors of the Ding clan were clearly aware that they were inferior to Ding Fengyun in this aspect. However, it's better to send someone to keep an eye on the Green Flame sect's movements. After returning to the Ding clan, only a few of the higher-ups of the Lu clan were informed of Lu Qingfeng's death. Ding Fengyun also heaved a sigh of relief when the last of his mortal enemies died. He checked his gains. His strength had been restored to the mid-stage of the transcendent realm. If he wanted to advance further, he would need the lives of more experts. Right now, Ding Fingyun's reputation in the Ding family had long surpassed that of his son, Ding Yibin. It could be said that he held great power in his hands. He directly asked the second elder, Ding Xian, to secretly capture martial experts for him. Next, he had to deal with other matters. Ding Yilong's position as a general of the Blood Demon Legion was temporarily out of Ding Fingyun's control. What he wanted to solve now was the matter between his grandson Ding Shuhai and Zhou Jianv. Back then, the marriage between Ding Shuhai and the Zhou family's daughter was personally arranged by Ding Fengyun and the Zhou family's patriarch. Ding Fengyun would never allow Ding Shuhai to break the promise. There was no other reason than that it was arranged by Ding Fengyi. Ding Shuhai could be dissatisfied with this marriage, but he would never allow a divorce. This involved Ding Fengyun's reputation. Ding Fengyun valued his reputation very much. Ding Jian, go and call Ding Yibin and Ding Shuhai over. Tell them that I'm looking for them. Okay. Soon, the second elder informed the patriarch Ding Yibin and Ding Fengyun's grandson Ding Shuhai. When Ding Shuhai heard that his grandfather was looking for him, he roughly knew what Ding Fengyun wanted to do. He did not immediately go to Ding Fengyun's side. Instead, he rushed into Ding Yibin's room. Dad, you have to save me. Ding Yibin said in surprise, what? Old master is also looking for you? Yes. Grandpa is looking for me. Ding Shuhai's face was full of worry. What should I do? He must be thinking about Zhou Legion's people. Ding Yibin said helplessly, what else can we do? Of course, we have to do as your grandfather says. Dad, didn't you tell me not long ago that you would back me up? Ding Shuhai grabbed Ding Yibin's hand and refused to let go. You said that you were the patriarch of the Ding family. Grandpa can't do anything to me. Son. That was in the past. Ding Yibin shook his head and said, but now, I can't help you anymore. Why can't you help me? Dad, you're the patriarch of the Ding family. Now, in the Ding family, your grandfather's words are more important than your father's. Ding Yibin said. Didn't you see? The three patriarchs of the Ding family that even I can't command now listen to your grandfather's orders? Then what should we do? Listen to your grandfather. Ding Yibin grabbed Ding Shuhai's hand and dragged him directly to Ding Fengyun's residence. Halfway there, Ding Shuhai knew that his father was no longer protecting him, so he simply stood up and walked on his own. Before long, the two of them met Ding Fengyun through Fu Xiaofeng. Ding Fengyun did not say much. Ding Yibin, prepare some gifts. We'll set off for the Zhou family tomorrow. Ding Shuhai begged, Grandpa. Don't talk nonsense. Ding Fengyun shouted angrily. As a member of the Ding family, you should know the responsibility on your shoulders. Since you've enjoyed the resources of the Ding family, you should think for the family and contribute to the patriarch. But I don't like Zhou. Li Jun. There's no liking or dislike. She's your wife. The next day, a group of carriages slowly drove out of the city and headed toward Zhouhua City. Strictly speaking, the Zhou family of Zhouhua City was considered an outsider. However, the Zhou family was very capable. After coming to Wu country, they obtained the right to build a city by bribing the county governor. They planned to build a new city with their own strength. Back then, after Ding Fengyun's dantian was damaged, he went everywhere to seek medical treatment. The Zhou family had once offered him some precious ancient medicinal formulas. Ding Fengyun tried it at that time, and the effects were pretty good. With the help of the medicinal pills, he barely sealed the damage to his dantian, at least preserving his heaven-breaking realm strength and allowing him to live for more than 10 years. If not for the Zhou family's medicinal formulas, he might not have been able to wait for the red blood sword. In the process of his contact with the Zhou family, he saw the Zhou family's first daughter Zhou Lijun. Seeing that the young girl Zhou Lijun was smart and cute, and had a lot of insight on people and matters, he proposed marriage to the Zhou family's patriarch. The Zhou family's patriarch agreed at that time, because the Zhou family's overall strength was not strong, the most powerful was only a heaven-breaking realm martial artist. As a foreign force, the Zhou family was also willing to establish ties with the Ding family and obtain their support. Ding Shuhai and Zhou Lijun got engaged just like that. Later on, it was Ding Fengyun who became disheartened and left the Ding family. Arriving at Zhouhua City, Chen Hao only took one look at the architectural style of Zhouhua City and was completely stunned. This architectural style reminded him of the Zhou country of the past, Zhou family, Zhou Lijun, Zhouhua City. Could there be a connection? The more Chen Hao thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Of course, the one who killed Jiang Qinyu and destroyed the teleportation array was the protector of the Seven Ultimates sect. And the Seven Ultimates sect happened to be one of the top sects in the Wu Kingdom. Chen Hao followed Deng Yifei across half of the southern region but did not find the escaped royal family of the Zhou Kingdom. Then it was very likely that the teleportation array in the Zhou Kingdom had directly teleported the Zhou family to the Wu Kingdom. After the Zhou family came to the Wu Kingdom, they took root in the Wu Kingdom. Just now, when the people of the Zhou Kingdom left the Zhou Kingdom, the strongest was only at the heaven-breaking realm. Chen Hao thought of this, but did not mention it to Ding Fengyun. After all, Zhou Lihua had died in battle. There was nothing bad about the Zhou Kingdom's royal family taking root in the Wu Kingdom. Chen Hao still had some feelings for Zhou Lihua. As the convoy entered Zhou Huaqing, Chen Hao looked at the layout of the streets and was almost certain of his guess. Because the layout of Zhou Huaqing was too similar to the capital of the Zhou Kingdom. Of course, the Zhou family who fled to the central region still missed their old country and hometown. Ding Fengyun personally came. Before he came, he had already handed over a visiting card. Before they reached the Zhou family, the current head of the Zhou family, Zhou Xianxia, had already personally come out to welcome them. There was no other way. The difference in strength between the two families was too great. Especially when the Ding family had just destroyed the Lu family in one fell swoop, shocking all the surrounding forces. Xianxia, how have you been? Brother Fengyun, your complexion seems to be very good. Could it be that you, Ding Fengyun said with a smile, that's right, I was lucky enough to repair my dantian. That's great. Zhou Xianxia said excitedly. Looking at his excited expression, those who did not know would think that Ding Fengyun was really his biological brother. The group entered the Zhou family and was immediately warmly received by the Zhou family. Ding Fengyun and Zhou Xianxia sat side by side on the armchairs. The servants hurriedly served good tea. The direct descendants of the Zhou family also appeared one by one to greet Ding Fengyun. Ding Fengyun smiled as he looked at them and bowed. Chen Hao looked at Zhou Xianxia curiously. He finally remembered that he had seen such a person in the Zhou kingdom. He was probably from Zhou Lihua's grandfather's generation or even her great-grandfather's generation. There was a beautiful young woman standing next to Ding Shuhai. Chen Hao heard the introduction. She was Ding Shuhai's ex-wife, Zhou Lijun. Chen Hao could see traces of Zhou Lihua's past on her face. One was Zhou Lihua, the other was Zhou Lijun. If Chen Hao guessed correctly, this Zhou Lijun might be Zhou Lihua's cousin. After the juniors bowed, Ding Fengyun said, Xianxia, I brought my grandson Ding Shuhai here this time. Zhou Xianxia had some guesses, but he was not sure. Brother, you mean, it's about Shuhai and Lijun? Zhou Xianxia glanced at Ding Shuhai and sighed, our Lijun doesn't have such good fortune. You can't say that. Ding Fengyun shook his head. Lijun is a good girl. Our tree is too willful. Ding Fengyun turned to look at Ding Shuhai, the smile on his face instantly vanishing. Shuhai, it's your turn to speak. Ding Shuhai looked at Zhou Lijun, hesitated, and said, Lijun, what happened last year was my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper at you. What I said was just words of anger. Please don't take it to heart. I'm here to apologize to you. I know that you urged me to practice martial arts for my own good. I've decided to change my ways and listen to you. Come back with me. Hearing this, Chen Hao, who was in the red blood sword, knew why Ding Shuhai and Zhou Lijun had a conflict. Zhou Lijun's personality was similar to that of her cousin, Zhou Lihua. They both wanted to be strong. Ding Yibin didn't educate his son well. Ding Shuhai didn't want to practice martial arts. Zhou Lijun couldn't stand it, so she stood out to discipline her husband. However, Ding Shuhai didn't want to be disciplined. He found Zhou Lijun annoying and kicked her back to the Zhou family. Chen Hao wasn't the only one who understood what had happened. Even Ding Fengyun understood why the couple had a conflict. Ding Fengyun's face was a little pale. Aristocratic families relied on martial arts to make a name for themselves. One's character could be bad, and one's personality could be bad. However, not practicing martial arts was taboo for aristocratic families. Zhou Lijun's face was cold. She was unmoved, like a block of wood. Zhou Xianxia cleared his throat, indicating that Zhou Lijun could make a decision. As for what the decision was, Zhou Lijun should know. Of course, it was to forgive Ding Shuhai. Lijun. Grandpa. Ding Fengyun smiled when he heard her call him grandpa. He said, "Come back. I know you're doing this for his own good. He knows that he's wrong now." "Okay, I'll listen to grandpa." In the end, Zhou Lijun nodded. However, Chen Hao could feel that Zhou Lijun didn't forgive Ding Shuhai. She only went back for Ding Fengyun's sake. However, this choice was the best for her and the current Zhou family. The Zhou family needed the Ding family's support. After Zhou Lijun got divorced, no one would dare to marry her. Okay. Okay. Ding Fengyun laughed loudly. Don't worry. When you return to the Ding family, Shuhai will treat you well. If he doesn't treat you well, I'll tell Grandpa. I'll teach him a lesson. The Zhou family was very lively today. Everyone was busy greeting the Ding family. That night, Chen Hao, who was in the red blood sword, was bored. He used his divine sense to scan Zhou Huaqing. He wanted to know what this branch of the royal family of the Zhou kingdom had experienced after coming to the Wu kingdom. However, no one from the Zhou family was talking about this tonight. However, Chen Hao's divine sense found Zhou Lijun's room. Zhou Lijun sat on a stool in her room. She looked at herself in the bronze mirror and cried silently. A beautiful middle-aged woman pushed open her door and walked to her side. She placed her hands on her shoulders. "Daughter, why are you crying again?" "Mother. Old Master Ding came to pick you up. Shouldn't you be happy?" "Yes. Are you not satisfied with Ding Shuhai?" Zhou Lijun lowered her head silently and said, "From the moment I was chased out of the Ding family, my relationship with him was over. Of course, I swear that even if I die, I won't step into the Ding family again." Zhou Lijun's mother touched her daughter's long hair and hugged her tightly. "I'm sorry." Zhou Lijun choked and said, "Mother, don't say that. This is my life. You're worried that my heart is really..." When Zhou Lijun said this, she couldn't stop crying. Chen Hao looked at this scene. There weren't many ripples in his heart. He had seen this kind of scene many times. Zhou Lijun was still considered lucky. Compared to those ordinary people who lived a precarious life, Ding Shuhai might not be able to give Zhou Lijun the feeling she deserved, but so what? The Ding family could protect Zhou Lijun's family and give her a prosperous and stable life. Ding Shuhai was a direct descendant of the Ding family. In the future, he might inherit the position of the family head. Strictly speaking, the Zhou family was climbing up the social ladder for this marriage. If it weren't for the Zhou family's kindness to Ding Fengyun. If Ding Fengyun hadn't looked at Zhou Lijun for a moment, the Zhou family might not have been able to climb up to the Ding family. "Don't worry, daughter. With old Master Ding here, you won't be wronged." Zhou Lijun nodded. It was obvious that Ding Fengyun had a very high status and was reliable in her heart. After going to the Ding family, don't throw a tantrum. Don't get into conflict with Shuhai. Zhou Lijun's mother tried to persuade her. You just have to go along with his temperament and coax him. Actually, Ding Shu's character isn't bad. I know, mother. It's good that you know. It's good that you know. Zhou Lijun's mother continued, stay in the Ding family and think about the overall situation. It's best if you have a son or a daughter. I understand. The next day, the Ding family's convoy slowly left Zhou Huaqing. However, there was an extra car on the way back. It wasn't until Zhou Huaqing disappeared that Zhou Lijun's curtains were slowly pulled down. Chen Hao also glanced at Zhou Huaqing again. He didn't know if he would have a chance to come here in the future. However, he didn't want to come. Zhou Huaqing reminded him of too many memories. It was said that when one was old, it was easy to miss the past. Chen Hao didn't know if he was already old. After all, he didn't have a body and had always been a sword. Even if there were wounds on the sword, they would quickly heal. It was cold and icy. Ding Fengyun stayed in the Ding family for a month. After learning that the Green Flame sect didn't make any moves, he was slightly relieved. In the past month, Ding Shuhai and Zhou Lijun's performance also made Ding Fengyun slightly satisfied. At least Ding Shuhai was cultivating hard. After the last crisis, the young disciples of the Ding family had a new look. They cultivated more diligently. Ding Fengyun knew that a crisis was also an opportunity for the family. A family without a sense of crisis was very dangerous. Because there was too much competition in this world. Without a sense of crisis and motivation to cultivate, it was very likely that they would unknowingly distance themselves from other forces. By the time the crisis came, it was already too late. As for Zhou Lijun, her performance also made Ding Fengyun satisfied. At least she had a sense of propriety in her treatment of Ding Shuhai. At this time, Ding Fengyun thought that he was about to leave. In his heart, he still remembered the enmity of that year. If he wanted to take revenge, it was impossible to rely on his own efforts. Ding Fengyun wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could take on a powerful country by himself. He wanted to go to the capital, he wanted to meet the emperor, but now, he already had the strength of a mid-stage transcendent cultivator, and with the help of the red blood sword, he could definitely fight a pinnacle transcendent cultivator. "Are you done packing?" Ding Fengyun was asking Fu Xiaofeng. When Fu Xiaofeng found out that Ding Fengyun wanted to enter the capital to find an opportunity to avenge the hundreds of thousands of Blood Demon Legion soldiers, he had expressed his determination to Ding Fengyun. He wanted to go too. In his own words, since he was all alone and had nothing to worry about, he might as well leave with Ding Fengyun. Avenging his brothers had always been his long-cherished wish. When Ding Fengyun announced that he was leaving, the entire Ding clan was in an uproar. The Ding clan didn't understand why Ding Fengyun wanted to leave. After recovering his cultivation and eliminating his greatest enemy, shouldn't he be enjoying his old age or recovering his strength and embarking on the path of martial arts to pursue the domain realm, just like those transcendent cultivators? The Ding clan didn't understand Ding Fengyun because they hadn't stepped onto the battlefield with him. To be precise, the Ding clan members who had followed Ding Fengyun into battle hadn't returned. When Ding Fengyun had become the great general, there had been more than 10 Ding clan members among his personal guards. However, they had all died in the final battle. That domain realm cultivator had casually killed them all when he was dealing with Ding Fengyun. Before leaving, Ding Fengyun exhorted Ding Yibin to take care of him before he left. After this crisis, even Ding Yibin had matured a lot. Sometimes, Ding Fengyun even felt that he should set up some dangers for the Ding clan for no reason. The Ding clan members personally sent Ding Fengyun out of the city. Apart from Fu Xiaofeng, there were also 10 Ding clan experts accompanying him, including his second son, Ding Yilong. Ding Fengyun naturally needed some people to help him when he was outside. As for why he brought Ding Yilong along, Ding Fengyun naturally had the intention of training him. When he returned to the Ding clan this time, he had already discovered that Ding Yibin's generation was somewhat lacking. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, but that they weren't capable enough. This was Ding Fengyun's mistake back then. Back then, he had led troops into battle for many years and had slightly neglected the nurturing of his descendants. Ding Yilong's martial talent wasn't bad and he had even been a general of the Blood Demon Army. He wasn't an amateur when it came to leading troops into battle. Ding Fengyun planned to continue polishing his second son's character and nurturing him well. He wanted to make him one of the pillars of the Ding clan. After nearly 20 years, many things had changed. For example, the emperor of the Wu country back then had changed. The old emperor who had believed in Ding Fengyun had already abdicated 5 years after Ding Fengyun left the Ding clan and lived in seclusion in the fields. Logically speaking, he could still be the emperor for a few more years, but he had announced his abdication early. It was very likely that the Great Defeat in the Great Jin had also affected the old emperor. Ding Fengyun was already mentally prepared to face many hardships in the capital this time. He needed to command troops. He needed the support of the Wu kingdom, and what about the new emperor of the Wu kingdom? Ever since he had succeeded the throne, everything had gone according to plan. There were almost no changes to the Wu kingdom. He didn't look like an emperor who was eager to make progress. It was very difficult for such an unambitious emperor to agree to his risky move of leading troops to attack the Great Jin. After all, they had only been defeated once 20 years ago. Although there were many difficulties, Ding Fengyun, an old general who had been on the battlefield, didn't retreat at all. He was never afraid of difficulties. The one-sided massacre 20 years ago seemed to have happened right in front of Ding Fingyun's eyes. 20 years of humiliation, 20 years of torture, 20 years of nightmares. 20 years ago, that domain realm expert's disdainful gaze. At every moment, Ding Fingyun's beating heart was in pain. 20 years ago, Ding Fengyun was wondering why that domain realm expert didn't kill him with his sword. He, Ding Fengyun, wanted revenge. He wanted that domain realm expert to understand what regret was. He wanted to turn the Blood Demon army into an invincible lion. He wanted to lead the Blood Demon army onto that rich land once again. He wanted the Blood Demon army's name to shake the central region and the entire continent. Ding Fengyun sat upright in the carriage. His eyes flashed with blood and fire. No one could stop his revenge. Half a month passed in a flash, and the carriage slowly entered the gates of capital Wu. Ding Fengyun could hear the bustling footsteps outside, the shouts of the merchants, the chatter of people. All sorts of noises converged and entered his ears. He lifted the small curtains and looked at the crowd outside. Looking at the familiar streets of capital Wu, his heart was filled with emotions. After so many years, he, Ding Fengyun, had returned. The carriage stopped at the entrance of Jingyun Inn, and an attentive servant led their horses. "Old master, we are here." Fu Xiaofeng opened the small door of the carriage for Ding Fengyun, and Ding Fengyun jumped down. Within Jingyun Inn, the people at the tables by the window were eating and looking curiously at Ding Fengyun's entourage. Capital Wu was a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Many martial artists with some ability in the Wu kingdom wanted to try their luck at capital Wu. "Which family are they from?" someone asked. "They have a few transcendent realm experts with them. Even the servants are at the transcendent realm. They look very impressive." "I don't know." A white-haired elder noticed the clan insignia on the carriage and said in a low voice, "That seems to be the Ding family's carriage." "Wait." That elder suddenly sat up from his chair and looked carefully at Ding Fengyun, who had just alighted from the carriage. "I seem to know those people who alighted." "Who?" A few friends at the same table as the elder asked. "Ding Fengyun." The elder frowned. "Why is he back here? Didn't the rumors say that he was already crippled? But now he seems to be in good condition." "Ding Fengyun? Which Ding Fengyun?" The people at the same table asked curiously. "Is there a second Ding Fengyun in the Wu kingdom?" the elder retorted. "That blood demon general Ding Fengyun? Have you forgotten? So it's him. He looks a little older." Someone recognized Ding Fengyun and whispered, 20 years ago, when I saw him, he was not so old. He looked like a middle-aged man. This is incomparable." Ding Fengyun's dantian was shattered by a domain realm expert in the Great Jin 20 years ago, and his cultivation level fell. Otherwise, he would not be in his current state. Didn't the rumors say that he had already retired? The old man shook his head. "But now, he has appeared again." "So what? 20 years have passed, and he is no longer the blood demon general from back then. You don't know how powerful Ding Fengyun is." The elder said slowly. "I feel that Ding Fengyun's appearance will bring about many changes in capital Wu." Ding Fengyun stood at the entrance of Jingyun Inn. He raised his head and saw the white-haired elder. Then, he smiled. "Who would have thought that I would run into an old friend the moment I reached capital Wu? Sir, please come in. Let's go straight to the second floor and meet my old friend." The dozen or so members of the Ding clan entered the inn. Ding Fengyun led them directly to the second floor and found the white-haired elder's table. At this moment, almost everyone at the white-haired old man's table stood up. Ding Fengyun, even if they had never met him, they had heard of his great name. Even 20 years later, there were still many people who revered him. After all, he was the general who had led the Blood Demon Legion to defeat 2 of Da Jin's elite legions. Many people of the Kingdom of Wu still couldn't help but sigh when they saw Ding Fengyun. "Yuan Yufei, we haven't met in 20 years. Ding Fengyun greeted with a smile. "Are you still running a dojo in capital Wu?" "Of course I'm still in capital Wu." Yuan Yufei smiled. "But who would have thought that I would run into you today?" Those who could run dojos in capital Wu were all strong people. Yuan Yufei was the dojo master of the Yufei dojo in capital Wu. He was at the later stages of the transcendent realm. In the Blood Demon Legion, there were martial artists from the Yufei dojo. Go and find a place to eat. I will catch up with my old friend. Yes, old family head. After Fu Xiaofeng and the rest of the Ding clan left, Ding Fengyun continued, I also didn't think that I would be able to return to capital Wu in this lifetime. Yuan Yufei lifted a chair for Ding Fengyun and pointed at it. Come, sit down and talk. Then he instructed the waiter to bring another table of dishes. Let's treat today as a welcoming dinner for the great general. You don't have to call me great general. I've retired long ago. Just call me Ding Fengyun. Ding Fengyun sat on the chair without hesitation. All right. Then I'll call you Ding Fengyun. Yuan Yufei knew Ding Fengyun's temper. In terms of dealing with people, Ding Fengyun was a very straightforward person. He had the complete style of a soldier. Of course, if others thought that he was reckless, they would have to compensate him so much that they would have to pawn off their pants. Right, these friends are. At this time, the two people sitting at the same table with Yuan Yufei introduced themselves. Greetings, Senior Ding. I'm Luo Weiyuan of the Seven Ultimates sect. I've heard a lot about you. Greetings, Senior Ding. I'm Yu Jiquan of the Green Mountain sect. Hearing the name of the Green Mountain sect, Ding Fengyun glanced at Yu Jiquan but didn't care. He had even killed the sect master of the Green Mountain sect. Why would he care about the disciples of the Green Mountain sect? Ding Fengyun looked at the two seriously and smiled. So you are disciples of the Seven Ultimates sect and the Green Mountain sect. Your cultivation is not bad. Thank you for the praise, Senior. Senior is too kind. Luo Weiyuan of the Seven Ultimates sect and Yu Jiquan of the Green Mountain sect were respectful to Ding Fengyun. After all, Ding Fengyun was a true veteran master. In the past 100 years, in Wu Kingdom, many children's mothers still used the name of the Blood Demon Great General to scare their children. Cry again, and the Blood Demon Great General will take you away. Ding Fengyun had unwittingly become the nightmare of many children in their childhood, including Yu Jiquan. Yu Jiquan of the Green Mountain sect also knew about the conflict between the sect and the Ding family. He might talk bad about Ding Fengyun behind his back, but in front of Ding Fengyun, he couldn't show such emotions. He was an adult, and he knew how to control his emotions. He knew what to do and what not to do. If Ding Fengyun didn't like him and killed him, he might not even have a place to seek redress. Luo Weiyuan helped Ding Fengyun pour wine, and Ding Fengyun thanked him. Then, Ding Fengyun looked at Yuan Yufei. I've heard that Yuan Yufei has friends all over the world. Now. I've seen it. Compared to you, I'm nothing. Yuan Yufei said modestly. Okay, let's stop flattering each other. Let's drink. Drink. New dishes were served, and Ding Fengyun chatted with the three for a while. Later, Luo Weiyuan and Yu Jiquan tactfully bid farewell. Only Yuan Yufei and Ding Fengyun were left at the table. Ding Fengyun picked up a piece of cake and said, Old Yuan, tell me about the changes in Wu Jing in the 20 years that I've been away. Strictly speaking, Yuan Yufei owed Ding Fengyun a favor. Yuan Yufei had not been a capable person in Wu Jing. He had been an unaffiliated cultivator. By chance, he had received the legacy of a senior. After a few hundred years of hard work, he had finally reached the transcendent realm. He had first opened a dojo in a mid-sized city in the south of Wu Kingdom. Later on, he had trained a few outstanding disciples and slowly made a name for himself. After which, Yuan Yufei had become arrogant and wanted to open a dojo in capital Wu. Capital Wu was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Almost every dojo had at least the backing of a first-rate power. But Yuan Yufei had dared to enter capital Wu, therefore, as an outsider, he had been put in his place the moment he arrived and had been thrown into jail. At that time, Yuan Yufei had been lucky. One of his disciples was Ding Fengyun's personal guard. Seeing that his master was in trouble, Yuan Yufei's disciple naturally didn't stand idly by. Instead, he begged Ding Fengyun to help his master. Coincidentally, Ding Fengyun had also been in capital Wu at that time. At that time, Ding Fengyun had been very powerful and had great military power. When he spoke, Yuan Yufei had been released. Even the Yufei martial arts school was slowly developed by relying on Ding Fengyun. Yuan Yufei did not hide anything and directly told Ding Fengyun everything that had happened in capital Wu in the past 20 years. For example, the old emperor had abdicated and the new emperor had succeeded. For example, the old prime minister had retired and the new prime minister, Swetzingong, had taken advantage of the situation. For example, the general of the Blood Demon Army had been Lei Yidong of the Lei family. Other than these major events, he had also told Ding Fengyun about some of the bigger events in capital Wu in the past 20 years. Yuan Yufei was not only good at training disciples, but also had many friends. Even after Ding Fengyun had fallen, he had still stood tall. This showed that his ability was extraordinary. Ding Fengyun. Forget it, I will still call you Senior Ding. Yuan Yufei shook his head. I should have called you Senior anyway. You are worthy of it. Don't say such useless things. Senior Ding, you must not have come to Wu Jing to relax, right? No. I see that your cultivation seems to have recovered a little. I tried some demonic arts. Currently, I feel pretty good. Ding Fengyun smiled. He did not care about the demonic arts at all. A typical pragmatist, where's Yuan Yufei? Of course, he didn't care. Among his friends, there were also demonic Dao martial artists. As long as it was someone who wanted to make friends with him, Yuan Yufei would not refuse anyone. Senior Ding, do you want to make a comeback? Yes. It won't be easy to control the Blood Demon Legion. Yuan Yufei said, I'm afraid the Lei family won't let you do as you wish. You have to know that in history, the Lei family has already produced several blood demon generals. Ding Fengyun smiled and said, back then, I was able to snatch the position of blood demon great general from Lei Xianlai. Today, I can snatch it again. Yuan Yufei probed, but even if you regained the position of great general, your goal wouldn't just stop there, right? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Is there a difference between the truth and a lie? Yuan Yufei asked. But I should know. Since you know, you don't have to say it out loud. His Majesty might not agree. Ding Fengyun fell silent. He knew that the most difficult part of this matter was how to convince the current emperor of Wu. I'll think of a way. Yuan Yufei looked at Ding Fengyun and sighed heavily. Actually, Senior Ding, I don't know why you came back. Yuan Yufei said, actually, since your dantian has been healed and your cultivation can be restored, why don't you cultivate properly and try to break through to the domain realm? I just can't take this lying down. Yuan Yufei looked at Ding Fengxian helplessly. He knew of Ding Fengyun's explosive temper back then. But he had not expected Ding Fengyun to have retired for 20 years. That explosive temper did not seem to have dissipated at all. After Yuan Yufei left, Ding Fengyun stayed in the inn. Very quickly, the news of Ding Fengyun's dantian being healed and his return to capital Wu spread. It was not that Yuan Yufei was spouting nonsense, but that Ding Fengyun had not hidden it at all. Everyone in capital Wu who had the slightest bit of authority knew about it. Many experienced people were thinking about what kind of change Ding Fengyun's appearance would bring to the Wu kingdom. As for those young martial artists, they were more curious about Ding Fengyun. Among them, many had grown up listening to Ding Fengyun's story. Ding Fengyun's reputation was still there. Back then, the Blood Demon Army had returned in defeat at the Great Jin, but Ding Fengyun had been defeated with honor. In order to protect the prestige of the Wu Kingdom's royal family and reduce the negative impact of the Blood Demon Army's heavy losses on the royal family, the old emperor had specially announced that the Blood Demon Army had defeated the two elite armies of the Great Jin. And the shamelessness of the Great Jin to violate the agreement and send domain realm experts to deal with the Blood Demon Army was also known by the old emperor. The entire Wu Kingdom hated the Great Jin to the core. After all, they had won with an unfair advantage, therefore, the Wu Kingdom's royal family and the old emperor had preserved their dignity, and Ding Fengyun had become the tragic hero. Ding Fengyun sometimes admired the old emperor's methods. He was also grateful for the old emperor's kindness. After all, the old emperor had not used him as a scapegoat. At the very least, Ding Fengyun's reputation had been preserved, therefore, Ding Fengyun did not want to betray the Wu Kingdom. Besides, he did not have the strength. In the following days, people came to visit Ding Fengyun every day. And at this time, Chen Hao, in the Red Blood Sword, also saw the connections behind Ding Fengyun. A few civil officials of the Wu Kingdom, a few generals of the capital Wu Guard Army, the leaders of a few factions in capital Wu. And Chen Hao naturally did not think that Ding Fengyun's connections were just this. It was very likely that there were many more hidden in the background, but it was not convenient for them to meet Ding Fengyun. The days passed by just like that, but Ding Fengyun was not happy. He seemed to be waiting for something. But nothing came. In the end, Chen Hao asked directly. I am waiting for His Majesty the Emperor. Waiting for me to be summoned to the palace. Ding Fengyun said in a low voice. But the results don't seem to be good. Back then, your relationship with the current emperor was not good? Neither good nor bad, just casual acquaintances. Ding Fengyun said. Back then, my main focus was on the training of the Blood Demon Army, and war. I did not think too much. After all, the current emperor was still in his prime, and could still hold power for many more years. Who would have thought that there would be such a change? Besides, I feel that whoever becomes emperor will rely on me. After all, I have the ability to lead troops to war. From the situation back then, Ding Fengyun had not done wrong. But now. Then what about you? Then I will take the initiative. Since His Majesty is not interested in me, then I will go and see him. Ding Fengyun said. At least once. I have to let him know that I, Ding Fengyun, am back. Chen Hao poured cold water on Ding Fengyun. Perhaps he already knows that you are here, but does not want to see you. His father was screwed over by you once. No matter. I should have gone to see His Majesty after coming to capital Wu. Ding Fengyun laughed. Perhaps he does not want to see me for another reason. What reason? His Majesty the Crown Prince once spent some time in the Blood Demon Army. Chen Hao seemed to have thought of something. He could imagine how unruly Ding Fengyun had been back then. He could imagine how cruel the training of the Blood Demon Army had been. If it had not been cruel, Ding Fengyun would not have been able to lead the Blood Demon Army to such impressive results, since the Crown Prince had entered the Blood Demon Army and met Ding Fengyun. What did you do to the Emperor then? He was the Crown Prince then. Be specific. Chen Hao's curiosity was piqued. He was very curious if the Crown Prince had any grudges with Ding Fengyun. At that time, His Majesty told me to train the Crown Prince well. So you really trained him well? If Chen Hao had a mouth, the corner of his mouth would definitely be twitching. Of course. I, Ding Fengyun, have been loyal to the Wu Kingdom all my life. How could I dare to disobey His Majesty's orders? Ding Fengyun said proudly. At that time, I promised His Majesty that I would train the Crown Prince well. And the result? The result was that the Crown Prince spent 3 years in the Blood Demon Army. I made him a real man. Ding Fengyun laughed. You don't know the situation then, but I do. He was alone in the middle of the night, crying under his blankets. This. What had Ding Fengyun done to the Emperor? How did you do it? Train him. Train him well. No wonder he did not want to see you. Ding Fengyun was a swift and decisive person. After saying that he wanted to seek an audience with the Emperor, he went straight to the imperial palace after making his decision. At the entrance of the palace, he greeted the guards who were guarding the palace gate. Soon, General Bai of the guards appeared. This General Bai's full name was Bai Kai. He had just met Ding Fengyun not long ago. Bai Kai had also been a member of the Blood Demon Legion, but he had only been there for 20 years before he had transferred to the Guard Army through his connections. Bai Kai, help me tell His Majesty that I want to see him. Bai Kai looked a little embarrassed. Great General, I don't think His Majesty wants to see you. Help me tell him that I'm waiting for him at the gate of the palace. Ding Fengyun said with a smile. Help me pass a message. If His Majesty really doesn't want to see me, then forget it. All right. Just as Bai Kai was about to leave, Ding Fengyun reminded him, there's one more thing. You should also tell His Majesty. What words? Didn't Your Majesty say that you were going to kick my butt back then? I'm here now. Let me ask him if he dares to kick me. Bai Kai was dumbfounded. Go. Go. I'll wait here. Will that work? Don't worry, I know His Majesty's personality. He will definitely not be angry with you. After Bai Kai left, Chen Hao asked Ding Fengyun curiously what was going on. When I was in the Blood Demon Legion, I often kicked His Majesty's butt. Ding Fengyun seemed to be a little nostalgic. When he left the Blood Demon Legion, he swore at the entrance of the barracks that he would definitely kick my butt in the future. Chen Hao sighed. Actually, this Wu Kingdom Emperor should be quite magnanimous. After so many years, he still hasn't sought revenge on you. Maybe he just doesn't want to bother with a dying person like me. Now that I've come back to life, his chance has come again. Ding Fengyun smiled. I'm sure that he won't let go of this opportunity. But this emperor doesn't seem to like fighting. This emperor's personality used to be more gentle. The previous emperor thought that he wasn't ruthless enough, wasn't strong enough, and wasn't decisive enough, so he threw him into the Blood Demon Legion and told me to train him well. Ding Fengyun sighed. Maybe it's because he stayed in the Blood Demon Legion for too short a time. If he could stay in the Blood Demon Legion for 10 years, I would be more confident in persuading him. 10 years, Ding Fengyun really dared to dream. If the current emperor had really stayed in the Blood Demon Legion for 10 years, perhaps the first thing he would do after inheriting the throne would be to crush Ding Fengyun's bones and scatter his ashes, and then wipe out the Ding family. Not long after, Bai Kai returned again. How was it? Did His Majesty agree to meet me? Bai Kai looked at Ding Fengyun with a strange expression. His Majesty agreed. He didn't even approve the memorials. He said that he wanted to meet you first before dealing with other official matters. Haha. Looks like His Majesty still misses me. Chen Hao was impressed by old thief Ding's shamelessness. It had been a long time since he had seen such a thick-skinned person. Half an hour later, Bai Kai brought Ding Fengyun to a garden. In the garden, the trees were flourishing and hundreds of flowers were in full bloom. It looked extremely beautiful. In a pavilion, a young man wearing a 5-clawed imperial robe sat on a chair. Beside him were 2 eunuchs and 4 beautiful maids. Bai Kai bowed and said, Your Majesty, eldest. Ding Fengyun is here. The Emperor of Wu country said calmly, All right, you may leave. Yes, Your Majesty. You may leave as well. I have some matters to discuss with Ding Fengxian. The 2 eunuchs smiled and looked at Ding Fengyun, then left with the 4 maids. However, Chen Hao knew that there were still a few peak Transcendent Realm experts nearby secretly protecting this emperor. The young emperor of Wu country's gaze gradually turned to Ding Fengyun. When he saw Ding Fengyun, his originally calm gaze became emotional and nostalgic, but there was no hatred. Chen Hao was sure, this emperor of Wu country had no hatred for Ding Fengyun. Didn't Ding Fengyun, that old fellow, say that this emperor of Wu country was once trained by him to the point of crying under a blanket more than 20 years ago? Could it be that he had lied, swindled the sword? Ding Fengyun spoke first. Your Majesty, long time no see. Yes, long time no see. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. You shouldn't have come back. I wanted to. The Emperor of Wu country quickly concealed the emotions in his eyes and said in an extremely calm tone, Since you have recovered your strength, isn't it better to enjoy your old age at home or try to break through to the domain realm? I'm someone who can't stay idle and also someone who holds grudges. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm the same. As the Emperor of Wu country spoke, he walked towards Ding Fengyun. If Your Majesty is willing to let me regain control of the Blood Demon Army, Your Majesty can kick me as you wish. The Emperor of Wu country stopped in his tracks. Old man, you're dreaming. I won't let you have your way. Did he mean that he wasn't going to kick anymore? Chen Hao looked at the old man and the young man silently. He felt that they had a tacit understanding. Ding Fengyun asked seriously, Your Majesty, you were once in the Blood Demon Army. How much strength do you think the Blood Demon Army has at its peak? The Wu Emperor was silent. Obviously, the Wu Emperor didn't want to talk about this. After a while, he said faintly, maybe 30%. Is Your Majesty satisfied? The Wu Emperor looked at Ding Fengyun, not knowing how to answer. He knew what Ding Fengyun wanted to say. 20 years have passed, and the Blood Demon Army only has 30% of its peak strength. Ding Fengyun said bitterly, if war breaks out now, will the Blood Demon Army have the ability to protect? Wu. Not enough. Yes, not enough. Ding Fengyun said firmly. So what? What do you mean? Your Majesty, haven't you realized that our Wu is at the brink of death? The Wu Emperor asked sternly, are you trying to scare me? How would I dare to scare your Majesty? Since the establishment of Wu, we have always been at odds with Dajin. There have always been intense conflicts between our two countries. However, in the past few hundred years, Dajin has risen rapidly, but our Wu's development hasn't been very optimistic. The Wu Emperor was very clear about this. Everyone in Wu knew that Wu and Dajin had a long-standing feud. Actually, they should have wanted to destroy us long ago, but they couldn't. I know. Ding Fengyun continued, to be honest, 20 years ago, we took advantage of the chaos in Dajin and attacked their hinterland. Although our blood demon army suffered heavy losses, we didn't come out empty-handed. In terms of war, both sides suffered losses. However, in terms of strategy, we succeeded. At least the blood demon army destroyed 2 of Dajin's southern legions. Dajin won't be able to attack us for a few decades. I know. Our Wu family knows this very well. The Wu Emperor knew that Ding Fengyun was telling the truth. To Wu, Ding Fengyun had indeed contributed greatly. At the very least, he had bought a few decades of breathing space for Wu. At the very least, before the 2 legions of Great Jin were rebuilt and recovered their strength, Great Jin would not send troops to invade the Wu country. Since your Majesty already knows, why don't you hand the blood demon army over to me? Ding Fengyun retorted. If the blood demon legion's combat power can't be restored, the moment the Great Jin dynasty has some spare time to let the other 2 legions recover, they will very likely attack us. At that time, your status as the imperial family will not be guaranteed. The 1,000 years of foundation of the Wu kingdom will also be reduced to ashes. Ding Fengyun said in a low voice. Without the support of the Wu kingdom, the Wu family behind His Majesty will probably have no choice but to flee to the southern region. Can the great general still lead troops into battle? Ding Fengyun said firmly, I'm willing to die on the battlefield. You've successfully convinced me. The Wu Emperor slowly closed his eyes. How could we not understand what you're saying? But ever since you left, our Wu country has been unable to find a suitable successor to the Blood Demon Legion's great general. We can only choose from the dwarves and hand over the Blood Demon Legion to General Lei. Now, I'm back. The Wu Emperor looked into Ding Fengyun's eyes. Ding Fengyun's eyes were filled with confidence. Actually, he also believed in Ding Fengyun. This was because Ding Fengyun had already proven his ability to lead troops into battle in history. It was his numerous achievements that made the Wu Emperor believe in his ability and his words. He still remembered that when his father abdicated, he was extremely regretful about Ding Fengyun's death. He said that because of Ding Fengyun's departure, the Wu kingdom's army had collapsed by half. This was not flattery. His father was the emperor. There was no need for him to flatter his subordinates. He truly regretted it. In a daze, the Wu Emperor recalled the days when he was fiercely trained by Ding Fengyun. The Wu Emperor knew that during his time in the Blood Demon Legion, he had gained a lot. If not for that experience, he might not have been able to inherit the throne. The change of the throne was not as smooth as it seemed on the surface. The throne did not have to be passed to the crown prince. Ding Fengxian, I will order you to be the great general of the Blood Demon Legion. Believe me, your Majesty. This is the wisest decision you have ever made in your life. Ding Fengyun's words were somewhat overbearing, but the Wu Emperor was not angry. If Ding Fengyun's ability had not deteriorated, he would indeed have the qualifications to say such words. The Wu kingdom was in imminent danger. An old general like Ding Fengyun, who had once galloped on the battlefield with illustrious military achievements, was the most reliable. This was not to not give the other generals a chance. The Wu Emperor believed that the Wu royal family behind him was also more willing to believe in Ding Fengyun. After all, Ding Fengyun had long since proven his ability. Your cultivation, my cultivation will slowly recover. The Wu Emperor said worriedly, I heard that you cultivate a demonic cultivation technique? Your Majesty, don't worry. I have the confidence to control the demonic cultivation technique and not cause any problems. At least before I reach the peak of the transcendent realm, it will not affect my mind. As commanders, the emperors of the various countries favored martial artists who cultivated righteous cultivation techniques. This was because in the process of cultivation, a demonic cultivator's personality would inevitably gradually become extreme, and to unify, not only did one need powerful strength, one also needed to be calm. Really? Your Majesty, I will not joke about the soldiers of the Blood Demon Army. Ding Fengyun said affirmatively, and I will not make my enemies happy. I believe in you. Ding Fengyun's appearance gave the Wu Emperor a lot of confidence. Actually, the Wu Emperor had one thing that he did not tell Ding Fengyun. Back when he was in the palace, he often heard his father talk about Ding Fengyun. He had grown up listening to Ding Fengyun's stories. In his heart, he also somewhat revered Ding Fengyun. You may leave. Yes, Your Majesty. Ding Fengyun turned around and left the garden. A happy smile appeared on his face. The plan was far more successful than he had expected. Just as he walked out of the garden, Bai Kai came over. How was it, Great General? The result is not bad. Really? Why would I lie to you? Bai Kai asked curiously, what did you talk about with His Majesty? The details. Bai Kai slowly approached Ding Fengyun. You will know the details in a few days. Bai Kai watched Ding Fengyun leave in a daze. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao saw Bai Kai's expression and could not help but want to laugh. Ding Fengyun, this old fellow, is really too evil. This kind of bad taste. Chen Hao realized that he and Ding Fengyun actually had the same hobby. Ding Fengyun returned to the inn, his face beaming with happiness. Anyone could see his mood. Fu Xiaofeng smiled and asked, Master, did you gain anything from your trip to the palace? Of course. What did you get? From now on, you can call me Great General again. Really? Fu Xiaofeng exclaimed in surprise. His Majesty agreed? Yes, he agreed. He agreed to let me assume the position of Blood Demon Army's Great General again. Ding Fengyun lowered his voice and whispered in Fu Xiaofeng's ear, His Majesty hasn't issued a decree yet, so don't spread it out. Besides His Majesty and me, you're the only one who knows about it. Fu Xiaofeng said excitedly, Master, don't worry. Even if someone puts a knife to my neck, I won't say a word. Ding Fengyun waved his hand. That's not necessary. It's just a piece of information. It's not as important as your life. 3 days later, an old eunuch came to the inn with an imperial edict in his hands, announcing to Ding Fengyun that he was to receive the edict. When Ding Fengyun saw the old eunuch, he smiled and said, Eunuch Su, long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. Eunuch Su said with a smile, It's been 20 years since we last met, but you're still as elegant as ever. Eunuch Su must be joking. I'm not joking. It's our Wu Kingdom's great fortune that the Great General can come out of retirement again. Eunuch Su said with a smile. Come, receive the decree. The imperial edict was very simple. It appointed Ding Fengyun as the Blood Demon Army's Great General and asked him to take up the post at the border. The current Great General of the Blood Demon Army was transferred back to Wu Jing. Ding Fengyun accepted the edict and wanted to persuade Eunuch Su to stay for a meal. However, Eunuch Su still postponed it, saying that he had to return to the imperial palace to report. However, before Eunuch Su left, he whispered to Ding Fengyun that he could make a trip to Wu Jing's dungeon. The emperor intended to imprison him with some worthless felons. Ding Fengyun agreed with a smile. After Eunuch Su left, Ding Fengyun went to Wu Jing's dungeon. An hour later, he left the dungeon in satisfaction. His strength was one step closer to the late stage of the transcendent realm. A grand banquet was held in the inn for Fu Xiaofeng, Yuan Yufei, and the accompanying Ding family members to eat and drink to their heart's content. When he was drunk, Yuan Yufei pulled Ding Fengyun's hand and said, Senior Ding, I have something to say. What is it? As you know, our Yufei martial arts school has trained many martial artists over the years. Yuan Yufei smiled. Great General, do you want to bring my useless disciples along when you take charge of the Blood Demon Legion? Oh? Only the battlefield is a place where a real man should go. Only the battlefield can temper a true iron-blooded martial artist. I hope that the Grand General can bring some of my disciples along and have them join the Blood Demon Army so that they can serve the Grand General and His Majesty. When Ding Fengyun heard Yuan Yufei's words, he could not help bursting into laughter. Yuan Yufei's words struck a chord in his heart. He held Yuan Yufei's hand affectionately and said, We're old friends. As long as your disciples aren't weak, I'll bring them along. If they're really capable, it won't be a problem for them to get promoted and get rich. Thank you, great general, I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't without reason that Yuan Yufei could develop the martial arts school to where it was today after entering Wu capital alone. Even the work had been assigned, not everyone could join the Blood Demon Legion. Moreover, Ding Fengyun had guaranteed that his disciples, as long as they were capable and lucky, should be able to find a good position. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they had a good sleep. The next day, Ding Fengyun had yet to wake up. Yuan Yufei had already brought 10 outstanding disciples who were ambitious to fight on the battlefield to wait there. After Ding Fengyun woke up, he glanced at the 10 martial artists and nodded in satisfaction. The weakest was a Khanate realm expert, and the strongest was a Heavenbreaker realm expert. All of them were considered talents. Ding Fengyun got into the carriage with a group of people and left Wu capital. The news of Ding Fengyun snatching the Blood Demon Great General from the Lei family quickly spread throughout Wu capital. However, Ding Fengyun had already left. Many people beat their chests and stamped their feet, regretting that they didn't visit Ding Fengyun a few days ago. Everyone knew that the Blood Demon Great General Ding Fengyun was about to make a comeback. After the news spread, many people turned their attention to the Lei family. After all, Ding Fengyun had snatched the position of the Lei family. However, the Lei family didn't say anything. They were completely silent. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. Every time Ding Fengyun passed by a city, the city lord of the city would personally welcome him. The further north they went, the more respectful the city lords were to Ding Fengyun. Chen Hao could see that Ding Fengyun had a strong influence in the north of Wu country. The cultivation of the people in the group was not bad. Even though there were a few Khanate realm experts holding them back, they still arrived at Yakou after about a month. Opening the curtain, Ding Fengyun looked at the steep mountain peak at Yakou from afar, as well as the barrier near the mountain peak. He was slightly excited. I'm back again. Ding Fengyun laughed. I'm finally back again. Ding Fengyun smiled, and his eyes were a little moist. His reaction made Chen Hao want to laugh. He inexplicably thought of a line, Hu Han-san, am back again. Who was Hu Han-san? Chen Hao searched carefully but realized that he couldn't remember this person. After walking for half a day, Ding Fengyun finally arrived at Yakou. He came to the familiar military camp and heard the loud battle cries. Ding Fengyun, the old man, was excited again. This is the Blood Demon Army training. He smiled and explained to the people beside him. Fu Xiaofeng took a deep breath and said, yes. I haven't heard this sound for a long time. I feel that even the air is sweet. The air was sweet. That was definitely fake. Who are you? This is a military camp. You are not allowed to come close. Just as Ding Fengyun and Fu Xiaofeng were reminiscing about the past, 2 soldiers on duty ran over and sternly warned them. Ding Fengyun took out the imperial edict and handed it to the 2 soldiers. I, Ding Fengyun, am here on His Majesty's orders to take over the position of the Blood Demon Army's great general. Please pass on the message. The 2 soldiers on duty were dumbfounded. The 2 of them had joined the Blood Demon Army in recent years. Of course, they had never seen Ding Fengyun before. However, they often heard the veterans of the Blood Demon Army bragging. Bragging about how powerful Ding Fengyun was, bragging about how Ding Fengyun had led them to fight Dejin back then. Under the influence of what they saw and heard, Ding Fengyun's name had also left a deep impression on them. Fu Xiaofeng urged unhappily, are the 2 of you stupid? Why aren't you passing on the message? What are you still standing here for? However, Ding Fengyun waved his hand and gestured for Fu Xiaofeng to leave. He repeated what he had just said. Okay. We'll go immediately. After saying that, the 2 soldiers ran into the military camp together. Fu Xiaofeng couldn't help but say, these 2 hotheads, one person is enough. Why did they go together? They didn't even guard the gate. After saying this, Fu Xiaofeng said to Ding Fengyun, Great General, the rules of this camp need to be properly adjusted. It's fine. Ding Fengyun waved his hand. These 2 soldiers might be a little nervous. At least they look nervous. Not long after, the 2 excited soldiers ran back. Great General Ding, Great General Lei asked us to bring you in. Okay. Walking into the familiar camp and seeing the patrolling soldiers, Ding Fengyun felt extremely close. The camp had not changed at all, just like when he left 20 years ago. Entering the main tent, Ding Fengyun saw Lei Yun. Lei Yun was no stranger to Ding Fengyun. Back then, Lei Yun had been a general under Ding Fengyun. His ability and strength were not bad. When Lei Yun saw Ding Fengyun, he gently hugged him. "Great General, long time no see." Lei Yun had long known that Ding Fengyun would take over his position. Ding Fengyun looked around and saw that the layout of the main tent had changed slightly. He said with some emotion, "Yes, it's been 20 years. I didn't expect you to come back. You must be feeling a little uncomfortable." Ding Fengyun said with a smile. "I took your position." Lei Yun was silent. He looked at the much older Ding Fengyun and sighed. "If it was someone else who took my position, I would definitely be at odds with them. But if it was you, Great General, it's a different story." Lei Yun looked at the patrolling soldiers through the tent door and said in a low voice, "I've been in this position for almost 20 years. I admit that I'm not as good as you. If it was you who took my position, I'll accept my defeat." "Thank you. This is a matter of ability." "Great General, there's no need to thank me." Lei Yun was silent for a while before he asked, "Great General, do you still want to avenge your dead brothers?" "Yes. As expected, I'm still not as good as you." Lei Yun sorted out his emotions and gave an order to the captain of his personal guards. "Immediately pass down the order. Apart from the soldiers with duties, the rest of the Blood Demon Legion are to gather at the drill ground." "Yes." After the personal guard captain left, Thundercloud smiled bitterly and said, "Let's go." "Great General, let me make the announcement. At the same time, let me say goodbye to everyone." "All right." A little more than 15 minutes later, the 200,000 blood demons were assembled. 200,000 soldiers dressed in blood-red armor stood in a neat square formation that stretched as far as the eye could see. These soldiers did not make any noise. They stood quietly on the drill ground, like a pool of solidified blood. Ding Fengyun smiled and said to Lei Yun, "I can see that you have put in a lot of effort. My efforts have indeed been wasted, but my strength is still far from what it used to be. I'll have to rely on the Great General for the following matters." "All right. I believe you." Lei Yun stood on the high platform and said loudly, "Soldiers, His Majesty has ordered me to step down from my position as Blood Demon Great General. Ding Fengyun, Great General Ding, will succeed me." Lei Yun's voice was transmitted to every soldier's ears. Then, although the 200,000 soldiers did not move, their eyes all turned to Ding Fengyun. Many veterans' breathing quickened, and their backs straightened even more. What about the new soldiers? They looked at Ding Fengyun with curiosity, inquiry, and respect. Many of them had chosen to join the Blood Demon Army because they had heard of their battle records. After joining the Blood Demon Army, the veterans and the soldiers would often talk about Ding Fengyun when they were chatting. Unknowingly, although Ding Fengyun had not appeared in public for 20 years, many of the new soldiers were very familiar with him. They could almost recite his battle records backwards. There was no helping it. There were only so many topics to talk about, and some of the veterans had to repeat it a few times every year. 20 years ago, Great General Ding was the Great General of our Blood Demon Army. I'm sure many of you know him. I hope that under his leadership, you can improve the strength of the army. After today, I will return to the capital. You have to train well and listen to Great General Ding's orders." At the end, Lei Yun's logic was a little confused. Ding Fengyun could see that although Lei Yun was persuading him verbally, he was still a little unwilling in his heart. "Great General, you do it." "All right." Ding Fengyun stood on the high platform and looked at the familiar armor. He said in a low voice, 20 years ago, the Blood Demon Army suffered heavy losses. This is my responsibility." Ding Fengyun bowed. Many of the veterans' eyes were wet. "I'm very happy to be able to see everyone again after 20 years. Although I feel a little sorry for Great General Lei, after all, I'm more or less suspected of picking peaches." Some of the soldiers could not keep their faces straight anymore. Lei Yun smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Ding Fengyun did not need to say any more. His anger had somewhat dissipated now. "I know that there are definitely many of you who can't bear to part with Great General Lei," Ding Fengyun said with a smile. But if you know that Great General Lei wanted me to train you hard before he left, I don't know if you will still be reluctant to part with him. However, I hope that Great General Lei can rest assured. Even if he didn't remind me, I won't let you have an easy time. After a series of speeches, Lei Yun introduced the generals of the Blood Demon Army to Ding Fengyun. Ding Fengyun knew about half of these generals. They were all his subordinates in the past. More than half of them were unfamiliar faces. They should have slowly joined in the past 20 years. These generals gave Ding Fengyun a lot of face. At least on the surface, they were very respectful. After introducing all the generals and handing over the tiger tally, Lei Yun officially left the Blood Demon Army. When he left the Blood Demon Army, Chen Hao could use his powerful spiritual power to sense his emotions. Some reluctance, some relief, and some disappointment. Ding Fengyun had already given him a lot of face. The 200,000 soldiers of the Blood Demon Army were dismissed. After the generals left to meet Ding Fengyun, the soldiers in the army camp did not have any training sessions for the time being. Moreover, their minds were not on training. The most excited were the veterans who had served in the army for more than 20 years and had followed Ding Fengyun into battle. Old generals. This is great. Great General Ding is back. I knew it. Nothing can defeat the Great General, not even a domain realm expert. Yes, I still believe that the Great General will definitely come back. He belongs on the battlefield. If only the Great General could lead us into Dajin again. We haven't avenged our brothers yet. Let's leave the rest. With our current strength, we definitely won't be able to return from Dajin. Many of the veterans missed the Blood Demon Legion. Because that was an invincible army, in the days when Ding Fengyun led them, they were invincible. They even had blind worship for Ding Fengyun. Even when Ding Fengyun was defeated in the Great Jin Army, they did not blame him. What about those new soldiers? They also welcomed Ding Fengyun. They also wanted to be like those old soldiers and boast about their achievements in the future. Many new soldiers chose to join the Blood Demon Army because they knew of the Blood Demon Army's achievements and Ding Fengyun's name. Compared to Ding Fengyun, Lei Yun was really not enough to look at. Therefore, even if Lei Yun wanted to leave, there were not many people who could not bear to part with him. Fu Xiaofeng, you will continue to be my personal guard in the future. Ding Fengyun said. Are you willing? Of course. Fu Xiaofeng was overjoyed. I left Shijia City in the hope that one day, I can follow the Great General to the battlefield. It's not bad to be your personal guard. Ding Fengyun looked at the people he brought with him, especially his second son, Ding Yilong. There were also the 10 disciples that Yuan Yufei had asked him to take care of in Wujing. Ding Yilong, I will arrange for you to enter the Blood Demon Army as a general. All right. Ding Yilong said dejectedly. He knew that he could not escape anyway. His father would not let him do as he wished, so he might as well obediently follow the arrangements. The other Ding family members, I will give you 2 choices. Ding Fengyun said. If you are willing to stay and develop in the army, I will arrange it for you. If you are not willing, then go back to the Ding family. Strictly speaking, Ding Fengyun was not opening a back door. The Ding family members that Ding Yilan had sent to him were all experts of the Ding family. They were definitely qualified to join the Blood Demon Army. One had to know that as long as Khanate Realm, Heaven-Breaking Realm, and Transcendent Realm experts were willing to join the Blood Demon Army and serve the Wu country sincerely, the Wu country would not reject them. Even in the Central region, most martial artists could not break through to the Khanate Realm. The Central region's martial arts developed and flourished, but if true Energy Realm martial artists wanted to become Khanate martial artists, they still needed comprehension. It was just that the requirements for comprehension here were slightly lower. The cultivators from the Ding clan who had followed them here hesitated for a moment. In the end, only 3 of them stayed behind. All 3 of them were early-stage Transcendent Realm experts. It was already good enough that 3 Transcendent Realm experts stayed behind. The experts of the Ding clan were different from Yuan Yufei's 10 disciples. The experts of the Ding clan did not lack resources. They had more choices. As for Yuan Yufei's 10 disciples, their martial arts talent was not bad, but they did not have any background to support them. If they wanted to continue developing, they could only rely on themselves. Then the 3 of you can also join my personal guards. Yes, old master. Here, we have to address me as general. Yes, great general. Ding Fengyun nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at Yuan Yufei's 10 disciples and said, "The 10 of you are quite strong. I can arrange for you to become my personal guards. I can also arrange for you to enter the army and start as a small officer. What do you think?" In the end, 7 of Yuan Yufei's disciples chose to follow Ding Fengyun and serve as his personal guards. There were also 3 disciples who wanted to leave Ding Fengyun and become a junior officer. They wanted to rely on their own abilities to climb up the ranks step by step. Ding Fengyun knew the reason for their different choices, but he did not forcefully interfere. It was all the same no matter what they chose. As long as they had the ability, Ding Fengyun would not be stingy with promoting them. "Fu Xiaofeng, you will temporarily be the captain of my personal guards. Your main task is to teach the 10 of them the rules of the army." Okay. After that, Ding Fengyun very easily inserted his men into the Blood Demon army. As for his son, Ding Yilong, because he had resigned from his position as general, the army that he had been in charge of had been taken over by other generals. Therefore, Ding Fengyun had only accepted a nominal position for Ding Yilong. He had the position and salary of a general, but he did not have the power of a general. Most of the Transcendent Realm experts that the Blood Demon army had recruited were nominal positions. Those generals did not have any military power at all. They were only responsible for charging and breaking through enemy lines during battle. In fact, if Ding Fengyun really wanted his son to become a general with real military power, it was not impossible. However, he did not want to break the rules. Arranging for people to become his personal guards was definitely Ding Fengyun's decision. There was nothing wrong with arranging for suitable experts to become low-level officers. However, directly taking away someone else's military power and giving it to his own son. Ding Fengyun really could not do such a thing. On the second day, Ding Fengyun patrolled the army camp and personally observed the training of the Blood Demon army members. The 200,000 soldiers of the Blood Demon army were the true elites. Even the weakest of them was at the Qi High realm. When the soldiers of the Blood Demon army saw Ding Fengyun, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The soldiers of the Blood Demon army mainly trained in 2 areas. The first was to raise their cultivation and increase their combat power. Every day, they would seriously cultivate their true yuan and martial techniques. The second point was very complicated and important. The soldiers of the Blood Demon army needed to practice cooperating in battle and learn the Blood Demon battle formation. Through repeated mechanical training, the soldiers clearly knew what position they should be in on the battlefield. They knew how to move, how to ensure the stability of the Blood Demon army spirit while moving, how to activate the Blood Demon army spirit's blood aura, how to activate all the Blood Demon army spirit's blood aura, and how to unleash the full power of the Blood Demon army spirit. On the continent, the elite armies that had the Blood Demon army spirit had been painstakingly nurtured for decades or even hundreds of years. This was also the only way for ordinary warriors to gather together to fight against a domain realm expert. After observing the training for 3 days, Ding Fengyun started to worry about the 10 generals under him. He asked them to hold a large-scale official drill 3 days later. The drill was divided into 2 groups, 200,000 soldiers, 100,000 soldiers, 60,000 soldiers, and 20,000 soldiers. This included the number of people that the Blood Demon army could summon to fight. Every group of soldiers needed to form a battle formation and summon the Blood Demon army spirit. When the 10 generals heard about this, they anxiously went back to make arrangements. They knew that Ding Fengyun placed a lot of importance on this matter. 3 days later, the drill was held as scheduled. Ding Fengyun watched the soldiers of the Blood Demon army form a neat square formation. They used their own Blood Demon army spirit to form a blood-red phantom through the battle formation. He was also very excited. After all, he had not seen the Blood Demon army spirit for a long time. In the Red Blood Sword, Su Yang realized that the 200,000 soldiers of the Blood Demon army could already summon mid-stage domain realm Blood Demon army souls to fight. The Blood Demon army had suffered a great defeat 20 years ago. It was already very good that they could recover some of their combat power so quickly in 20 years. Ding Fengyun watched the large-scale drill as he recorded the main flaws of each military formation. After the drill ended, he started to explain the flaws of the military formation to the 10 generals according to the notes. He explained where they could be improved and where they needed to be strengthened. Ding Fengyun pointed out all these clearly and clearly. He could also clearly tell these generals how to improve the most, how to train them to prevent such mistakes from happening again. The former great general Lei Yun couldn't compare to Ding Fengyun in these aspects. However, Lei Yun couldn't be blamed. Ding Fengyun had been the great general of the Blood Demon Army for more than 100 years. He had studied the Blood Demon Army's military formations for so long. He was definitely the best at using the Blood Demon Army's military formations. He could notice details that many people couldn't. After talking for a while, the new generals were even more convinced of Ding Fengyun's accomplishments in military formations. After the generals left, Ding Fengyun finally let out a sigh of relief. He had just taken over the Blood Demon Army. His most important task was to completely control the army and increase its strength as much as possible. Ding Fengyun was originally a little worried about controlling the army. After all, he had left for 20 years, however, it seemed that controlling the army was easier than he thought. Even though he had left, his influence was still there. He didn't need to make any big moves. He didn't need to establish his dominance. As for increasing the army's strength, Ding Fengyun could only improve the army's usage of military formations. He couldn't do anything else at the moment. Why did the Emperor of Wu country say that the current Blood Demon Army was far from its peak? There were three main reasons. The first reason was that the average soldier of the Blood Demon Army was at the early stage of the Qi Hai realm. However, 20 years ago, when the Blood Demon Army was at its peak, the average soldier's cultivation was at the peak of the Qi Hai realm or the early stage of the True Energy realm. This was the result of Ding Fengyun's continuous battles without any losses. The overall cultivation of the soldiers would increase. They would obtain large amounts of cultivation resources in war. When the overall cultivation of the soldiers increased, the overall strength of the army would increase by a few levels. The second reason was that the soldiers weren't familiar enough with the Blood Demon Legion's formations. Ding Fengyun was already trying to improve this. The third reason was that in the army, there were too many new recruits. They had too few lives on their hands, and they did not have enough blood qi. This caused the army to lack killing intent, and the strength of the army spirit was not enough. In order to create an invincible army, all of these were indispensable. At this moment, Ding Fengyun also began to inquire about Dajin. For the past 20 years, the Wu Kingdom and the Great Jin Dynasty had been living in peace. Both sides were silently licking their wounds. Every day, countless merchants from Great Jin and Wu country would pass through the Teeth Pass to and fro. Outside of Jaws Pass was Great Jin's territory. Back then, Ding Fengyun had led the Blood Demon Legion to attack Great Jin through Jaws Pass. In the 20 years that Lei Yun had been the Blood Demon Legion's great general, he had also paid close attention to the rebuilding speed of Great Jin's two legions. There was news that Great Jin's two legions, which had been destroyed by the Blood Demon Legion, were being rebuilt very quickly. Their progress was even faster than the Blood Demon Legion. The Great Jin Dynasty was much stronger than the Wu country. In terms of recovery speed, the Blood Demon Legion was definitely not as fast as the Great Jin Dynasty. This was also the reason why the Emperor of Wu country was willing to hand over the Blood Demon Legion to Ding Fengyun. Because the Wu country's situation was really very dangerous, the two countries had been feuding for many years. Among the many countries bordering the Great Jin Dynasty, either the Great Jin Dynasty could not afford to offend them or they were evenly matched. Without a good opportunity, the Great Jin Dynasty did not want to casually attack. As for the small countries bordering the Great Jin Dynasty, they were either vassals of the Great Jin Dynasty and were not easy to attack. Then, they were also vassals of other dynasties and empires. Then, of course, they would choose to attack the Wu country. It was not that no dynasty or empire was willing to accept the Wu country, but the Wu country's position was too awkward. In the central region, the Wu country only bordered two countries. One was the Great Jin Dynasty, and the other was a vassal of the Great Jin Dynasty. Of course, the Wu country was not without allies. 200 years ago, the Wu country had formed an alliance with the Tianyun Dynasty. The Tianyun Dynasty was the mortal enemy of the Great Jin Dynasty, and the Great Jin Dynasty's strength was similar to that of the Wu country back then. However, when the Tianyun dynasty fell into civil strife, the Great Jin dynasty took advantage of the situation and swallowed 3 counties of the Tianyun dynasty in one go. They also destroyed 3 small countries of the Tianyun dynasty and gradually developed into a dynasty. During the civil strife of the Tianyun dynasty, the Wu country had been watching. The Wu country believed that the Tianyun dynasty was very powerful and would definitely give the Great Jin a hard time after the civil strife ended. However, what the Wu country did not expect was that the civil strife of the Tianyun dynasty caused too much damage. The Great Jin cunningly pulled in the Tianyun dynasty's mortal enemy as an ally, causing the Tianyun dynasty to be unable to recover the 3 counties after the civil strife ended. Just like that, the Great Jin dynasty became a big fat country in one go. This was the saying that the bold ones were stuffed to death and the cowardly ones were starved to death. The Wu country missed such a good opportunity. They missed this opportunity to rise. It was unknown how many Wu emperors were heartbroken when they read this history alone. After the rise of the Great Jin dynasty, the Tianyun dynasty began to rope in the Wu country to deal with the Great Jin dynasty together. If it weren't for the Tianyun dynasty holding back more than half of the Great Jin's military power, the Wu country might have long ceased to exist. 20 years ago, Ding Fengxian dared to attack the hinterland of the Great Jin with 200,000 blood demons because the Tianyun dynasty was holding back the majority of the Great Jin's army. Otherwise, Ding Fengxian would have been very steady in his actions. However, at that time, the opportunity was too good. He just couldn't help but think. If it weren't for the Tianyun dynasty holding back more than half of the Great Jin's military power, the Wu country might have ceased to exist. 20 years ago, Ding Fengxian dared to attack the hinterland of the Great Jin with 200,000 blood demons because the Tianyun dynasty was holding back the majority of the Great Jin's army. Otherwise, Ding Fengxian would have been very steady in his actions. However, at that time, the opportunity was too good. He just couldn't help but think. If it weren't for the Tianyun dynasty holding back more than half of the Great Jin's military power, the Wu country might have ceased to exist. 20 years ago, Ding Fengxian dared to attack the hinterland of the Great Jin with 200,000 blood demons because the Tianyun dynasty was holding back the majority of the Great Jin's army. Otherwise, Ding Fengxian would have been very steady in his actions. However, at that time, the opportunity was too good. Scarlet blood. Oh? What's the matter? I might need to borrow your strength. Inside the red blood sword, Xianxia said with a laugh, "You are the owner of the red blood sword. You should know the abilities of the red blood sword. You can use it however you want." Ding Fengxian said very clearly, "It is absolutely impossible to completely defeat the Great Jin with just the 200,000 blood demons. Even if the blood demons are trained by me to their peak, it is still impossible." "Oh. And then?" "I might need to borrow your demon sword domain." Ding Fengxian said, "I see that your demon sword domain seems to have a certain augmentation effect on your allies. Furthermore, the bloodlust aura in the demon sword domain should be able to replenish the bloodlust aura in the army." Xianxia immediately understood. There was also a sword owner who used the demon sword domain to lead troops into battle. The effect was not bad. Furthermore, if Ding Fengxian really relied on the demon sword domain to lead troops to kill enemies, it would slowly increase the power of the demon sword domain. Xianxia could not reject it. "Sure, I agree. Just let me know when I need you." "Then, thank you." "All right." Xianxia directly accepted Ding Fengxian's gratitude. He had never been courteous with a sword owner. Then, Xianxia thought of something. "Right, aren't you afraid that the Great Jin's domain realm experts will attack again? Since they were able to violate the rules and attack without any consequences, they must have some backing in the martial alliance." Xianxia said, "They sent a formidable domain realm expert last time. If you're lucky this time and defeat the Great Jin's army, they'll definitely send someone to attack again. At that time, you might even lose your life." Ding Fengxian said with a deep sigh, "I will seriously consider this." Seriously consider. Speaking of which, Xianxia suddenly realized that many of his sword owners could go against the martial alliance. However, Xianxia was not worried about Ding Fengxian's matter. If the sword owner died, then he could just change. Xianxia changed sword masters like changing clothes. He was already used to it. Sometimes, he was not used to staying in the hands of a sword master for a long time. Thus, Ding Fingyun's busy military life began. The daily task was basically to train the troops under his command. Chen Hao watched with his own eyes as a well-trained army slowly took shape in front of Ding Fengyun. For some reason, Chen Hao thought of XVII again. XVII and Ding Fengyun really wanted to. They were both generals. However, the current Chen Hao felt that he was more like Ding Fengyun. That wasn't right. He felt like he was 1,000 years older than Ding Fengyun, or even 10,000 years older. After all, although Ding Fengyun was old, he was still full of energy and drive. He still had a goal. His hot-bloodedness had not diminished. He had his own goal, and he was determined to carry it out. But what about Chen Hao? But in terms of age, Chen Hao's 2 lifetimes added together was not as old as Ding Fengyun. However, when it came to his heart, Chen Hao discovered that his heart was incomparably old. There was no target, there was no drive, he was a salted fish that was muddle-headed all day long. The only thing that could persevere was to have a bowl of rice to eat. He kept urging the sword master to find time to kill some warriors so that the red blood sword could slowly evolve. Chen Hao still remembered that when he followed XVII, he took the initiative to teach 17 the art of war for a period of time. Although it was later proven that the art of war seemed to be useless and was far less useful than absolute strength, he had worked hard at that time. But now, he only occasionally spoke to the sword master. For the rest of the time, he was a silent bystander. A bystander, wasn't it good to be a bystander? Thinking of this, Chen Hao began to empty his mind again. Since he was already a salted fish, then he would continue to be a salted fish. After all, Chen Hao didn't have any unforgettable enemies, unforgettable relatives, lovers, or lofty goals. If it was an ordinary person, if it was a warrior, their lifespan was limited. Their limited lifespan urged them to work hard for their physical desires. But Chen Hao? He had no physical desires, no mental worries, and no threat of death. He was a sword. After thinking so much, Chen Hao suddenly realized. Ding Fengyun was not old. He was the old one. Unknowingly, 2 months passed. In these 2 months, Ding Fengyun did not let Chen Hao starve. He knew very well that he needed to rely on the power of the red blood sword to recover his strength. He knew very well that if he wanted to take revenge on the state of Jin, he also needed to rely on the red blood sword. He was very responsive to Chen Hao's needs. He also often brought the red blood sword, crossed the Wolf's Teeth Pass, and ran to the border cities of the state of Jin to kill some powerful warriors. The border between the state of Wu and the state of Jin was very long. It was actually very easy for him, a divine power realm warrior, to cross the border without anyone noticing. In about 3 months, Ding Fengyun slowly reached the late stage of the divine power realm. After reaching the late stage of the divine power realm, Ding Fengyun's actions of running to the state of Jin to kill experts slowed down. Because of his actions, the experts in the border cities of the state of Jin had already begun to panic. The experts in the border cities of the state of Jin had more or less figured out Ding Fengyun's strength. If Ding Fengyun continued, he might be surrounded and killed by a group of peak divine power realm experts. Moreover, at Ding Fengyun's level, it was already very difficult for him to continue to break through to the peak of the divine power realm, 20 peak divine power realm experts. Even a top faction with a domain realm expert might not be able to take out so many. Only the 2 armies of the state of Jin could possibly have so many peak divine power realm experts. After training for a certain period, Ding Fengyun even started to lead the Blood Demon Army to eliminate the mountain bandits in the north of the state of Wu. During peacetime, eliminating bandits was the best way to train soldiers. Especially the soldiers of the Blood Demon Army. Most of them were new soldiers. They had little blood chi on them, and the Blood Demon Army souls they formed were similarly weak. Only by killing as many enemies as possible and gathering as much blood and killing intent as possible could they become a true elite army. Were there many mountain bandits in the state of Wu? Of course, in this world, the disparity in martial strength was too great. An expert could easily kill thousands of people. This made the status of martial artists far above that of commoners. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. When there were many martial artists, there were also many disasters. Many martial artists relied on their strength to become bandits. Many of them relied on the great calamity to become rich. However, most of them were either really strong. The city guards could not do anything to them. Or they had connections with the major factions nearby and obtained protection, becoming the claws and teeth of those factions. Xianxia had seen many of these situations. Especially when Xianxia was following Deng Yifei, such situations could be found everywhere. Deng Yifei suppressed the bandits for the sake of world peace. Ding Fengyun suppressed the bandits for the sake of training his troops. Both sides had completely different goals, but what they were doing was the same. Ding Fengyun didn't care at all. Those bandits, whether they had a backer or not, were all wiped out as long as they encountered them. He didn't give anyone face, however, those forces with bandits in their hands couldn't do anything to Ding Fengyun. They didn't dare to face Ding Fengyun head-on. There was no other reason than the 200,000 troops in Ding Fengyun's hands. It was because the royal family of the Wu Kingdom stood behind Ding Fengyun. In the entire Wu Kingdom, the strongest was none other than the royal family of the Wu Kingdom. Then there was the Seven Ultimate Sect. The forces in their hands had been wiped out by Ding Fengyun. They could only swallow their pride and remember Ding Fengyun in their hearts. They fantasized that if they had the chance, they would definitely teach him a lesson. However, the similar thoughts of these forces could only be treated as thoughts. They would stay in the fantasy stage for the rest of their lives. They could only vent their anger for themselves. Within a year, Ding Fengyun led the Blood Demon Army and wiped out all the bandits in the northern part of the Wu Kingdom. He even wiped out some of the gangs and sects along the way. The reason was that they didn't obey discipline, didn't follow the law, and didn't respect the royal family. To be honest, many forces looked down on the royal power. The forces that were wiped out by Ding Fengyun were just a little overboard. However, Ding Fengyun wanted to make a big fuss out of nothing. However, the entire Wu Kingdom knew what Ding Fengyun was doing. He was training his troops. After a year, the Blood Demon Army was no longer the same as before. The murderous aura on the soldiers' bodies became stronger. They looked like real soldiers now. In the Blood Demon Army, when the other generals saw their soldiers like this, most of them revealed satisfied expressions. "Do you think you're satisfied?" Ding Fengyun's face was expressionless, making it difficult to figure out. A general said, "Great General, you've been in our Blood Demon Army for a year, and I feel that our combat strength has increased by at least 30%. It's already very good." Ding Fengyun asked the others, "What do you think?" "It's already very powerful. Those soldiers are all working very hard." "Yes, the current Blood Demon Army is already very strong." Ding Fengyun growled anxiously, "Not enough, I'm telling you, this is far from enough. Right now, the Blood Demon Army only has less than 50% of its peak strength. Moreover, the Great Jin Dynasty's 2 armies are recovering faster than us." "That's even better," Ding Fengyun said in a low voice. "Don't forget that our enemy is the Great Jin Dynasty, not the 2 small countries of East Qin and West Qin in the southern region. Our Blood Demon Legion is not dealing with 1 legion, but at least 2 legions. If the Blood Demon Legion only has this much strength, we are no match for them." All the generals in the tent fell silent. Ding Fengyun was speaking the truth. Their enemy was a dynasty, a powerful dynasty, not an ordinary country. Dajin's national strength was stronger, and they had more powerful martial artists. They could nurture more elite troops. With their current strength, if the Great Jin Dynasty's 2 legions invaded the Wu country, the Blood Demon Legion would have a hard time stopping them. Alas! Ding Fengyun sighed heavily. He turned around and looked at the generals who were dispirited by his words. "Of course, you can't be blamed for this. The main responsibility is still mine." "Great General, don't say that. You are already very strong." "That's right, we will continue to work hard. I will let my men train more." Let's increase the training first." Ding Fengyun thought for a while and said, "I will write a letter to ask His Majesty to prepare more meat for our brothers, more salary, and more cultivation resources." A general asked, "Is that possible?" Ding Fengyun asked, "Why not?" Right at this moment, another general asked, "Great General, can I ask you something?" "Actually, I admire you a lot, but there are some things that I still want to ask. It's uncomfortable to keep it in my heart." "Tell me." "The latest intelligence shows that the Great Jin Dynasty's 2 armies are frequently mobilizing. It seems like a sign of a war. That general asked worriedly, if the Great Jin dynasty really invades the Wu country, can we really stop them? The atmosphere in the tent turned cold again. Ding Fengyun knew that many soldiers in the Blood Demon army had such doubts. The Great Jin dynasty's suppression on the Wu country was simply too strong. Some people felt breathless just thinking about it. The current Blood Demon army was only at 50% of the strength of the Blood Demon army. Of the remaining 50%, one was the overall strength, and the other 40% was the unstoppable drive. The momentum of an army was really too important. The Blood Demon army had never experienced a hard battle since it was rebuilt. Without the tempering of blood and fire, without the joy of victory, they would never be able to become true elites. However, what made Ding Fengyun slightly relieved was that the two armies of the Great Jin dynasty were actually in a similar situation as the Blood Demon army. They had also just been rebuilt. They also had not experienced the test of a war. Ding Fengyun did not criticize that pessimistic general. Instead, he asked, "You used to be a general under me. I want to ask you, how is the difference between the Blood Demon army now and the Blood Demon army 20 years ago?" "Half." "What about the two newly rebuilt armies of the Great Jin dynasty?" "Probably about the same." "That's right." Ding Fengyun smiled and said, "Everyone's strength is only half of what it used to be. 20 years ago, I was able to destroy their two armies. 20 years later, when I face them again, do you think I will lose?" In the tent, the 10 generals with real power all looked at Ding Fengyun. Ding Fengyun raised his head high, his face full of confidence and high spirits. That pride and that confidence were like the winter sun, instantly dispelling the haze in their hearts. "You may not have confidence in yourselves, but I hope that you can have confidence in me." Ding Fengyun laughed and said, "I, Ding Fengyun, am much stronger than all of you. Great General is right. I believe in Great General." "That's right, following Great General is the right choice. 20 years ago, we were able to achieve a great victory. 20 years later, there is no reason for us to lose." "Very good, this is the spirit. If the Great Jin dynasty really dares to take the initiative to attack us, then I will definitely make them unable to return. I will let them know that 20 years ago, they were no match for us. 20 years later, they are still dogs." After the generals left, the confidence, calmness, and pride on Ding Fengyun's face instantly disappeared. It was as if he had changed his expression. Even Chen Hao was impressed. Chen Hao asked Ding Fengyun curiously, "If the two armies of the Great Jin dynasty attack, are you really confident?" "Actually, no." "No confidence? Then why did you pretend to be so confident just now?" "Because I'm the Great General," Ding Fengyun said helplessly. "Even if I'm not confident, I have to pretend to be confident. This is the only way my subordinates can be confident. The pressure that the Great Jin dynasty is giving us is too great. If I act like I'm not confident, the generals under me will also lose confidence. Then, the morale of their subordinates will also drop. The combat power of the entire army might also drop. They might even collude with the Great Jin dynasty because of their lack of confidence. An army that has lost morale is a group of sheep that can be slaughtered. An army that has confidence is a fierce tiger," Ding Fengyun said seriously. "At this time, I'm their support. I have to give them confidence, even if it's just an act." "Then who are you relying on?" "Of course, I can only rely on myself." Ding Fengyun was silent for a while. "Then, I have to rely on your ability." Chen Hao knew that it was not easy to be a great general. He carried the fate of the nation and controlled the lives of 200,000 soldiers. If he was not careful and made a wrong move, he could go down in history in infamy. 2 days later, Ding Fengyun left the army camp and came to a desolate mountain forest. He took out the red blood sword and said, "Let's begin. First level of the demon sword domain." The red blood sword domain was unfolded, and a blood-red aura spread out like a tide. Ding Fengyun calmed his mind and opened his divine sense to feel the demon sword domain. In the demon sword domain, he felt many concepts. He felt a bone-piercing murderous aura and a power that could confuse one's mind. This kind of power is not something anyone below the Khanate realm can withstand. If they stay here for too long, they might go berserk and lose their minds. Ding Fengyun commented. "Of course, this is the enemy's problem. However, my combat power is indeed increasing. I seem to be able to use some of the concepts in the demon sword domain. After feeling it for a while, Ding Fengyun continued, open the second level. The demon sword domain was blood red. Ding Fengyun, who had completely relaxed his mind, realized that he was starting to hallucinate. He seemed to see the scene from 20 years ago. He saw the subordinates who had followed him in battle 20 years ago. They were left behind in the Great Jin dynasty forever. When the Blood Demon Legion fled, they didn't even have time to collect their corpses. And now, those familiar yet unfamiliar subordinates of Ding Fengyun had appeared again. It's a terrifying hallucination. It seems to automatically target the weakness of one's inner demons and make people or things appear that one wants to forget. Innate realm warriors might go crazy if they stay in there for a long time. Ding Fengyun nodded and continued, red blood sword, open. The third level. This level of demonic sword domain was indeed unable to do anything to Ding Fengyun. After all, he used to be a pinnacle transcendent realm expert. Furthermore, he was an expert at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm who had fought his way out of the battlefield. Ding Fengyun opened the demonic sword domain to the 6th level before he stopped exploring. Because reaching the 6th floor was already enough. He just wanted to feel the subtle differences between the different levels of the demon sword domain so that he could use it to lead his troops into battle. As a result, he realized that if he really wanted to use the demon sword domain to increase the strength of the blood demon soldier's soul, using the first level was enough. If he used too much force, not only would he be crippled, but most of his 200,000 soldiers would also be crippled. On the third day after experiencing the demon sword domain, Ding Fengyun left the barracks with hundreds of soldiers. Ding Fengyun said, I've learned a rare secret technique that can increase your combat strength, but I've never tried it before, so I want you to cooperate with me. This secret technique might have an impact on your mental strength, but it's definitely not serious. I wonder if you're willing to cooperate? We're willing. Great General, please do as you wish. The soldiers of the Blood Demon Army didn't have much resistance to this matter. Firstly, Ding Fengyun's status in the army was very high. Secondly, they respected Ding Fengyun. After he took office, the army's combat strength had significantly increased. Of course, the most important reason was that Ding Fengyun was the great general. They had no right to say no. Ding Fengyun asked them so that they could be mentally prepared. He wasn't really asking for their opinions. If they said no. Haha, within the first level of the demon sword domain, the blood mist enveloped the 100 soldiers. At first, the soldiers were still somewhat worried, but soon, their faces flushed red. Ding Fengyun began to ask them how they felt. How do you feel? Very excited, I feel like my heart is beating very fast. Yes, I feel like I'm fighting. I feel like my body has become lighter. A soldier jumped on the spot. My strength seems to be increasing as well. Another soldier held a long spear and waved it in the air. I feel like I have endless energy. Ding Fengyun nodded. Within the demon sword domain, the killing intent was too strong. Many soldiers were affected by the killing intent. In addition, ordinary soldiers would also be affected by the concept contained in the demon sword domain. This included the speed domain and the strength domain. Another soldier said, I feel like I want to kill someone. I don't know why. I feel a little dizzy, I also want to kill someone. Ding Fengyun observed the two soldiers who said they wanted to kill someone. He noticed that their eyes were already blood red. The other normal Chi Hai soldiers also had red eyes. Under the influence of the demon sword domain, they were controlled by the chaotic consciousness. Their temper became more and more violent, and they became more and more aggressive. You too, let me see. I want to see how much stronger you two have become. Soon, the two Chi Hai soldiers started fighting. The more they fought, the fiercer they became, as if they were really angry. Then, they started to kill, as if they had a blood feud. Stop it. Ding Fengyun withdrew the demon sword domain, and the two soldiers who were fighting to the death slowly stopped. In fact, the reason why these normal soldiers could last so long in the first layer of the demon sword domain was because they were Ding Fengyun's subordinates. The red blood sword's influence on the enemy was far greater than the influence of the sword master. Although the sword master would be affected by the demon sword domain, compared to the sword master's enemies, the sword master would be affected much less. as for Ding Fingyun's subordinates, they were judged as allies. The influence of the demon sword domain was similar to that of the sword master. Alright, you guys rest for a while. The hundreds of soldiers immediately relaxed. They were still very excited when they felt the blood mist, but when the demon sword domain was withdrawn, they felt a wave of exhaustion. This exhaustion came from the mind. Ding Fengyun had already tested the effect of a layer of the demon sword domain on ordinary soldiers. Once the ordinary soldiers under him were in the demon sword domain, their combat strength would be greatly increased. It could probably increase their effectiveness by half. This was an extremely terrifying bonus. Of course, the side effects were equally powerful. That was, ordinary soldiers would easily lose their minds if they stayed in a layer of the demon sword domain for too long or experienced an intense battle. Such a double-edged sword really made people love and hate it. Moreover, Ding Fengyun knew. After staying in the demon sword domain for a long time, the soldiers' personalities might gradually become distorted, increasing the risk of chi deviation. After all, in such a dense atmosphere, it was difficult for one's personality not to be affected. After resting for half a day, Ding Fengyun saw that the 100 soldiers had recovered, so he began the second stage of the experiment. A layer of the demon sword domain appeared again, enveloping the soldiers. Now, you need to practice the Blood Demon Army's formation. 100 people were not enough to summon the Blood Demon Army's soul. If he wanted to summon the Blood Demon Army's soul, he would need at least 10,000 people. However, Ding Fengyun could judge how long they could last in the demon sword domain through the positioning of their formation and their control over their blood fiendish aura. After the experiment, Ding Fengyun heaved a sigh of relief. They could last for about 15 minutes in a layer of the demon sword domain. If they persisted any longer, it would cause irreversible damage to their minds. When Ding Fengyun put away the demon sword domain, hundreds of soldiers were paralyzed. Their faces were pale as they lay on the ground, panting heavily. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, looking very much like the sword master who used the crimson blood demon sword in the past. I hope that you can keep this matter a secret for the time being. We understand, Great General. Seeing that the soldiers were still struggling to stand up, Ding Fengyun waved his hand and said, "You guys should lie down." On the way back, Ding Fengyun kept talking about 15 minutes. 15 minutes, to Ding Fengyun, was actually already enough. 15 minutes was enough to change the outcome of a battle. After returning to the tent, Ding Fengyun said, "Next, we have to experiment on the effect of the demon sword domain on the Blood Demon Army's soul. If the demon sword domain can strengthen the Blood Demon Army's soul, that would be great." Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao silently watched Ding Fengyun. He didn't know if the demon sword domain would have a positive effect on the Blood Demon Army. Back then, XVII also had a similar experiment. However, XVII was unlucky. He had never led an army with a military soul. All he had was a bunch of miscellaneous troops. Ding Fengyun's starting point was much higher than 17's. As the days passed, Ding Fengyun slept less and less. His training of the Blood Demon Legion also gradually increased. Every day, he wouldn't stop training his subordinates until they couldn't get up from the ground. However, no one complained about him. This was because those with a keen sense of smell had already noticed that there were fewer and fewer merchants coming and going in the Teeth Pass. Businessmen were a bunch of people with a keen sense of smell. They had a wide network of connections and were very well informed. It was easy for them to detect the inclination towards war at the national level. Many experienced generals could tell whether there was a problem between the two countries just by looking at the number of merchants coming and going between the two countries. And that was indeed the case. Ding Fengyun had already received news that there were strange movements in the Wild Wolf Legion in the Great Jin Dynasty. The two legions that the Great Jin Dynasty had deployed to the north to deal with the Wu Kingdom were the Wild Wolf Legion and the Wild Tiger Legion. The Wild Tiger Legion's encampment was very close to the Blood Demon Legion. The Wild Tiger Legion's encampment was not far from the Teeth Pass. Their main mission was to defend and attack the Wu Kingdom. As for the Wild Wolf Legion, they were deployed at the border between the Yunliang country, the Wu Kingdom, and the Great Jin Dynasty. The location of the Wild Wolf Legion was the most disgusting for the Wu Kingdom. Once a war broke out, the Wild Wolf Legion could directly attack the Wu Kingdom or go through the Yunliang country and directly enter the western part of the Wu Kingdom, and the one defending the Wild Wolf Legion there was the other elite legion of the Wu Kingdom, the Blood Lizard Legion. More than 10 years ago, half of the Blood Lizard Legion was sent to occupy the land of Liangpingua. In recent years, as the strength of the Wild Wolf Legion recovered, the Wu Kingdom took the initiative to negotiate with East Qin and West Qin. The three parties reached a peace agreement. And the half of the Blood Lizard Legion that was sent to Liangpingua was gradually retracted to defend the Wild Wolf Legion. In other words, the Blood Demon Legion and the Blood Lizard Legion each had to defend an elite team of the Great Jin Dynasty. This created a lot of pressure for the Wu Kingdom, because the Wu Kingdom still had to face the Great Jin Dynasty's subordinate country, the Yunliang country, not to mention East Qin and West Qin. The Wu Kingdom could only use diplomatic means to win them over, hoping that when the war with the Great Jin Dynasty began, the two countries wouldn't interfere. In short, the Wu Kingdom had always been in a precarious situation. If not, why would Ding Fengyun be entrusted with such an important task when he returned? Time doesn't wait for me. Ding Fengyun sighed as he looked at the soldiers who were training hard. From Chen Hao's point of view, Ding Fengyun was the same as him. He was also lonely, but Ding Fengyun was luckier than him. At least Ding Fengyun had a goal and passion, and at least Ding Fengyun had someone to confide in. That's right, Ding Fengyun was almost defenseless in front of Chen Hao. Chen Hao was the person Ding Fengyun confided in. Perhaps the proud Ding Fengyun thought that in the entire Blood Demon Legion, only the Red Blood Sword, Jianling, was qualified to talk to him as an equal. Only the Red Blood Sword would help him keep it a secret, but in front of Ding Fengyun, Chen Hao had to hide many things from him. Is there really going to be a war? It should be. My sense of smell can't be wrong. Ding Fengyun took a breath as if he smelled blood in the air. Didn't you already know about the letter from His Majesty yesterday? Yesterday, the Emperor of the Wu Kingdom sent him a letter. It was a secret memorial. The content was very simple, but very worrying. The Tianyun dynasty, the archenemy of the Great Jin Dynasty, was at war, but the target was not the Great Jin Dynasty. If I were the Great Jin Dynasty, I would definitely not miss this opportunity. Ding Fengyun murmured, at this time, the Great Jin Dynasty has no reason to sit on the fence. This is their chance. Yes. They have two targets. One is the Tianyun Dynasty, and the other is the Wu Kingdom. Do you think they will choose the Wu Kingdom? They will definitely choose the Wu Kingdom. Ding Fengyun laughed. If they attack the Tianyun Dynasty, it may completely collapse. If the Tianyun Dynasty falls, they are likely to border with another more powerful empire. I don't believe that the Emperor of the Great Jin Dynasty will be so stupid. Let the Tianyun Dynasty be exhausted and let the Tianyun Dynasty continue to be their barrier. Is it the best choice to get rid of the Wu Kingdom first and steadily swallow the meat in their mouth? The rapidly decreasing merchants of the Great Jin Dynasty are the harbinger. Chen Hao mocked, you people who play with strategies are all black-hearted. If you don't have a black heart, how can you protect yourself? If you don't have a black heart, you won't even know how you die. Ding Fengyun laughed. I think you can understand Jianling. I understand. Chen Hao didn't have a heart, but he believed that if he really had a heart, if he took it out, it would definitely be black. It couldn't be any other color. Because of the strange movements of the Great Jin Dynasty, the Wu Kingdom also began to mobilize its army. In the entire northern part of the Wu Kingdom, even the city guards increased the training intensity. As long as there was a war, as long as the war was unfavorable, these trained city guards were the best source of soldiers. The price of food in the Wu Kingdom also began to rise. Even the civilians felt a sense of crisis. Ding Fengyun began to stay up all night. Every day, he took the general of staff to gesture at the map and make various marks on the map. Late at night, Ding Fengyun was scratching his hair again. Although Ding Fengyun's hair was only gray, it was thick and dense. At least for now, there were no signs of baldness. However, Chen Hao felt that if this continued, Ding Fengyun would not be far from baldness. Chen Hao began to harass Ding Fengyun again. Sometimes, I feel that you humans are quite boring. Since you don't want to fight, just surrender. Ding Fengyun said, anyone can surrender, but the royal family won't surrender. I won't surrender either. Not long after, Ding Fengyun received a secret memorial from the Wu Emperor. This time, it said that the Tianyun dynasty told them that the Tianyun dynasty needed to deal with the enemy with all their strength and could not help them deal with the Great Jin for the time being. This news was undoubtedly bad news for the Wu kingdom. Even the last bit of help was gone. When Qin Hao saw this scene, he was somewhat gloating. He also thought that war was likely to come. Although Qin Hao didn't want to think, he had no choice. His spiritual power was extremely huge, his knowledge was extraordinary, and his wisdom was not bad. It was just that he was lazy enough and didn't want to think too much. For a demonic sword, letting its imagination run wild all day was definitely a fatal wound. The provisions from the rear began to arrive. Just like that, time passed day by day. Ding Fingyun's spirit became more and more nervous. In the past few days, the ferocious Tiger Legion stationed outside the Yazhou Pass had been acting strangely. Their great army pressed down on the border, directly pressing down to the Yazhou Pass. In the past, people came and went in and out of the Teeth Pass, but now, not a single merchant passed through it. Everyone knew that a great battle was coming. Ding Fengyun stood on top of the city wall of Jia Pass. He looked at the white tents of the Wild Tiger Legion 10 kilometers away, his face solemn. Behind him were more than 10 divine tier generals. In front of him was the Wild Tiger Legion, a total of 180,000 people. There were 80,000 soldiers stationed in front of the Yazhou Pass, and 100,000 soldiers were stationed on the left and right sides of the pass. After all, if 180,000 people were all gathered in one place, it would be too crowded and they wouldn't be able to use their full strength. Ding Fengyun said in a low voice, judging from Yan Ling's posture, he should be taking the initiative to attack. Yan Lingke was the current great general of the Wild Tiger Legion. The former general of the Wild Tiger Legion had resigned long ago. A general said solemnly, they should be attacking in the next few days. Ding Fengyun looked at the map spread out at his feet and pointed to the left and right sides of the Teeth Pass. From the intelligence, the other party is very ambitious. They might attack the Teeth Pass head-on, then send 50,000 people to the left and right sides to outflank us. Then, they will surround us in one fell swoop and annihilate us all. Then, Great General, should we split up to defend? No, we can't split up. Ding Fengyun sneered. If the Wild Tiger Legion fought us head-on, I would still be a little worried. If they want to surround us, then they are thinking too much. Yes, Great General. Pay close attention to the left and right sides of the Wild Tiger Legion. Understood, Great General. Seeing Ding Fengyun standing at the Teeth Pass and giving orders, the soldiers stationed there, who were still somewhat nervous, relaxed a lot. Wherever Ding Fengyun went, the calmness and confidence he exuded, the decisiveness and straightforwardness in his words inexplicably made people feel at ease. No matter how worried and anxious he was, he would definitely not show it. From Qin Hao's point of view, Ding Fengyun was indeed a qualified great general. He was like a sea-stabilizing divine needle. Everyone, relax. It's just the Wild Tiger Legion. Ding Fengyun said loudly. If the Wild Tiger Legion and the Wild Wolf Legion came together, I would probably have a headache. If it's just one, our Blood Demon Legion has no need to fear them. 20 years ago, I was able to annihilate them once. 20 years later, they can forget about getting past the Teeth Pass. The soldiers at the Teeth Pass followed Ding Fengyun's tall and sturdy back with their gazes. Within the Wild Tiger Legion, when Ding Fengyun stood at the Teeth Pass, the Wild Tiger Legion generals with excellent eyesight also noticed him. A Wild Tiger Legion general gnashed his teeth and said, the one standing at the Teeth Pass is Ding Fengyun. Ding Fengyun wasn't the only one who wanted to take revenge for the blood feud from 20 years ago. The generals of the Wild Tiger Legion also wanted to take revenge for 20 years ago. Reports say that his cultivation has already recovered and he is once again in charge of the Blood Demon Legion. I thought that the reports were wrong, but it turns out to be true. Do you want us to rush up and kill him? Wild Tiger Legion's Yan Ling stopped him. Now is not the time. We can't be reckless. Although the Blood Demon Legion is not as strong as before, we can't be careless. After all, our opponent is Ding Fengyun. Although Ding Fengyun is my enemy, I still have to admit that he is very powerful. The somewhat impulsive general asked, Great General Yan, when should we attack? Let's not attack for now. Yan Ling laughed. Anyway, it's impossible for us to launch a surprise attack. We'll just keep the army here and put pressure on them. After all, the Heavenly Clouds dynasty can't help the Wu Kingdom right now, so we, the Great Jin, have the initiative. We can attack whenever we want. As long as we put enough pressure on them, maybe the Blood Demon Legion will collapse first. A general said, but that old bastard Ding Fengyun might not be fooled. Yan Ling laughed. Even if he understands our thoughts, he still has to guard against us. We can attack whenever we want. The weather was gloomy, as if it was a sign of impending unrest. After returning to the camp, Ding Fengyun immediately issued an order for the 200,000 soldiers to stand by. A general asked, "Great General, why is that?" Ding Fengyun said expressionlessly, "According to my judgment, the enemy is likely to attack tonight." "Great General, are you sure?" "I'm not sure, but we have to be careful." A general said worriedly, "But if our soldiers don't rest, it will affect the battle." Ding Fengyun insisted. "Even if it affects the battle, it's still better than being attacked." "We understand." Thus, Ding Fengyun's order was carried out. All the soldiers of the Blood Demon Legion knew that they couldn't rest tonight. They had to be ready for battle at any time. Soon, the sky darkened. In the middle of the night, Yan Ling received the news from the spies and laughed happily. "I didn't expect Ding Fengyun to be so weak." The surrounding generals came over and asked, "Great General, why do you say that?" "You'll know when you see the intelligence." The Wild Tiger Legion generals came over and read the information on the note. They couldn't help but laugh. The note said that Ding Fengyun believed that the Wild Tiger Legion was likely to attack tonight. He had ordered the 200,000 soldiers of the Blood Demon Legion to stand by to guard against the Wild Tiger Legion's sudden attack. This Ding Fengyun must be senile. Why does he think that we'll attack tonight? That's right. Maybe he's been in the countryside for 20 years and his brain can't think straight. Looks like the Great General's plan succeeded. Yes, we probably gave them too much pressure. They're all paranoid. As long as it happens a few more times, their combat strength will definitely drop. The soldiers of the Blood Demon Legion were all martial artists and had more energy than ordinary people. However, long-term lack of sleep would still affect their combat strength. There was no doubt about it. He was praised by his subordinates. Yan Ling felt a little smug. Thinking about the senile Ding Fengyun, he thought of something. If he could defeat the Blood Demon Legion, kill Ding Fengyun, and avenge the humiliation of Dajin 20 years ago, he would definitely be famous in Dajin and become the most promising general in Dajin. Let our men rest well. We have to wait patiently and try to take down the Blood Demon Legion in one fell swoop. In the entire Wu country, only the Blood Demon Legion is capable of fighting. As long as we take down the Blood Demon Legion, the entire Wu country will be ours. Yan Linka laughed. At that time everyone will be hardworking officials. I wish the Great General a great victory. I wish the Great General will eradicate Wu country in one fell swoop. Their meeting ended amidst a sea of compliments. In the latter half of the night, Ding Fengyun walked out of the camp. The sky was covered by clouds. There was no starlight or moonlight. Ding Fengyun gave an order to Fu Xiaofeng. Order the 200,000 soldiers of the Blood Demon Legion to get into formation and set off. Order all the generals without real power to fly into the sky and monitor each other and the surrounding movements. Yes, Great General. Fu Xiaofeng didn't ask why. After following Ding Fengyun for so many years, Fu Xiaofeng knew what to ask and what not to ask. As the captain of Ding Fengyun's personal guards, she only needed to listen to orders. More than 50 generals stood in the air. They were monitoring the surrounding movements and also monitoring the situation. Ding Yilong stood in the air, a little confused. He didn't understand why his father had called them out. Dajin hadn't declared war yet and hadn't launched a sneak attack on the Jaws. As Ding Fengyun's subordinate, Ding Yilong was confused. The other generals were even more confused. Even the assembled soldiers were at a loss. After receiving the order during the day, they didn't sleep tonight. They were all waiting for the enemy to launch a sneak attack. But now, they didn't hear the sound of the enemy attacking. After the 200,000 soldiers gathered, Ding Fengyun summoned 10 generals with real power and pointed at a red circle on the map. The 10 generals were shocked. That red circle was within Dajin's territory. It was where the 50,000 soldiers of the Wild Tiger Legion were stationed at the left flank. Great General, don't tell me you're taking the initiative to attack? Ding Fengyun asked, why not? We're taking the initiative to declare war? Why not? The 10 generals were stunned. One of the generals whispered, but our Wu kingdom is no match for Dajin. Anyway, even if we don't attack, they'll attack. It's just a matter of time. Why don't we give them a harsh blow first? Great General, have you asked for His Majesty's opinion? After all, declaring war on Dajin concerns the fate of the country. It's best to get His Majesty's approval. His Majesty will understand. Ding Fengyun glanced at the general who spoke and said, if you don't want to go, I won't force you, Great General, I'll go. Just go. Ding Fengyun said to the other generals, since you didn't expect me to attack the Wild Tiger Legion directly, they probably didn't expect me to declare war on them either. As long as we can get rid of their 50,000 soldiers first, our Blood Demon Legion will have the upper hand. Great General's decision is indeed crazy, but it's definitely feasible. I'll listen to Great General, yes, instead of waiting for them to attack us, why don't we strike first and gain the upper hand? Thus, the 200,000 soldiers of the Blood Demon Legion groped their way toward the Wild Tiger Legion's right flank. Even if they were careful, the commotion caused by the 200,000 soldiers was not small. However, with more than 50 Transcendent Realm experts scattered around, the scouts and hidden sentries of the Wild Tiger Legion were all silently removed by them. The Wild Tiger Legion's right flank was more than 20 li away from the Central Army near Jaws Pass. This distance was not considered far for the soldiers of the Wild Tiger Legion. When they were more than 10 li away from the Wild Tiger Legion's right flank, the general of the right flank discovered the Blood Demon Legion. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quick, report to the Great General! Ding Fengyun immediately ordered, no need to hide, just attack. Thus, the 200,000 soldiers of the Blood Demon Legion charged forward with all their might. It was like an earthquake. Ding Fengyun stood in the air, holding the red blood sword in his hand as he loudly ordered, Blood Demon Legion, get into formation. All the soldiers heard his order and began to control the blood energy on their bodies like they usually did in training, maintaining a resonance with their comrades around them. The blood-red blood energy rose, and a ferocious blood ghost appeared in the night sky. The blood ghost was enormous, and its entire body was blood-red. It was surrounded by a murderous aura. It had a pair of empty eyes with no pupils. It had a big mouth but no teeth. However, its mere appearance brought endless pressure to the people around it. Chen Hao once again witnessed the soul of the Blood Demon Legion's 200,000 soldiers. This military soul was at the mid-stage of the Grand Dominion realm, close to the late stage of the Grand Dominion realm. At the same time, the 50,000 Wild Tiger Legion soldiers also formed their military soul. It was a ferocious black tiger. However, with just one look, Chen Hao knew that the Blood Demon Legion would definitely win. That black tiger was only at the early stage of the Grand Dominion realm, close to the mid-stage of the Grand Dominion realm. Kill. Legion technique, Blood Ghost Devour Soul. The Blood Ghost military soul formed by the Blood Demon Legion opened its huge mouth and bit at the black tiger. Chen Hao had seen the soul of an elite army many times. Chen Hao knew the advantages and disadvantages of a soul soldier compared to an expert of the same level like the back of his hand. The biggest disadvantage of a soul soldier was that it couldn't be too far away from the army. Compared to domain realm martial artists of the same level, it lacked mobility. It couldn't be like ordinary domain realm experts who could just run away if they couldn't win. Of course, a soul soldier also had its advantages. For example, a soul soldier didn't have a physical body. Killing a soul soldier was more difficult than killing 2 or 3 domain realm experts of the same level. When 2 armies summoned their souls and fought head-on, the 2 souls were destined to fight head-on. The soul soldier summoned by the 200,000 soldiers of the Blood Demon Army had a huge advantage against the soul soldier summoned by the 50,000 soldiers of the Ferocious Tiger Army. The soul soldier bit the soul of the Ferocious Tiger Army, causing it to be heavily injured. Army technique, Blood Demon Soul Dispersal. Under Ding Fengyun's command, the soul soldier emitted a terrifying blood-red light. That blood-red light dyed the dark sky red. With one move, the Wild Tiger Army's soul in the air dimmed a lot. The 50,000 soldiers of the Ferocious Tiger Army turned pale. Some of the weaker soldiers even vomited blood. Everyone, hold on. Our reinforcements are coming. Hold on. Go for it. Reinforcements were indeed coming. However, it wasn't the 80,000 soldiers of the ferocious tiger army that were coming. It was the 20 divine-tier generals of the ferocious tiger army. The flying speed of a divine-tier expert was needless to say. Although they could rush over to help, the 80,000 soldiers of the ferocious tiger army weren't that fast. Ding Fengyun ordered, "Stop them." The 50 blood demon army generals stopped the 20 divine-tier experts of the ferocious tiger army. The 50 blood demon army generals couldn't help but laugh. Their advantage was simply too great. "Damn you, Ding Fengyun. How dare you start a war with Great Jin? Do you know what this means?" Ding Fengyun sneered when he heard that. What did it mean? Of course, he knew. Wu was indeed no match for Great Jin. Logically speaking, they should be on the defensive. However, Ding Fengyun's understanding was different from the other generals of weak countries. In Ding Fengyun's opinion, the two countries would go to war sooner or later anyway. Since there was going to be a battle anyway, why didn't he make the first move and cut off one of the enemy's arms? Army technique, blood smoke. There was a loud bang. The enormous violent Tiger Legion was forcibly scattered by the Blood Devil Army spirit. There were no surprises. The 50,000 Wild Tiger Legion was no match for the 200,000 Blood Demon Legion. The army spirit dissipated, and the 50,000 Wild Tiger soldiers turned pale. Many of them had blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. They were both heavily injured. After losing the protection of the army spirit, the morale of the 50,000 Wild Tiger soldiers dropped to zero. The morale of the Blood Demon Legion soared. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Yan Ling's eyes were about to split open, but there was nothing he could do. Retreat! Retreat! This was because the Blood Devil soldiers' ferocious ghost face was already aimed at them. There was no way the 20 or so Transcendent Realm experts would be a match for 50 or so Transcendent Realm experts and the Blood Devil army. Retreat, that was the wisest decision. However, Ding Fengyun had no intention of letting them off. This was because the 80,000 men of the Savage Tiger Legion had already arrived. It still took some time for the Blood Demon Legion to kill the 50,000 men of the Savage Tiger Legion. The 80,000 men of the Savage Tiger Legion had already traveled for some time. Although they were still some distance away from the Blood Demon Legion, however, this could not stop Ding Fengyun's determination to take revenge. "Soldiers, let's take advantage of the victory and pursue. Charge over." "All right." The 200,000 Blood Demon Legion soldiers immediately got into formation and charged toward the 100,000 men of the Savage Tiger Legion. Yan Ling and the other 20 or so Transcendent Realm experts fled to the front of the 100,000 Wild Tiger Legion soldiers and ordered loudly, "Pass down my order, we retreat, all retreat." When the generals of the Blood Tiger Legion, who had rushed over with the 80,000 men, saw their commander's order to retreat, they roughly knew what had happened. They immediately ordered the entire army to retreat. Thus, the 200,000 Blood Demon Legion soldiers chased with all their might, while the 80,000 Wild Tiger Legion soldiers fled with all their might. The Blood Demon Legion's morale was high, while the Wild Tiger Legion's morale plummeted. After chasing for a while, Ding Fengyun helplessly discovered that their 200,000 men could not catch up to the Wild Tiger Legion. He could only helplessly order a retreat. If they continued to chase, they would reach the hinterland of Great Jin. This was somewhat disadvantageous for them. Moreover, today's harvest was already very good. They had wiped out 50,000 elites of the Wild Tiger Legion and completely defeated their spirit. In the future, when the Blood Demon Legion faced the Wild Tiger Legion, they would definitely have the initiative and the advantage. Seeing the Blood Demon Legion begin to retreat in an orderly manner, Yan Ling's eyes were filled with hatred. He knew that he had lost today. He had lost because he had underestimated the enemy. He had lost because he had underestimated the enemy's courage. He had lost miserably. 50,000 Wild Tiger Legion soldiers were gone just like that. It was unrealistic to think that the remaining 130,000 Wild Tiger Legion soldiers could deal with the Blood Demon Legion now. After half a night of running, the 130,000 Wild Tiger Legion soldiers no longer had the will to fight. When they returned to Great Jin, the entire Blood Demon Legion soldiers felt that they were still in a dream. They were actually chasing after the Wild Tiger Legion of Great Jin today. The Wild Tiger Legion did not even dare to face them head-on and was scared witless. these Blood Demon Legion soldiers, who were still worried about the war a few days ago, were suddenly very optimistic about the prospects of the war. General Ding's command is still the best. The Wild Tiger Legion definitely did not expect us to take the initiative to launch a sneak attack. That's right. When we saw the Wild Tiger Legion camp, I was stunned. I also did not expect General Ding to be so bold. But we did it. That's right. We won. What Wild Tiger Legion? That's all there is to it. As long as General Ding is on our side, we will definitely win. That's right. Because of this great victory, the entire Blood Demon Legion's morale had been refreshed. The Blood Demon Legion's commander-in-chief's tent was brightly lit. Ding Fengyun sat on a chair while the other 10 generals stood respectfully on both sides. The 10 generals' worried expressions had long disappeared. They were all glowing, and their spirits were high. Their eyes were filled with excitement and joy. To them, this battle was too important. All this time, the name of Great Jin had been weighing down on their hearts. Now, they felt as if a mountain had been lifted from their chests. The Wild Tiger Legion seemed to be nothing more than that. General, you are really amazing. You even kept us in the dark. That's right. We were all kept in the dark. I thought that the general told us to be on standby last night to guard against the Wild Tiger Legion's sneak attack. Yes, we didn't expect this. If we didn't expect this, the Wild Tiger Legion definitely didn't expect this either. If you want to deceive the enemy, you have to deceive yourself first. Ding Fengyun said calmly. The Great Jin dynasty has been scheming to annex our country. I don't believe that they wouldn't plant spies in our Blood Demon Legion. Great General, you're right. That's right. As long as we can win, we can do anything. Ding Fengyun raised his head and looked at the 10 generals calmly. The 10 generals seemed to have realized that something was wrong, and they quickly hid the excitement on their faces. The Great Jin dynasty is still the Great Jin dynasty. Don't underestimate them just because of one victory. Do you understand? The 10 generals said in unison, we understand. As generals, you have to remain calm at all times. Ding Fengyun said earnestly. When your subordinates are disheartened, you have to remain optimistic. When your subordinates forget themselves, you have to remain calm. Great General, you're right. Ding Fengyun nodded. You may leave. Don't forget to arrange for people to be on duty to prevent sneak attacks. Okay. After the 10 generals left the tent, they discussed what Ding Fengyun said in low voices. The more they thought about it, the more they understood. After they left, a smile appeared on Ding Fengyun's cold face. Actually, he was very happy to be able to eliminate the Wild Tiger Legion in one fell swoop. It was just that he was good at maintaining his composure and didn't show his emotions on his face. That very night, Ding Fengyun wrote a memorial overnight, reporting to Emperor Wu about the strength of the war with the Great Jin dynasty today and obtaining a great victory. Of course, in the memorial, Ding Fengyun also hoped that Emperor Wu could think of a way to prevent the Great Jin dynasty's domain realm experts from participating in this kind of war again. If the battle escalated to domain realm experts, Ding Fengyun wouldn't be able to bear it. He hoped that Emperor Wu could think of a way to prevent the Great Jin dynasty from sending domain realm experts to battle. If he couldn't stop them, Ding Fengyun wasn't too optimistic about the direction of the war in the future. The Blood Demon Legion was strong, but he couldn't do anything against late-stage or even peak domain realm experts. The final elegy. It was indeed powerful. But he didn't want to use it until the last moment. Ding Fengyun wanted to crush Great Jin in a fair and square manner. After this battle, the Wild Tiger Legion did not appear at Jaws Pass again. According to the reports, the ferocious Tiger Legion had abandoned their original camp and retreated to a city in Great Jin. Clearly, they were scared of being beaten up. They were afraid that the Blood Demon Legion would attack them again. The 130,000 soldiers of the ferocious Tiger Legion had no confidence in fighting the 200,000 soldiers of the Blood Demon Legion. After all, Ding Fengyun was the one commanding the troops. Yan Ling originally looked down on Ding Fengyun. However, after this battle, Yan Linka and the generals of the Wild Tiger Legion in the past 20 years no longer dared to underestimate Ding Fengyun. Ding Fengyun stood in front of the pass and looked at the territory of Dajin. He said in a low voice, "Now, I can guard the pass, but I don't know how things are over there." Ding Fengyun headed in the direction of the Yunliang kingdom. The Blood Lizard Legion made Ding Fengyun very worried. The combat strength of the Blood Lizard army was actually not bad, as they were a veteran legion of the Wu country. They had not suffered any heavy losses in the past 100 years. Therefore, with the Blood Lizard army's strength, it shouldn't be much of a problem to resist the Wild Wolf army. The problem was with the Yunliang kingdom. The Yunliang kingdom was a vassal state of Dajin. The Yunliang kingdom's emperor had long submitted to Dajin, although he was only a small country. They also had about 100,000 elites. Half a month later, there was no friction at the border. Even though Ding Fengyun had started the battle first, Yan Ling still led his 100,000 ferocious tiger legion to cower in fear. As for Ding Fengyun, he did not make any moves. He was still waiting. He was waiting for Wu Jing's reply. Not long after, Ding Fengyun received a reply. In the letter, Emperor Wu told him that he had sought out the Seven Ultimates sect. After paying a price, the Seven Ultimates sect's martial alliance elder agreed that they would not let the Dajin dynasty's domain realm experts take action. Also, the Tianyun dynasty, which was at war, also expressed that they would also exert their influence and would definitely not let the Dajin dynasty send out domain realm experts. If the Dajin dynasty dares to send out domain realm experts, our Tianyun dynasty dares to do the same. With Emperor Wu, the Seven Ultimate sect, and the Tianyun dynasty's guarantee, Ding Fengyun heaved a long sigh of relief. There was naturally no need to mention the Tianyun dynasty. From their tone, it was obvious that they had been forced into a corner. People who were forced into a corner would definitely dare to act recklessly, as long as they were given a suitable reason. The Seven Ultimate sect was the #1 sect in the Wu kingdom. The Seven Ultimate sect was an important member of the Martial Alliance. Although the Seven Ultimate sect was a demonic sect, it was one of the rare sects that kept their promises. As long as the Seven Ultimate sect guaranteed, the Dajin dynasty's domain realm experts would have to risk their lives if they wanted to take action, unless they really had the means to hide the truth from the Martial Alliance. It was absolutely impossible for them to hide the truth from the Martial Alliance. In the Martial Alliance, the most important members were the various large sects and factions. Although the factions of the Central Region's countries were in no way inferior to many sects, the influence these countries and factions had in the Martial Alliance was extremely limited. The Central Region was very unique. It first had sects and factions before it had countries. Hence, after the Martial Alliance was established, those that joined the Martial Alliance were mostly sects and factions. In the past 50 years, the Martial Alliance, which had always kept a low profile, gradually became high-profile and accepted the 5 empires of the Central Region. Chen Hao knew that the boulder that was pressing down on Ding Fengyun's chest had been removed. Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage and Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle experts were truly putting a lot of pressure on him. As such, after waiting for another 13 days, Ding Fengyun suddenly received an urgent report. The Blood Lizard Legion had been defeated by the combined forces of the Wild Wolf Legion and the Yunliang Kingdom's Demon Snake Legion. The Blood Lizard Legion had lost nearly 70,000 troops and had already retreated. They had strategically abandoned 3 cities. The Blood Lizard Legion did not request for reinforcements from the Blood Demon Legion. They only passed this information to Ding Fengyun. However, the meaning behind it was obvious. The Blood Lizard Legion had been defeated. In order to preserve their strength, they were forced to retreat. They were no longer able to withstand the combined forces of the Wild Wolf Legion and Demon Snake Legion. If the Blood Demon Legion did not provide reinforcements, then the Wild Wolf Legion and Demon Snake Legion could only charge in. The other generals also received the news. They cursed the Blood Lizard Legion in their hearts for being useless, but there was nothing they could do. "Great General, what do we do? Do we provide reinforcements? Let me think about it." Ding Fengyun said slowly, "Anyway, there's no need to panic. The Blood Lizard Legion has been defeated. Even if we go over now, we can only defend a few cities." The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer one had to be. Being impulsive would not solve any problems, Ding Fengyun was very clear. Even if they rushed over now, they would only be able to defend a few more cities. It would not affect the overall strategic situation at all. They might even be ambushed by the Wild Wolf Legion on the way. That would be truly tragic. Most importantly, the 130,000 soldiers of the Wild Tiger Legion were still outside the Jaw Pass. Although the Wild Tiger Legion had suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, it was not that they did not have the strength to fight. Once the Blood Demon Legion left the Jaw Pass, the Wild Tiger Legion would definitely charge in. They might even be able to join forces with the Wild Wolf Legion and the Snake Demon Legion to pincer the Blood Demon Legion. At that time, the entire battle would be over. Just as Ding Fengyun was having a headache, Yanlinka was overjoyed in the Wild Tiger Legion. He had also received news that the Wild Wolf Legion and the Snake Demon Legion had joined forces to defeat the Blood Lizard Legion. If it was before, Yanlinka might have been unhappy when he received the news that the Wild Tiger Legion had not lost 50,000 men. He would have been unhappy that the Wild Wolf Legion had achieved merit first. But now, after the Wild Tiger Legion had lost 50,000 men, Yanlinka's thoughts had changed. Since it was no longer the Blood Demon Legion, the Wild Wolf Legion defeating the Blood Lizard Legion was indirectly helping him. It was helping him make up for his previous mistake. Now, the Wild Wolf Legion and the Snake Demon Legion had invaded the Wu Kingdom. The Blood Demon Legion was faced with a dilemma. If they left the Jaw Pass to deal with the Wild Wolf Legion, the Wild Tiger Legion would have a chance. If the Blood Demon Legion only divided their forces to deal with the Wild Wolf Legion, that would be good too. At least the Blood Demon Legion stationed at the Jaw Pass would be reduced by an appropriate amount. At that time, the Wild Tiger Legion would still have a chance. As long as they could attack the Wu Kingdom, capture more cities, and even eliminate a portion of the Blood Demon Legion, Yanlinka would be able to redeem himself. Ding Fengyun pondered for half an hour, but he still could not make up his mind. Great General, if the Wild Wolf Legion and the Snake Demon Legion continue to wreak havoc in the Wu Kingdom, our losses will be great. And we have to be on guard against the Wu capital. Yes, we are afraid that the Wild Wolf Legion will surpass Wu Jingchong. Ding Fengyun shook his head. It's fine. It's almost impossible for them to invade the Wu capital with just one legion. Although the Blood Lizard Legion is somewhat useless, they are still quite good at defense. We can't go and rescue them. If we do, what will happen to the Blood Tiger Legion? One of the generals suggested, what about splitting up? Ding Fengyun refuted, divide our forces? If we divide too little, it won't be of much use. If we divide too much, it will instead provide an opportunity for the Wild Tiger Legion. Then what should we do? Ding Fengyun looked at the strategic map in his mouth and muttered, what else can we do? Of course it's a fight. Hit who? Ding Fengyun pointed at Upper Azure City, where the Wild Tiger Legion was stationed. Hit him. All the generals were stunned. They were going to attack the cities of Great Jin. In the south of the Great Jin dynasty, there are only the Wild Tiger Legion and the Wild Wolf Legion. Let's compete with the Wild Wolf Legion and see who is more ruthless. Understood. When Ding Fengyun confirmed that his target was Upper Azure Town, they all understood what their great general wanted to do. If it was in the past, they might have doubted Ding Fengyun's decision. If it was in the past, they might have been afraid to face the Wild Tiger Legion. But now, they would not be. They were confident that they could defeat the Wild Tiger Legion. It was impossible for them to ambush the Wild Tiger Legion again. After suffering a loss once, how could Yanling not be on guard? Therefore, Ding Fengyun decided that this time, he would not use any fancy tricks. He would directly face them head-on. After the Wild Tiger Legion lost 50,000 men last time, the Blood Demon Legion had a huge advantage over the Wild Tiger Legion, whether it was in terms of mentality or overall strength. Therefore, the next morning after receiving the news, Ding Fengyun gathered 200,000 men and rushed toward Upper Azure City in a grandiose manner. Reporting, Great General, 200,000 soldiers of the Blood Demon Legion are rushing toward Upper Azure City. Yanling quickly received the news that the Blood Demon Legion was coming. When he heard the news, Yanling was so gloomy that he was about to drip water. He never dreamed that Ding Fengyun would be so decisive. He did not care about the Wild Wolf Legion and the Demon Snake Legion in the country and directly wanted to find trouble with him. Damn it! Damn it! Yanling smashed a chair with his palm and said angrily, this Ding Fengyun, why does he have to go against me? Great General, what should we do? What else can we do? Defend the city. One of the generals whispered, but can we win? Even if we can't win, we still have to fight. Yan Ling was forced into a corner by Ding Fengyun. If he gave up on Upper Azure City, the entire state of Jin would condemn him. There was no other reason than the fact that the Wild Wolf Legion had already defeated the Blood Lizard Legion. If he lost and abandoned the city, he would not be able to establish himself in the military anymore. The label of incompetent would definitely be placed on him. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yan Ling did not want to abandon the city and leave. Upper Azure City was an important military town of the state of Jin. Needless to say, its fortifications were sturdy and could be compared to an impenetrable fortress. However, even an impenetrable fortress like this could not stop a domain realm expert. Yan Ling stood on the city wall and looked at the blood-red army slowly appearing on the horizon. He took a deep breath. He just wanted to hold on as long as he could. The soldiers of the Wild Tiger Legion stood on the city wall with solemn expressions. They knew that a battle of life and death was about to begin. 200,000 blood demons could encircle Upper Azure City on both the inside and the outside. However, Ding Fengyun had no intention of splitting his forces. At a time like this, he had to combine all his forces into one. He stood in midair and commanded loudly, "Blood Demon Legion soldiers, get into formation and summon the army spirit." "Ding Fengyun, I won't let you have it easy." Yan Ling gritted his teeth when he saw the blood-red ghost slowly taking shape. "Wild Tiger Legion soldiers, get into formation." The entire Upper Azure City was a military stronghold. The 130,000 soldiers of the Wild Tiger Legion also got into formation and summoned the army spirit, the Wild Tiger Legion. The moment the Wild Tiger Legion appeared, it occupied almost half of the sky above Upper Azure City. Chen Hao immediately saw through the Wild Tiger Legion's strength. It was also at the mid-stage of the domain realm, but it was weaker than the Blood Demon Legion. The Wild Tiger Legion of the state of Jin lived up to its reputation. Even with only 130,000 soldiers, they could still summon mid-stage domain realm army spirits. However, the size of the Blood Demon Legion's army spirit was even larger than the Wild Tiger Legion. Looking down from the sky, one could see a huge blood-red blood ghost and a huge black tiger facing off against each other. Ding Fengyun did not say much and directly used the Legion technique. Legion technique, Blood Demon Soul Devourer. Legion technique, Raging Flames. The two massive army souls clashed. The soldiers of the Blood Demon Army and the Wild Tiger Army trembled as their faces turned pale. However, the soldiers of the Wild Tiger Army suffered more damage than the Blood Demon Army. It couldn't be helped. The Blood Demon Army had the advantage in numbers. Even the army souls they summoned were stronger than the Wild Tiger armies. Yan Ling shouted, "Continue. Hold on." As for Ding Fengyun, he didn't say a word. His soldiers didn't need his encouragement. Army technique, Blood Demon Soul Claw. With one move, the ground shook. Even the towering city walls of Upper Azure Town had collapsed. This was the power of a domain realm. No matter how sturdy the city walls were, they couldn't withstand a casual attack from a domain realm army soul. Hold on. As long as we hold on, we can drag the battle into a defensive battle. There was a limit to how many army souls could appear. When two elite armies fought, if they were evenly matched, the army souls of both sides would dissipate at the same time. Then, they wouldn't be able to summon another army soul for a short period of time. Yan Ling's plan was to let the Wild Tiger Army and the Blood Demon Army fight until both sides suffered heavy losses, when both sides couldn't summon their armies for the time being. If the Blood Demon Army wanted to attack Upper Azure City, they would have to engage in a conventional siege battle. At that time, the Wild Tiger Army could rely on Upper Azure City's sturdy walls to resist the Blood Demon Army's attack. In that case, the Blood Demon Army would suffer a great loss. How could Su Yang not know what Yan Ling was thinking when he saw the Wild Tiger Army's resistance? As an old general who had fought on the battlefield for more than 100 years, Ding Fengyun's rich battle experience and talent far surpassed Yan Ling's. "Crimson Blood, we must take Upper Azure City. It's best if the Wild Tiger Army stays here forever. I need your help now." "No problem." "Okay." Ding Fengyun pulled out his red blood sword and shouted, "Demon Sword Domain Level 1. In an instant, Ding Fengyun's body emitted a terrifying blood-red aura. That aura instantly engulfed the surroundings and enveloped the entire Blood Demon Army. The blood-red aura continued to spread, covering an area of 100 miles in a bloody mist, including the Wild Tiger Army's Upper Azure City. The entire city was filled with a cold, blood-red mist. Yanling stretched out his hand, but he couldn't grab anything. What the hell is this? He turned his gaze to Ding Fengyun, who was hovering in the air outside the city. Yanling could feel a bone-piercing chill in the blood mist. Not good. Yanling was an expert at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, so he immediately noticed that something was wrong with the blood mist. The blood mist was made up of baleful blood energy. It was filled with killing intent, terrifying ravings, and even had the ability to cause people to hallucinate. He knew very well what kind of negative effects it would have on ordinary soldiers if they were exposed to such an environment. But no matter what Yanling thought of, he could not disperse this blood mist. Right at this moment, above the blood demon army, the terrifying and malevolent blood demon suddenly roared towards the sky. Following this ear-piercing roar, the blood demon army spirit's body began to expand again. Xianxia saw the strength of the blood devil's military soul. Under the influence of the devil sword domain, it directly broke through to the domain realm. The faces of the soldiers of the blood demon legion were flushed red, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. However, they did not lose their minds. At least, before the Wild Tiger Legion collapsed, they would not collapse. Because they were Ding Fengyun's subordinates, the pressure they endured in the Devil Sword domain was far less than the Wild Tiger Legion. It was also at this moment that Yanling discovered that the Wild Tiger Legion above the Wild Tiger Legion was beginning to weaken. It was originally very simple. A portion of the soldiers in the Wild Tiger Legion had gradually lost their minds. It was impossible for the soldiers who were gradually losing their minds to continue using military formations. After losing the support of this portion of soldiers, the strength of the Wild Tiger Legion began to decline. There was nothing strange about that. As long as they were still enveloped by the Devil Sword domain, soldiers would continue to lose their minds, and the strength of the Wild Tiger Legion would continue to decline. This was without a doubt. Xianxia had long known that the Devil Sword domain was the nemesis of all military souls. It was the nightmare of all elite armies. As the great general, Ding Fengyun was naturally very clear. Recently, he had been experimenting every day with the effects of the Devil Sword domain on the army. Ding Fengyun's old face revealed a mocking smile. Army skill, blood demon soul devouring. The huge blood demon bit the Wild Tiger Legion. The Wild Tiger Legion let out a miserable howl. In the Wild Tiger Legion's formation, tens of thousands of soldiers were directly shaken to the point of dizziness. They collapsed in the military formation and lost their ability to fight. Thus, under Yanling's despairing gaze, the blood demon began to devour the Wild Tiger Legion. The Wild Tiger Legion wanted to resist, but it was somewhat powerless. No matter how much Yanling used the army skill, he was helpless. Soon, nearly 3 Wild Tiger Legion soldiers lost consciousness. However, this was not the most devastating thing. The most fatal thing was that some of the crazy soldiers raised their weapons and began to attack their comrades crazily. The Wild Tiger Legion was outside. Under the attack of the Blood Demon Legion, the Wild Tiger Legion's soul gradually weakened. Inside, due to the influence of the Devil Sword domain, the Legion began to gradually disintegrate. This caused the Wild Tiger Legion's soul to become weaker and weaker. Everyone could not see any hope, including Yanling. Great General! Retreat, retreat immediately! Yanling roared. Divine Power Realm experts, cover the rear. Everyone retreat. Under Yanling's orders, the Wild Tiger Legion began to retreat in an orderly manner. However, Ding Fengyun naturally would not let them retreat so easily. He directly ordered the Divine Power Realm experts under him to chase after the fleeing Wild Tiger Legion. The battle lasted for 4 hours. The Wild Tiger Legion was defeated, leaving behind more than 90,000 corpses. As for Ding Fengyun's side, because of the direct battle with the Wild Tiger Legion's army spirits, they lost more than 7,000 people. These people were all killed by the recoil force of the battle between the two military souls. Although army spirits did not have a physical body, they could still be injured. In a battle between army spirits, there would also be casualties. A large portion of the injuries they suffered would be transmitted to the soldiers. If Ding Fengyun had not used the Devil Sword domain at the last moment, the Blood Demon Legion would have had to pay a huge price to defeat the Wild Tiger Legion. In addition, when the Blood Demon Legion chased after the Wild Tiger Legion, they lost more than 10,000 people. The ordinary Wild Tiger Legion soldiers were already injured at that time and only cared about running for their lives. Naturally, they would not cause too much damage to the Blood Demon Legion. These 10,000 people were mostly caused by the Divine Power Realm Generals of the Wild Tiger Legion. Of course, the Divine Power Realm Generals of the Wild Tiger Legion had also suffered heavy losses. The 200,000 Blood Demon Legion soldiers had killed more than 80,000 people of the Wild Tiger Legion at the cost of more than 10,000 people. It could be considered a complete victory. The Wild Tiger Legion only lost 50,000 men. The Blood Demon Legion had crippled the Wild Tiger Legion in the Battle of Upper Azure City. For a long time, the Wild Tiger Legion would not be able to recover their fighting strength. Ding Fengyun ordered people to write a battle report to inform Emperor Wu of this great victory. After repeating this 3 times, he was satisfied and sent someone to deliver the letter. Next, Ding Fengyun sent troops to clear out the stubborn people in Upper Azure City who were unwilling to surrender. After a day, the Blood Demon Legion completely occupied Upper Azure City. After winning the battle, the Blood Demon Legion's morale was high. Ding Fengyun was in a good mood when he saw the proud faces of the Blood Demon Legion. A true elite legion was formed through fighting. Victory after victory, defeat after defeat, accumulated bit by bit with the lives of the enemy and the lives of their comrades. In Ding Fengyun's opinion, the Blood Demon Legion had finally regained its former glory. However, Su Yang also knew that the Red Blood Sword's help was the most important reason for their great victory. Without the Red Blood Sword, he could have defeated the Wild Tiger Legion, but the Blood Demon Legion would have suffered heavy losses and would not be able to fight again. Now, with the help of the Demonic Sword Realm, the Blood Demon Legion did not suffer heavy losses. After a short period of recuperation, they could enter the battle again. However, after occupying Upper Azure City, there was a very real problem in front of him. Should they return to reinforce the Blood Lizard Legion and deal with the Blood Wolf Legion and Demon Snake Legion, or continue to attack the Jin Dynasty's cities? The Wild Tiger Legion had been crippled. Now, Ding Fengyun did not have to worry about being attacked from both sides after returning to reinforce them. This required Ding Fengyun to make a decision. Ding Fengyun's subordinates were all asking for his opinion. "Great General, what do you think? What do you all think?" "We all think that returning to reinforce them is safer. If we can defeat the Wild Wolf Legion and Demon Snake Legion, the Wu Kingdom can rest easy." Ding Fengyun closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "If we return to reinforce them, if we can defeat the Wild Wolf Legion and Demon Snake Legion, we can indeed rest easy. However, these assumptions are based on us winning. What if we lose?" The generals fell silent. "If we rush back now, will we be ambushed by the Wild Wolf Legion and Demon Snake Legion?" Ding Fengyun continued, "Even if we go back, if we travel day and night, won't the soldiers feel tired? Do we have the confidence to win against Mad Wolf and Demonic Snake with our exhausted army? Most importantly, the Berserk Wolf Legion has 200,000 soldiers, the Demon Snake Legion has 100,000 soldiers, and we have 190,000 soldiers. Will we be able to defeat the joint forces of 2 elite legions? Isn't there still the Blood Lizard Army? The Blood Lizard Army has lost 40,000 men. Their battle prowess has been greatly reduced. I don't have much hope for them." Ding Fengyun shook his head and continued, "Also, have you considered what we'll get even if we defeat Mad Wolf and Magic Snake?" The generals were puzzled. "What do we get? We can't get anything. This can only weaken the strength of the Jin Dynasty. But what's the use of weakening their strength? Even if we're lucky enough to defeat the 2 legions, the great Jin Dynasty can still send more legions to deal with us. By then, will we still have the ability to continue fighting?" "Then the great general means, continue fighting." Ding Fengyun immediately revealed his intentions. "While we've defeated the Wild Tiger Army, we'll continue to fight northward and occupy their cities. It would be best if the Wild Wolf Army and the Magic Snake Army came all the way here to fight us. Will they come over?" "Definitely, as long as we continue to win." Ding Fengyun smiled. "Don't forget that although the great Jin Dynasty is tyrannical, they only arranged 2 elite legions in the south. We've completely defeated Mad Tiger Legion, and Mad Wolf Legion is in our country. The south of the Great Jin Dynasty doesn't have any powerful elite legions. The current Great Jin Dynasty is defenseless against us. But in our country, at least our Blood Lizard army is still there. Even if they've lost 40,000 men, their battle prowess is still intact. As long as they try their best, they can definitely slow down the speed of Mad Wolf Legion's attack. And our Blood Demon Legion is definitely faster than Mad Wolf Legion. The generals fell silent. They had to admit that Ding Fingyun's words made sense. We'll compete to see who can't hold on first. Ding Fengyun gritted his teeth and said, whoever can't hold on first will retreat. Whoever can't hold on first will take the initiative to come over and be beaten. Ding Fengyun lowered his voice and said, the Great Jin Dynasty is very wealthy. It has more money and resources than our Wu Kingdom. For every city you conquer, I can let you plunder for 3 days. You can plunder as much as you want. If you can't plunder, you can send troops to plunder. The eyes of the 10 generals burned with fire. Of course, you can share some of the things you plunder with the ordinary soldiers. As for His Majesty, I will persuade him to release his authority and allow you to take 70%, no more. Everyone, our opponent is the wealthy Great Jin Dynasty. Other than the Blood Demon Legion, no other legions in the Wu Kingdom have the guts and ability to lead you into the Great Jin Dynasty. As long as you plunder enough, the families behind you can also benefit. This is a good thing for the future generations. We'll do it. Yes, we'll follow the Great General. That's right, I'll follow the Great General. We'll attack wherever the Great General tells us to. Good. Ding Fengyun slammed the table. I'll arrange for other armies to take over Upper Azure City. We'll continue to conquer all of the Great Jin Dynasty's Lihe County. After the meeting ended, the 10 generals were full of energy. They were already thinking about how many good things they could plunder from the Great Jin Dynasty. Thus, on the 3rd day after the Blood Demon Legion took over Upper Azure City, the 190,000 Blood Demon Legion split into 3 groups and attacked Minliao City, Menchong City, and Dongjiang City at the same time. Ding Fengyun personally led his troops to attack Dongjiang City. According to the information from the intelligence network, Xianxia had gathered the 50,000 defeated Wild Tiger Legion and was currently guarding Dongjiang City. When he learned that Ding Fengyun was personally leading 90,000 troops to Dongjiang City, Xianxia was so angry that he cursed Ding Fengyun for going too far. This old bastard, why doesn't he go deal with the Wild Wolf Legion? Why does he continue to cause trouble for us? Great General, that old bastard Ding Fengyun is not only causing trouble for us. He's also splitting his troops to attack Minliao City and Menchong City. Does he not plan to go back and support the Blood Lizard Legion? The general under Xianxia said helplessly, I think so. What's he thinking? Xianxia rubbed his temples. He felt a headache coming on. Great General, what do we do now? Continue to defend the city? Xianxia asked angrily, defend the city? Tell me, how are we going to defend the city? With the 50,000 defeated troops we have? Then of course we're going to retreat. Given the current situation, Xianxia had no choice but to give up on East River City. After the defeat at Upper Azure City, most of the 50,000 soldiers that he had just gathered were injured, and their morale was at an all-time low. If he were to meet Ding Fengyun's 90,000 soldiers now, he would be sending himself to his death. Therefore, he might as well take the last of the Wild Tiger Legion's resources and run away, reducing his losses and waiting for a comeback. When Ding Fengyun arrived at East River City, a white flag was hung on the city walls. When they found out that the Blood Demon Legion was about to attack the city and that the Wild Tiger Legion had abandoned the city and fled, the morale of the city's mayor and city guards also plummeted. Even the ordinary citizens of the Great Jin Dynasty cursed the Wild Tiger Legion behind their backs when they saw them flee. General, a white flag has been raised on the city walls. What should we do? Send a few people in to take a look. Soon, the mayor and city guard commander of East River City personally came out to surrender. They were very humble. When the Eastern River City's city lord and the city guard commander surrendered, they felt extremely at ease. After all, it was the Wild Tiger Legion that had abandoned them first. Even the Wild Tiger Legion had fled upon hearing the news. With their little combat power, it was only natural for them to surrender. Seeing that the East River City's mayor and higher-ups were so tactful, Ding Fengyun naturally wouldn't make things difficult for them. He simply spared their lives. He just took his men to raid their homes. Although the mayor and city guard commander felt their hearts ache when they saw this, they felt relieved when they thought about how they had saved their lives. Money was just a worldly possession. As long as they were alive and had the strength, they could earn it back. In the following period of time, Ding Fengyun chased after Xianxia with all his might. He looked like he wouldn't rest until he had wiped out the entire Wild Tiger Legion. As for Xianxia, he had already been scared out of his wits by Ding Fengyun. The soldiers under him were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They passed by one city after another, and then fled. What Xianxia didn't know was which city he had abandoned and which city had surrendered immediately upon encountering the Blood Demon Legion. There was no chance of any resistance. The 50,000 fleeing Mad Tiger Legion soldiers inadvertently spread the panic brought by the Blood Demon Legion everywhere. Therefore, in 25 days, Ding Fengyun directly occupied Xvii city of the Great Jin dynasty. The other two armies occupied 8 and 5 cities respectively. In a short 25 days, Ding Fengyun's Blood Demon army had taken over 30 cities in Lihe County. Every time they conquered a city, they would need to send an ordinary army of the Wu Kingdom to guard it. However, the speed at which the Blood Demon Legion conquered the cities was so fast that the ordinary legions couldn't keep up. Looking at the carriages of precious cultivation resources from the Great Jin dynasty, after being checked and recorded, they were loaded onto the carriages and transported back to the country. Every soldier of the Blood Demon Legion had smiles on their faces. This was because they had a share of their cultivation resources and wealth. The logistical soldiers of the Blood Demon Legion needed to transport the items back to their home countries and deliver them to every family. Of course, as the logistics team of the Blood Demon Legion, they could also obtain a portion of the spoils of war. Even though the number was very small and far less than the number of Blood Demon Legion soldiers on the front lines, it was enough to make them beam with joy. Now, they almost didn't transport rations anymore. The Blood Demon Legion's food and drink all depended on stealing from the Great Jin dynasty. Their daily job was to transport the spoils of war back to their home countries, then drive the empty carriages to the Great Jin dynasty and continue to transport the spoils of war. Looking at the carriages full of treasures that were about to overflow, a middle-aged logistical soldier said, "It's a pity. Back then, I wanted to join the Blood Demon Legion, but because my strength wasn't qualified and I was too old, I was rejected. Otherwise, I would definitely be following behind Great General Ding and snatching money everywhere." A young soldier said, "These treasures were obtained by the Blood Demon Legion with their lives. Do you think this money is easy to earn? It's real money." The middle-aged soldier chuckled and said, "Don't you know? Do you think those soldiers are really risking their lives? Let me tell you, when Great General Ding defeated the Mad Tiger Legion, he only lost about 10,000 people. The remaining 190,000 people didn't encounter any resistance at all. Do you know what they are doing every day? What are they doing? They are busy occupying cities every day and then snatching those rich families. After snatching the rich families, they continue to occupy cities and snatch the rich families. Won't they lose people if they occupy cities?" The middle-aged soldier said disdainfully, "Dead my ass. I just heard a friend of mine from the Blood Demon Legion say that they followed Great General Ding and snatched the 17 cities in 25 days. They didn't even kill a single person, not a single person died." Don't kill? Soldiers don't kill? Don't kill people? Kill my ass. Those city lords all surrendered when they heard Great General Ding's name. Those Blood Demon Legion soldiers followed Great General Ding's ass and robbed as soon as they entered the city. Those so-called large families didn't even dare to fart. They were extremely obedient. The eyes of the logistical soldiers of the Blood Demon Legion shone with green light. "Let me tell you, if you want to be a soldier, you have to join the Blood Demon Legion. You have to follow Great General Ding to have a future." Wu Jing. The Emperor of Wu Kingdom read the news and was greatly relieved. The news from Ding Fengyun's front line completely swept away the dark clouds that had shrouded his face for the past half a month. The Blood Lizard Legion had been defeated, but he still had the Blood Demon Legion and Ding Fengyun. A pale-faced, beardless eunuch smiled and flattered, "Great General Ding, you are still vigorous despite your age. You are still as elegant as before." "Yes. The Emperor of Wu Kingdom closed his bag and smiled. Fortunately, Ding Fengyun was here. Otherwise, our Wu Kingdom would be in danger this time. The old eunuch smiled and said, "Your Majesty has the best foresight." "What do you mean?" Great General Ding was seriously injured and retired from the army for 20 years. But when he came to the capital, he was entrusted with an important task by Your Majesty and became the Blood Demon Legion's great general. Now, the entire capital is saying that Your Majesty is wise and has great courage in selecting capable people. Ha ha ha. The Emperor of Wu Kingdom laughed loudly. He knew that the old eunuch was flattering him, but he was still very happy to hear it. After laughing, the smile on the Emperor of Wu Kingdom's face gradually disappeared. However, Ding Fengyun is really bold. I didn't expect that he would dare to directly declare war on Dajin and send troops to attack the Wild Tiger Legion. Fortunately, he succeeded. The old eunuch smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I feel that there is no problem with Great General Ding's actions. When Your Majesty appointed him as the Blood Demon Legion's great general, shouldn't you be mentally prepared?" The Emperor of Wu country was very concerned about Ding Fengyun's rash declaration of war against the Dajin dynasty. This was because this was an extremely sensitive matter that concerned the fate of the Wu country. Ding Fengyun's action was already overstepping his authority. However, the Emperor of Wu knew that even if Ding Fengyun did not attack, the Dajin dynasty would definitely attack Wu country. Ding Fengyun had attacked first and gained the upper hand. Even so, the new Emperor of Wu country still had a thorn in his heart. However, the old eunuch's words gave him a way out. That's right, Ding Fengyun had always been a daring general. When he handed the Blood Demon army to him, shouldn't he have thought of this possibility? Did he really think of it? It should be. You're right. The Emperor of Wu nodded and said to the old eunuch beside him, "When I handed the Blood Demon army to General Ding, I was already mentally prepared. I told him to act as he saw fit. After all, a battle with the Dajin dynasty was unavoidable. Why should we wait to be attacked and not take the initiative to attack others? Your Majesty is wise. Forget it, stop flattering me." The Emperor of Wu smiled and then started to worry. However, can they defend the Blood Lizard army? Even if they can't, we still have to defend. Try to stall for time. The old eunuch said, "General Ding's words are very reasonable. If he returns now, he might send the Blood Demon army in. Why don't we continue to hold on and try to make the Wild Wolf army retreat? Let the Wild Wolf army take the initiative to attack the Blood Demon army. At this time, we are competing to see who can't hold back first." "Yes, I know this, but I'm still unwilling." "What can we do even if we're unwilling?" The old eunuch said softly, "In the end, our foundation is weak. However, it's because of our weak foundation that we can't let the Blood Demon army in. We can only fight for more chances of victory for the Blood Demon army. If the Blood Demon army is also gone, our Wu country will be in real danger." "Forget it. I understand your logic." The Emperor of Wu nodded. "I'll go back and ask my father." Not long after, the Emperor of Wu country met the previous emperor who had already abdicated. At this time, the young Wu emperor no longer cared about his face. After all, this was related to the foundation of his ancestors. No matter how cautious he was, it would not be excessive. After recounting what had happened, the old emperor said in a low voice, "When it comes to leading troops into battle, in the entire Wu kingdom, only Ding Fengyun is trustworthy. Listen to him. Yes. Don't worry about one thing." The old emperor said, "Based on my understanding of Ding Fengyun, he definitely hates the great Jin dynasty to the core. In the entire Wu kingdom, anyone could betray you, but I'm sure that Ding Fengyun wouldn't. Don't worry about letting him lead the Blood Demon army." "Father, I understand." The Wu emperor's father sighed and said, "If even Ding Fengyun can't do it, then our Wu country can consider surrendering." "Father, is it really that serious? Do you think that anyone can replace Ding Fengyun? Other than Ding Fengyun, no other general in the Wu kingdom can lead the Blood Demon Legion to defeat the Mad Tiger and Mad Wolf legions. Even the great Jin dynasty doesn't have such a powerful general." The Wu emperor's father said, "The Blood Demon Legion is the last elite of our Wu kingdom. Ding Fengyun is our Wu kingdom's strongest general. If they are all gone, it's better to just surrender." "Do you mean that you want me to fully support Ding Fengyun?" We have no other choice. The old emperor sighed and said, pay attention to getting the Seven Ultimates sect and the Heavenly Clouds dynasty to put pressure on the Martial Alliance. Forbid the Great Jin dynasty's domain realm experts from taking action. All that's left is to believe in Ding Fengyun. I understand, father. Go on. The Wu kingdom no longer had a choice. Against the powerful Great Jin dynasty, their only hope was still Ding Fengyun. When the Wu emperor returned to the Grand Hall, he immediately ordered the Blood Lizard Legion to retreat as they fought. He wanted to delay the Mad Wolf Legion's attack to buy time for Ding Fengyun. On the other hand, he agreed to nearly all of Ding Fengyun's requests. He sent more ordinary legions into the occupied areas, allowing the Blood Demon Legion soldiers to receive more spoils of war. After all, the spoils of war were the wealth of the Great Jin dynasty. The royal family also received a lot of it, so the Wu emperor did not feel the pinch. A month later, Ding Fengyun led the Blood Demon Legion and completely occupied a county of the Great Jin dynasty. As for the Mad Wolf Legion and the Demonic Snake Legion, they barely managed to occupy half of the Wu Kingdom's county under the Blood Lizard Legion's delay. Their speed of advancement was clearly slower than Ding Fengyun's. After all, Ding Fengyun had already completely defeated the Wild Tiger Legion. Grand General, will they return to deal with us? A general under Ding Fengyun asked. Definitely. Ding Fengyun said with a smile. The Great Jin dynasty is different from our Wu kingdom. We have no other choice, but they have the advantage. They have too many choices. They also care more about their reputation than our Wu kingdom. Grand General, what you say makes sense. The Blood Demon Legion had no other choice. They could only walk down this path to the end. However, the Mad Wolf Legion had too many choices. They could continue wreaking havoc in the Wu Kingdom or retreat to deal with the Blood Demon Legion with their 300,000 troops. Also, look at the cities that they have occupied. Ding Fengyun pointed at the map of the Wu Kingdom and said, back then, they entered the Yunliang Kingdom. After meeting up with the Demonic Snake Legion, they ambushed the Blood Lizard Legion from behind. After the Blood Lizard Legion was defeated, they continued to pursue relentlessly. The cities that they have conquered are all enclaves. Those enclaves are all between the Wu Kingdom and the Yunliang Kingdom. Who do you think these enclaves belong to? The Yunliang Kingdom or the Great Jin dynasty? Ding Fengyun laughed. To put it bluntly, they are wasting their efforts but gaining nothing. If they don't handle this well, it might even cause a rift between them and the Yunliang Kingdom. After more than 10 days, Ding Fengyun received news that the Mad Wolf Legion and the Demonic Snake Legion had turned north. Looking at the direction of their march, he knew that their target was the Blood Demon Legion. The Wu Kingdom Emperor hoped that they could retreat, but Ding Fengyun had another idea. He wanted to leave the Mad Wolf Legion and the Blood Demon Legion behind. Ding Fengyun kept thinking in his mind. In the end, he still set his sights on the Red Blood Sword. With the help of the Red Blood Sword, it was not impossible to hunt down the Mad Wolf Legion and the Blood Demon Legion. Ding Fengyun briefly explained the plan to the generals under his command. Although Ding Fengyun had recently led the Blood Demon Legion to defeat Mad Tiger, they were still somewhat worried. This was because their current opponent was much stronger than Mad Tiger. Not only did the other party have 200,000 Mad Wolf Legion, but they also had 100,000 Yunliang Kingdom's Demonic Snake Legion. Their 190,000 Blood Demon Legion would be difficult to stop. It's fine. We still have hope. Ding Fengyun said in a low voice. Have you forgotten the secret technique I used when we defeated the Mad Tiger Legion? When the 10 generals heard this, their eyes lit up. At that time, they were in the army and knew how powerful Ding Fengyun's secret technique was. As long as we defeat Mad Wolf and Demonic Snake, Yunliang Country and the south of Dajin will have no opponents for us. Ding Fengyun encouraged, don't think that Mad Wolf and Demonic Snake have 300,000 men. They have fought with Blood Lizard before. Recently, they have been attacking our Wu country. The soldiers must be very tired. In addition, they have to travel thousands of miles to find trouble with us. Their overall combat strength will drop by at least 70%. We, the Blood Demon Legion, have taken the initiative to stay in the prison. Great General, you are right. Ding Fengyun continued, don't forget that we are dealing with 200,000 Wild Wolf Legion and 100,000 Demon Snake Legion, not 300,000 Wild Wolf Legion. Don't think that the Yunliang Kingdom and the Great Jin Dynasty are good dogs. When it comes to the battlefield, the Demon Snake Legion will not go all out. The strength of the 200,000 strong Wild Wolf army is probably about the same as our Blood Demon army. In addition, there's the Demon Snake army that might be slacking off. As long as I use that secret technique to temporarily increase our strength, it's still possible to defeat the Wild Wolf army in one fell swoop. Ding Fengyun asked, besides, even if we retreat now, will we not have to face those two armies? All the generals were silent. If they retreated, Mad Wolf and Demonic Snake would most likely continue to attack Wu country. At that time, the Blood Demon army would still have to face them. Don't forget that we still have a lot of wealth to send back to our country. You have worked hard to rob them. Great General, we will fight with you. Yes, Great General, we are not afraid of the Mad Wolf army. Great General is right. Since we will have to fight sooner or later, we might as well fight now. Ding Fengyun heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that all the generals were in agreement. During war, he was afraid that people would not be united. Next, Ding Fengyun ordered the Blood Demon army to stop attacking the city and recuperate, preparing for the next battle. During the few days when they stopped attacking, Ding Fengyun suddenly thought of something. He immediately wrote a letter and asked Emperor Wu to send troops to attack Yunliang country. As the Mad Wolf army's great general, LV Xingfan was extremely depressed. Not long after he led Mad Wolf and Demonic Snake army to defeat the Blood Lizard army, he received news that Mad Tiger army had been defeated. At that time, LV Xingfan had cursed the Wild Tiger Legion in his heart, cursing Yan Ling for being trash. LV Xingfan had originally thought that if he continued to fight in the Wu Kingdom, the Wu Kingdom would definitely send the Blood Demon army back as reinforcements. In the end, something unexpected happened. The Blood Demon Legion did not return to reinforce the Savage Tiger Legion. Instead, they attacked the Savage Tiger Legion once again and completely crippled them. LV Xingfan didn't expect that Ding Fengyun wouldn't stop even after crippling the ferocious Tiger Corps. He didn't care about the situation in the country and continued north. Within a month, he had occupied a county in the Great Jin Dynasty. What a battle! Just when LV Xingfan was wondering whether it was the Wu Kingdom or the Jin Dynasty that was stronger, the war between the Great Jin Dynasty and the Wu country also attracted the attention of the surrounding countries. Seeing that the ferocious Tiger Corps of the Great Jin Dynasty had been annihilated and that the Wu Kingdom had taken over a county, the surrounding countries were gloating. The entire Jin Dynasty was extremely dissatisfied with the Mad Tiger Legion and the Mad Wolf Legion. Even the Emperor of Great Jin was furious. He ordered LV Xingfan to lead the Wild Wolf Legion and the Demon Snake Legion back to the state of Jin immediately and completely annihilate the Blood Demon Legion that was causing havoc in the hinterland of the state of Jin. Ding Fengyun was right about that. The Great Jin Dynasty had too many choices. They wouldn't be like the Wu country who could only put all their eggs in one basket. The Great Jin Dynasty cared more about their face. They could not tolerate the Blood Demon Legion continuing to rampage in the Great Jin Dynasty. Of course, the rage of the Great Jin Dynasty's emperor and the dissatisfaction of the entire Great Jin Dynasty made LV Xingfan feel extremely wronged. It was clearly the ferocious Tiger Legion that had lost. The one who had lost was clearly Yan Linka. Why was he blamed? Why did the Wild Wolf Legion have to clean up Yan Linka's mess? When LV Xingfan saw his 190,000 strong Wild Wolf Legion and the 100,000 strong Yunliang country's Demon Snake Legion, his mood improved significantly. Although the Wild Wolf Legion had lost 10,000 men, the Blood Lizard Legion had lost even more. After the baptism of this battle, the Wild Wolf Legion's overall combat strength had increased. As far as he knew, Ding Fengyun's Blood Demon Legion only had 190,000 men. There was no reason for his 300,000 elites to lose. As long as he was careful and did not let Ding Fengyun ambush him, there was no reason for him to lose. At that thought, LV Xingfan was even happier. As long as he could defeat the Blood Demon Legion and Ding Fengyun, he would definitely become a top general in the Great Jin Dynasty. Ding Fengyun's reputation in the Great Jin Dynasty was also extremely resounding. In the past 100 years, the Great Jin Dynasty had only suffered a great loss at the hands of Ding Fengyun's Blood Demon Legion. In other battles, even if the Great Jin dynasty was at a disadvantage, they did not lose too badly. If he could defeat the Blood Demon Legion and Ding Fengyun, he could use Ding Fengyun's name to rise to the top, but soon, LV Xingfan's trouble came. LV Xingfan roared, "What? Your Demon Snake Legion is retreating?" The Yunliang country's Demon Snake Legion's Grand General, Sun Caishen, smiled bitterly and said, "I just received an order from His Majesty for our Demon Snake Legion to return immediately." That His Majesty that Sun Caishen mentioned was of course their Yunliang country's emperor. Why? LV Xingfan naturally did not want to let the Demon Snake Legion leave. Once the Demon Snake Legion left, the power in his hands would be reduced by a quarter or even a third. That way, it would be difficult for him to deal with the Blood Demon Legion. You have to know that it was our Great Jin Dynasty's emperor who asked you to attack the Blood Demon Legion with our Wild Wolf Legion. You have to think carefully before going against our Great Jin Dynasty's emperor. LV Xingfan threatened. As the Great Jin Dynasty's Grand General, he had always looked down on the Yunliang country. In his eyes, the Yunliang country was just a dog raised by the Great Jin Dynasty. There's no other way. After we left, the Blood Lizard Legion led more than 100,000 troops towards our Yunliang country. Their target is obviously our Yunliang country. Sun Caishen said, "If our Demon Snake Legion does not return, the Yunliang country might not be able to survive." Our emperor also said that he would explain the situation to your emperor. Hearing this news, LV Xingfan was dumbfounded. Damn the Blood Lizard Legion. He knew that he would definitely not be able to keep the Demon Snake Legion. The Yunliang country was originally not a match for the Wu country. If not for the Great Jin Dynasty protecting the Yunliang country, the Yunliang country would have been destroyed long ago. And the only elites that the Yunliang country could bring out were the 100,000 Demon Snake Legion. If the Demon Snake Legion did not return to the Yunliang country, the Yunliang country might be completely finished. At this time, the Yunliang country naturally wanted to protect itself. He had no reason to keep the Demon Snake Legion. Scram! LV Xingfan waved his hand as if he was shooing away a group of flies. Liang Yu's Great General Sun Caishen was angry, but he didn't dare to vent his anger in front of LV Xingfan. Although he was also a great general, the Great General of Liang Yungue was nothing in front of the Great General of Jin, who asked Liang Yun country to be so weak that they could only be subordinate to the Great Jin Dynasty. Sun Caishen cursed in his heart, cursing LV Xingfan to be killed by Ding Fengyun's Blood Demon Army. Of course, this was just a way for him to vent his anger. It was a very helpless method. Sun Caishen left with his army of 100,000 demon snakes. LV Xingfan's subordinate was somewhat worried. Great General, once the demon snake army leaves, our strength will decrease. If we face the Blood Demon Army, what are you afraid of? LV Xingfan said angrily. So what if they have the Blood Demon Army? So what if it was Ding Fengyun? Didn't you see that the Blood Lizard Army was beaten so badly by us that they couldn't even raise their heads? When LV Xingfan's subordinates saw that he was so angry, they could only lower their heads and did not dare to speak. When he thought about the Blood Lizard Legion heading towards Liang Yungue, LV Xingfan thought about bringing the Wild Wolf Legion to attack the Blood Lizard Legion as well. However, he forcefully suppressed this thought. He knew that even if he led the Wild Wolf Legion to cause trouble for the Blood Lizard Legion, the Blood Lizard Legion would definitely receive the news and retreat immediately. After all, he was currently within the borders of Wu country. It would be strange if the Wu kingdom did not have a tight intelligence network. It wasn't as if he hadn't experienced the Blood Lizard Legion's cowardice tactic before. In his opinion, the Blood Lizard Army was a bunch of cowards that bullied the weak and feared the strong. Besides, he didn't dare to disobey the Emperor's order. At this time, if he didn't deal with the Blood Demon Legion, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as Great General. The Wild Wolf Legion continued to advance towards the Blood Demon Legion. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon Legion was as happy as if they had won a great battle. Great General, you're really a genius. Just by casually asking His Majesty to mobilize the Blood Lizard Army, you were able to reduce the Wild Wolf Army by 100,000 men. That's right, the Great General is really amazing. Now the pressure on us has been reduced. Ding Fengyun's subordinates frantically flattered Ding Fengyun. This group of peak Divinity Realm generals usually had their eyes on top of their heads and thought highly of themselves. But in front of Ding Fengyun, none of them dared to be impudent. They admired Ding Fengyun from the bottom of their hearts. There was no need to mention the old general who had followed Ding Fengyun in the past. Several of the new generals who had joined the Blood Demon army in the past 20 years were also impressed by Ding Fengyun's abilities. After following Ding Fengyun and facing the powerful Great Jin dynasty, they won successive battles and crippled the powerful Berserk Tiger Corps. They easily occupied a county of the Great Jin dynasty and seized countless riches. Faced with the threat of the Wild Tiger Legion and Demonic Snake Legion, he easily mobilized the Demonic Snake Legion. If they followed Ding Fengyun, they would be able to win, and they would be able to obtain more wealth. Many of them had even received praise and recognition from the forces behind them. How could such a powerful general not be worthy of their loyalty? Therefore, these peak divine tier generals were more than willing to suck up to Ding Fengyun. We can't let our guard down. The Violent Tiger Legion is still very strong. We understand. 20 days later, Ding Fengyun received news that the Violent Tiger Legion was only 3 days away from the Blood Demon Legion. Ding Fengyun didn't hesitate and immediately ordered, "All troops, attack. We'll meet them head-on." Someone asked doubtfully, "Great General, why?" After marching for more than 20 days, the soldiers of the Violent Tiger Legion must be very tired. At this time, LV Xingfan most likely won't directly start a war with us. Our soldiers have rested for more than 20 days and are full of energy. This is the best opportunity. Of course, 3 days is enough for them to rest. If our Blood Demon Legion presses on, LV Xingfan definitely won't run. Instead, he'll wait for us. I want to fight them head-on, Ding Fengyun said as he held the red blood sword. We'll definitely win this battle. The truth was not out of Ding Fengyun's expectations. LV Xingfan anxiously returned to the Great Jin dynasty. After knowing the distance between him and the Blood Demon Legion, he didn't immediately send troops to attack them. After more than 20 days of rushing, even a Heavenbreaker martial artist would feel tired. What more those ordinary soldiers? The battle between armies mainly depended on the formation of ordinary soldiers and the army spirit summoned. When the soldiers were tired, the strength of the army spirit would also decline. Let's rest for a few days. When the soldiers have rested, we'll deal with that old dog Ding Fengyun. The generals of the Wild Wolf Legion had no doubts about this. It was indeed unwise to fight the Blood Demon Legion now. But at this time, the news they didn't want to hear the most arrived. Report, there's news from the front. The Blood Demon Legion's main force is rushing toward us. Hearing this news, LV Xingfan's expression didn't look good. How long will it take for them to arrive? 3 days. 3 days is enough for us to rest, LV Xingfan said. Order all the soldiers to prepare to set up camp. We'll wait for the Blood Demon Legion to arrive. Great General, isn't this not too safe? Ding Fengyun was able to cripple the Violent Tiger Legion. He's still very strong, LV Xingfan sneered. Ding Fengyun was able to defeat the Violent Tiger Legion because Ding Fengyun ambushed Yan Linka and wiped out 50,000 soldiers. That's why he failed. As long as we're alert and don't get ambushed, there won't be a problem. Besides, can we escape at this time? LV Xingfan's subordinates fell silent. We can't escape. If we escape, not only will His Majesty punish us, but our Violent Wolf Legion's morale will also plummet, LV Xingfan said. Even if we retreat, we will definitely want to come with us. I've heard of Ding Fengyun's name long ago. I want to see if his Blood Demon Legion or our Violent Wolf Legion is stronger. 4 days later, the Blood Demon Legion appeared before the Violent Wolf Legion. Of course, Ding Fengyun wouldn't let the Blood Demon Legion's soldiers travel for 3 days at full speed. He took 4 days because he noticed that the Violent Wolf Legion didn't escape and intended to fight the Blood Demon Legion head-on. That's why he slowed down. This way, the Blood Demon Legion's soldiers wouldn't be too tired when they reached their destination. Ding Fengyun, you old bastard. 20 years ago, you were defeated by our Great Jin. I thought you were already dead. LV Xingfan cursed from afar. I didn't expect that 20 years later, you would still dare to declare war on our Great Jin. Ding Fengyun sneered. 20 years ago, your Great Jin was shameless and sent out a domain realm expert. Otherwise, your Great Jin wouldn't be as mighty as it is today. LV Xingfan shouted, you are also our strength. If shamelessness is a type of strength, your Great Jin dynasty is definitely the #1 in the world. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios LV Xingfan stomped his feet in anger. I don't want to argue with you. Let's see who's the real deal. Ding Fengyun sneered and pulled out the red blood sword. He rode forward and faced the 190,000-strong Wild Wolf Legion. LV Xingfan, let's compete and see who's stronger. What do you say? LV Xingfan was about to step forward when someone pulled him back. Great General, Ding Fengyun has recovered his strength. The previous Wild Wolf Legion Great General was killed by him. LV Xingfan immediately came to his senses after being persuaded by his subordinate. Back then, Ding Fengyun was extremely powerful. He could deal with 3 or 4 peak Transcendent Realm experts by himself. Wild Wolf Legion, get into formation. Ding Fengyun laughed loudly. LV Xingfan, you coward. Don't you dare to have a fair fight with me? Many Wild Wolf Legion soldiers looked in LV Xingfan's direction and realized that their great general had no intention of accepting the challenge. They followed his orders and got into formation. While Ding Fengyun was speaking, the entire Blood Demon Legion also got into formation. Almost at the same time, a giant black wolf appeared above the Wild Wolf Legion. Above the Blood Demon Legion, a ferocious blood-red blood demon slowly appeared. Under LV Xingfan and Ding Fengyun's orders, the two armies immediately clashed. The two armies were evenly matched in strength. However, Chen Hao, who was inside the red blood sword, could see that the Wild Wolf Legion's army soul was slightly stronger. But not by much. The moment they clashed, the soldiers from both sides looked unsightly. LV Xingfan's expression was solemn. He didn't expect the Blood Demon Legion to recover so quickly. He had to admit that Ding Fengyun did have some ability. Based on the information he had gathered, the Blood Demon Legion's recovery speed was inferior to the Wild Tiger and Wild Wolf Legions. However, Ding Fengyun had barely caught up to them in less than 2 years. However, LV Xingfan still had some confidence in the Wild Wolf Legion. A slight advantage was still an advantage, wasn't it? As long as they could defeat the Blood Demon Legion and kill Ding Fengyun, it would be worth it even if they lost tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. As long as he could win, even if it was a Pyrrhic victory, it was still a victory. The Emperor of the Great Jin dynasty would not blame him. After all, Mad Tiger had failed first. However, at this time, Ding Fengyun made a small move. He said in a low voice, Scarlet Blood, Demon Sword Domain Level 1. Su Yang knew that Ding Fengyun was the kind of person who did not have the spirit of martial arts. It was impossible for them to have a proper competition with the Wild Wolf Legion. However, he would be a fool if he didn't use the help that he had. A layer of the demonic sword domain was activated, and a blood-red mist instantly spread out. The blood-red mist first enveloped the Blood Demon Legion. The soldiers of the Blood Demon Legion instantly became excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The instant the Blood Demon army was enveloped, the eyes of the Blood Demon army that was locked in battle with the Wild Wolf army glowed red as it absorbed the surrounding Blood Demon aura. Its body began to expand, and its strength rose from near the late-stage Grand Dominion realm to the late-stage Grand Dominion realm. Then, the Blood Devil army took the upper hand. What happened? LV Xingfan's expression changed drastically when he saw the change in the battle. Could it be that blood mist? LV Xingfan's eyesight was extremely good, and he instantly locked onto Ding Fengyun, who was standing in the middle of the Blood Demon army. He saw clearly that the blood mist was emitted from Ding Fengyun's body. Is it Ding Fengyun's god art? Impossible. This is impossible. Ding Fengyun didn't have such a move in the past. LV Xingfan was very clear about Ding Fengyun's intelligence. Before Great Jin planned to attack Wu, they had already sent the information of most of Great Jin's generals to the Wild Tiger Legion and Wild Wolf Legions desk so that they could make arrangements. At this moment, the blood mist continued to spread, sweeping towards the Wild Wolf Legion. LV Xingfan's pupils constricted, and he immediately ordered, "Get rid of that blood mist." 8 God Art Realm generals with Wind God Art stood in front of the Wild Wolf Legion and took out their Wind God Art. However, after using all their moves, the blood mist still continued to spread towards the Wild Wolf Legion. It was as if the blood mist didn't really exist. It was just an illusion. Illusion? How was that possible? The blood mist quickly enveloped the Wild Wolf Legion. LV Xingfan's heart turned cold, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. He suddenly recalled the battle report of the Wild Tiger Legion. Xianxia had mentioned that before they lost, Ding Fengyun used a secret technique, and a blood-red mist appeared on the battlefield. This mist was filled with dense blood qi that could make people go crazy and lose their minds. However, LV Xingfan didn't care at that time. He felt that Xianxia, this coward, was very likely frightened by the other party's killing intent. That's right, LV Xingfan thought that Xianxia's statement was exactly the same as the dense killing intent. Many generals who had slaughtered countless lives had this kind of strong murderous aura. Especially Ding Fengyun, he had already comprehended the slaughter god art and blood god art. 20 years ago, the killing intent on his body was extremely terrifying. Many ordinary Great Jin soldiers would go crazy if they got close to him. However, now, LV Xingfan suddenly realized that the range of this killing intent was too terrifying. It directly enveloped close to 200,000 Wild Wolf Legion. This was the first time he encountered a killing intent that could cover such a large range. Ordinary soldiers would easily lose their minds if they were exposed to this killing intent for a long time. Soon, the thing that LV Xingfan was most worried about happened. Some soldiers were unable to concentrate on operating the formation because of the killing intent. The strength of the Wild Wolf Legion began to weaken, and then more and more soldiers began to waver. Some of the new recruits even began to draw their swords against their comrades. Legion technique, blood demon soul devouring. In an instant, the originally solid body of the Wild Wolf Legion in the sky began to become unstable. At this moment, some of the soldiers in the Wild Wolf Legion who were still operating the formation directly spat out blood. Ding Fengyun pointed his sword at the Wild Wolf Legion. Continue. The Blood Demon Legion soldiers became excited. Although they were in a strange state of excitement, they hadn't lost their minds yet. They knew that the Wild Wolf Legion was injured. They knew that they were now in an advantageous position. Thinking that they were about to defeat the Wild Wolf Legion, they became even more excited. The Blood Demon Legion became stronger and stronger, while the Wild Wolf Legion became weaker and weaker. More and more Wild Wolf Legion soldiers spat out blood because of the strong recoil of the Wild Wolf Legion's injuries. Seeing the Wild Wolf Legion gradually becoming chaotic, LV Xingfan felt a sense of despair. The Blood Demon Legion was also injured in the process of the Wild Wolf Legion's soul. Similarly, the Blood Demon Legion soldiers also spat out blood and fell to the ground. However, their overall morale was extremely high. However, the Wild Wolf Legion's soldiers were decreasing at an even faster rate. People were constantly affected by the demon sword domain and lost their minds. They left the formation and created chaos. The Wild Wolf Army's soul became weaker and weaker, and chaos began to appear within the army. LV Xingfan knew that he had lost his advantage. The Wild Wolf Army was about to collapse. Retreat. All troops retreat. At this time, he still wanted to preserve the Wild Wolf Army's strength. But how could Ding Fengyun let him do as he wished? His goal was to kill as many Wild Wolf Army soldiers as possible. As long as the Wild Wolf Army fell, the Blood Demon Army would be invincible in the southern part of the state of Jin. Ding Fengyun's heart was filled with hatred and joy when he thought of the hatred from 20 years ago and his old friends who had died on the battlefield. However, Ding Fengyun knew that the more critical the moment, the calmer he had to be. He quickly suppressed the hatred and joy in his heart and calmly commanded the Blood Demon Army's soul to launch the final attack on the Wild Wolf Army's soul. There was no doubt that the Wild Wolf Army's black body, which was formed by the murderous aura, became fainter and fainter under the attack of the Blood Demon Army's soul. Finally, it completely dissipated into the air. Just as the Wild Wolf Army's soul dissipated, the Wild Wolf Army soldiers, who were still bitterly defending the array formation, all vomited blood. Some unlucky soldiers directly died. This was the price of using the army's soul. When the army's soul completely collapsed, the entire elite army would be greatly affected. Of course, even so, every elite army would still summon the army's soul during battle. Only an army that could summon the army's soul and resist the attack of a domain realm expert could be called an elite army. This was a rule and habit that had existed since the beginning of the human race's invasion of the central region. In the battle against the demon race and defeating the monster race, the human race's elite army had also contributed greatly. Chen Hao remembered that Yi Qingyan had found an ancient secret when she was researching in the Blood Fiend sect. It was said that array formations originated from the spirit race. Furthermore, the formations used by the human elite armies were originally taught to the human race by the astrals themselves. Kill. Leave no one alive. After losing the support of the Wild Wolf Army's soul, the Blood Demon Army's soul began to massacre the Wild Wolf Army soldiers. No one could save them. Unless a domain realm expert personally came. But was that possible? Countless Wild Wolf Army soldiers collapsed and fled. As an elite army, they knew that as long as they escaped far enough, the Blood Demon Army's soul would not be able to catch up to them. After all, the Blood Demon Army's soul couldn't be too far away from the Blood Demon Army. Ding Fengyun glanced at the soldiers of the Blood Demon Army and discovered that many of them had bloodshot eyes and were shouting kill non-stop. He hurriedly withdrew the Demon Sword domain. He knew that because of the influence of the Devil Sword domain, the ordinary soldiers under his command would most likely be affected by their inner demons when they broke through to the innate realm in the future. However, he didn't think too much about it. At the very least, the Blood Demon Legion would win. At the very least, they had defeated the Mad Tiger and Mad Wolf armies once again, right? At least they managed to keep their lives, right? If he did not have the Demon Sword domain, his Blood Demon Legion would have to suffer great losses to defeat the Wild Tiger Legion. Who knew how many soldiers he would lose during this period of time? Kill. Leave no one alive. The Blood Devil Army spirit continued to pursue the defeated Wild Wolf Legion soldiers. The Blood Demon Army's Transcendent Realm generals also charged forward after the Wild Wolf Army lost the protection of their army souls. After the Demon Sword domain dissipated, the strength of the Blood Demon soldier soul began to weaken. The soldiers of the Blood Demon Legion also felt mentally exhausted. However, because they had just defeated the Wild Wolf Legion, they were still in a state of morbid excitement. The Blood Demon soldier soul was weakened to the early stage of the domain realm, but it was still able to suppress the defeated Wild Wolf Legion. The battle lasted from morning to afternoon. As the Blood Demon Legion soldiers pursued the Wild Wolf Legion, they began to collapse one by one due to exhaustion. However, at this time, the Wild Wolf Legion was in a much worse state than the Blood Demon Legion. It was impossible for them to take the opportunity to counterattack. Ding Fengyun ordered the entire army to rest. He only sent out Transcendent Realm generals to continue pursuing the Wild Wolf Legion soldiers. At this time, Ding Fengyun's strength had unknowingly recovered to the peak of the Transcendent Realm. In the two large-scale battles, he had destroyed the Mad Tiger and Mad Wolf legions. During this time, he had also killed many Transcendent Realm experts of the Great Jin dynasty. Sometimes, even if he didn't kill those experts would take the initiative to come to him. Chen Hao could only say that Ding Fengyun was too popular. The soldiers of the Blood Demon Legion started to rest. Many of them didn't even have time to set up camp before collapsing to the ground. Ding Fengyun ordered the other soldiers to stuff the unconscious soldiers into the tents. The next morning, the Transcendent Realm experts who had gone to pursue the Wild Wolf Legion also returned to the camp. Ding Fengyun immediately ordered his subordinates to calculate the losses of both sides. The next night, the results were out. The Blood Demon Legion had lost nearly 20,000 people. 5,000 people had died in the battle between the army souls. More than 10,000 people had been killed in the process of pursuing the Wild Wolf Legion. They had been trampled to death by the horses. What Ding Fengyun cared about was that there were 2,000 to 3,000 Blood Demon Legion soldiers who had died because of him. Some of them had lost their minds during the battle and gradually lost their rationality. They were directly killed. There were also some soldiers who had suddenly attacked their comrades after waking up in the middle of the night. There weren't many soldiers, but they had caused a lot of trouble. Fortunately, they had been suppressed in time. Ding Fengyun didn't say anything. He only silently listed those soldiers who had lost their rationality as dead. Ding Fengyun had actually been mentally prepared. The same thing had happened when he had dealt with the Wild Tiger Legion. However, there weren't many people who had lost their rationality. This time, the Wild Wolf Legion was much stronger than the Wild Tiger Legion. That was why thousands of soldiers had died because of the Demon Sword domain. However, in Ding Fengyun's opinion, these losses were worth it. Since ancient times, the merciful couldn't command troops. As long as thousands or tens of thousands of people could be exchanged for victory, it was worth it. Even the generals under Ding Fengyun didn't care about these casualties. They were all extremely excited and looked at Ding Fengyun with reverence. Great General, we won. We completely defeated the Wild Wolf Legion. We have no enemies in the entire southern part of the Great Jin Dynasty for the time being. This group of generals still hadn't recovered from their excitement. There was no other way. They had won this battle too thoroughly. How's the Wild Wolf Legion? We killed a total of 150,000 people. Yes, 150,000, but we only lost 20,000 people. This is a great victory. Great General Ding, you're too amazing. Ding Fengyun sat on a chair with a calm expression. He waved his hand and said, "Sit down." We can't sit down. I feel like I'm in a dream. Since last night, when I was chasing after those Wild Wolf Legion generals, I wondered if I was dreaming. Great General, are you not happy? Ding Fengyun picked up the cup of hot tea that Fu Xiaofeng had brought over, blew open the tea leaves in the cup, took a sip, and placed it on the table. I'm happy, of course I'm happy. Ding Fengyun said indifferently. The group of generals calmed down as well. 20 years ago, I defeated these two legions. Although I'm happy, I didn't get carried away. It's all within my expectations. Inside the red blood sword, Chen Hao felt that Ding Fengyun was just showing off. However, his words convinced all the generals. Even Ding Yilong's eyes were filled with reverence when he saw his father. He now understood why so many people in the Blood Demon Legion trusted his father. After 2 battles, he completely understood. Great General, what should we do now? Let's rest for 10 days. Write a report of victory and report it to Emperor Wu. Ding Fengyun said with a smile. Ding Yilong, you'll be the one to send the message this time. Yes, Great General. The report of victory was quickly written. Ding Fengyun only needed to read it once to approve it. Only when one lost a battle would one pay attention to the wording and think of ways to beautify one's failure. However, they had won the battle, and it was a victory. At this time, as long as the data was accurate, there would be no problems. Ding Yilong took the report of victory and left the Blood Demon Legion's encampment under the envious gazes of the generals. All the Transcendent Realm experts knew that Ding Yilong, who had gone to Wu Jing with the report of victory, would definitely soar. However, they were not jealous or dissatisfied. If they were jealous or dissatisfied, they might be jealous of Ding Yilong and dissatisfied that they were not Ding Fengyun's biological son. In any case, it was impossible for them to be dissatisfied with Ding Fengyun. Everyone knew that being able to defeat 2 legions of the Great Jin Dynasty consecutively was not because the Blood Demon Legion was truly powerful and invincible. It was because of Ding Fengyun's command. The Blood Demon Legion began to rest and reorganize. Ding Fengyun looked at the map of the Great Jin Dynasty in high spirits. He carefully looked at the map and the various counties in the south of the Great Jin Dynasty with a smile on his face. It's been 20 years. 20 years. I wonder if that guy regrets it. You must be regretting that you didn't kill me back then. I really want to see his expression when he receives the news, ha ha ha. Chen Hao silently looked at Ding Fengyun's somewhat crazy behavior and did not say anything. Ding Fengyun's current behavior was that of a villain. However, when he thought of the other side's 2 appearances in front of others and looked at Ding Fengyun again, he felt that it was very funny. If the soldiers of the Blood Demon Legion knew that their revered general was like this in front of others, would their faith collapse? Ding Fengyun wiped the red blood sword and said, however, even if he comes, I'm not afraid. After resting for more than 10 days, Ding Fengyun inspected the Blood Demon Legion again. XVII Blood Demon Legion's 10,000 soldiers were arranged in a neat square formation, and their aura was high. Chen Hao could clearly feel the strong murderous aura of the 17th Blood Demon Legion soldiers. XVII Blood Demon Legion had been completely reborn after 2 major battles. Long live the Great General! Long live the Wu Kingdom! Long live the Great General! Long live the Wu Kingdom! Long live the Great General! Long live the Wu Kingdom! Their shouts soared into the sky and shook the heavens and earth. Wherever Ding Fengyun passed, all the soldiers would look at him with fervent gazes, their gazes following him. Chen Hao did not doubt that at this time, he would let these soldiers die. These soldiers might not even bat an eyelid, in the eyes of the Blood Demon Legion's soldiers. Ding Fengyun might be comparable to a god. If there were gods in this world. At the same time, Ding Yilong had arrived in Wu Jing after days of traveling. He went through the palace and directly met the Wu Emperor. "Your Majesty, the Blood Demon Legion has sent a report of victory. Quick! Give it to me." The Wu Emperor stood up from his dragon throne, but the old eunuch beside him was a step faster. He took the report and handed it to the Wu Emperor. The Wu Emperor realized that he had lost his manners, but he could not care less. He opened the letter and looked at it. Ever since the Wild Wolf Legion left the Wu Kingdom's border and rushed to the Blood Demon Legion, the Wu Emperor had not slept well. He was worried that the Blood Demon Legion would fail, although he said that he did not have to worry about Ding Fengyun, it was just empty words. This matter concerns the fate of the country, the rise and fall of the family, how could he be so relaxed? Ha ha ha, this is my good general. He is the pillar of our Wu Kingdom. Ding Fengxian did not let me down. Too powerful. This is great, this is great. When the Wu Emperor finished reading the report, he was unable to contain his joy. If not for the fact that Ding Yilong was in front of him, he would be dancing with joy. "Your Majesty, what is this report?" "Ding Fengyun won. Ding Fengyun won again." The Wu Emperor laughed heartily as he said, "Even in our dreams, we never imagined that Ding Fengyun would achieve such a great victory." The Wild Wolf Legion was defeated, completely defeated. The Blood Demon Legion only lost 20,000 people, do you dare to imagine? The old eunuch also laughed. His face is full of wrinkles and smiles like a blooming chrysanthemum. This is great. General Ding is indeed old but vigorous. He is simply the reincarnation of a military god. The Wu Emperor praised loudly, "Your words are good. What is your name?" "Reporting to your Majesty, subordinate Ding Yilong." The Wu Emperor immediately thought of something. "What is your relationship with Ding Fengyun?" "Ding Fengyun is my father." "Good. Good. Good." The Wu Emperor said "good" 3 times. The more he looked at Ding Yilong, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. "Come, tell me what happened in that battle. How did Ding Fengyun defeat the Wild Wolf Legion?" The Wu Emperor is in a good mood. However, he suppressed the joy in his heart, wanting to know more details. Ding Yilong began to explain the battle from beginning to end. His eloquence is not very good, but the Wu Emperor still listened with great interest. After speaking in one breath, Ding Yilong's mouth is dry. The Wu Emperor even ordered someone to pour tea for him. "Go back and rest first. In a while, I will summon you in the main hall." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Wu Emperor said, "Go and gather the ministers for a court meeting. I will immediately report to the royal family." "Yes, Your Majesty." The old eunuch naturally knows who the Wu Emperor is going to meet. He definitely wants to tell the Wu family's patriarchs about this great victory. This battle was not only related to the Wu Kingdom's fate, it was also related to the foundation of the Wu Kingdom's royal family. The patriarchs behind the Wu Kingdom's royal family were also extremely concerned about this matter. If not for the Central Region's martial alliance's ban, there might have been domain realm experts among them who could not hold back and directly help the Blood Demon Legion deal with the Wild Wolf Legion. "That's great." A royal family's domain realm expert said with a laugh, "That old punk Ding Fengyun is indeed good at leading troops into battle." "That's right. Ding Fengyun is the one to lead the troops into battle. Ding Fengyun's battle prowess should be among the top 10 in the entire Central Region." Each of the Wu royal family elders was full of praise for Ding Fengyun. They were not afraid that Ding Fengyun's achievements would shock the emperor, nor were they afraid that Ding Fengyun would betray them. Ding Fengyun's family was within the borders of the Wu Kingdom. Ding Fengyun did not have the strength of a domain realm cultivator. If he really dared to do anything, these domain realm elders believed that they had the ability to kill Ding Fengyun. Of course, they would remember Ding Fengyun's contributions in their hearts. After all, Ding Fengyun's contributions to the Wu Kingdom and the Wu family were too great, and along with it, the Wu Emperor was also praised by the elders for his charisma and ability to see through people. This made the young Wu Emperor quite happy. There was no choice. The true rulers of the royal Wu family were these reclusive domain realm experts. The Wu Emperor was just a manager. They did not have true supreme power. The emperor also had to consider the feelings of the domain realm experts behind him. If he received the praise of these domain realm experts, He would be like his father in the future, and would be taken care of after he retired. Following the old eunuch's announcement, the news of Ding Fingyun's victory over the wild wolf army spread throughout the Wu capital. This was not a secret at all, there was no need to keep it a secret. In fact, the Wu emperor had intentionally publicized it. He wanted to let everyone in the Wu kingdom know that under his brilliant leadership, the Wu kingdom had once again defeated the great Jin dynasty. Instantly, the streets and alleys of capital Wu were abuzz with the news of the Wu emperor's brilliant military prowess and Ding Fingyun's godlike command of troops, consecutively defeating two great armies of the great Jin dynasty. I just know that great General Ding could win once 20 years ago. After 20 years, he will definitely win again. The one who said this was a middle-aged martial artist. He was a die-hard fan of Ding Fingyun. That's right. When it comes to leading troops into battle, no one is a match for Great General Ding. Great General Ding has been enduring hardships for 20 years. Finally, he has avenged the enmity of 20 years ago. Do you think the Great Jin dynasty will be as shameless as 20 years ago, sending domain realm experts to attack the great general? That is possible. At the imperial court, all the officials gathered. Emperor Wu sat on the dragon throne with a smile on his face. The old eunuch read the report of victory that Ding Fingyun had sent over in a loud voice. All of the officials of the kingdom of Wu in the great hall had joyous expressions on their faces as they congratulated the Wu emperor. At this moment, who dared not laugh, even if there were officials bribed by Dajin, they still had to celebrate. Then, there was a wave of congratulations and flattery. Most of the ministers were trying their best to praise Emperor Wu for his ability to judge people. Then, they praised Ding Fingyun for his godlike ability to command troops. At this time, Ding Yilong was also summoned to the main hall. Emperor Wu once again asked Ding Yilong to recount how Ding Fingyun defeated the Mad Tiger and Mad Wolf legions. How do you think we should reward Ding Fingyun? The ministers, who had been immersed in excitement, calmed down. Many ministers glanced at Emperor Wu and discovered that their emperor was indeed happy. Thus, they began to ponder about the reward. Soon after, they discovered that it was already very difficult for Ding Fingyun to reward them anymore. Ding Fingyun had a noble title in the first place, and a marquis at that. Another seal, if he was conferred another title, he would be a king, splitting the earth and conferring a king. That was somewhat unrealistic. In the central region, other than the relatives of the emperor, there were no kings. Even if one was made a king, they would not be given land. It was all fake. It was just a reputation. As for military power, as the Blood Demon Legion's Grand General, Ding Fingyun had already reached the peak. The Blood Demon Legion was Wu's most elite legion. Under Ding Fingyun's leadership, their combat strength had increased exponentially. They were invincible in battle. Even the powerful Dajin dynasty could not withstand them. They could not make him a grand marshal and control all of Wu's military power, right? If someone really suggested that, Emperor Wu might just come down and behead them, just as many ministers were hesitating, some smart ones had already set their sights on Ding Yilong. They recognized Ding Yilong. Since Ding Fingyun could not be rewarded, then Ding Yilong and the Ding family should be rewarded, right? My prime minister. Here. How do you think we should reward Ding Fingyun? The prime minister looked at Ding Yilong and said, Grand General Ding has been in the military all his life. He has done his best for Wu and has made great contributions time and time again. He can no longer be promoted or rewarded. Why don't we start with his family and clan? Emperor Wu also felt that Ding Fingyun was not a good person to reward. The prime minister's words provided him with a good idea. If you want the horse to run, you have to make the horse full. Emperor Wu understood this principle. Besides, the Blood Demon Legion was still in Ding Fingyun's hands. He still had to rely on Ding Fingyun in the future. Emperor Wu asked, what do you think is better? The prime minister said in a low voice, why don't we reward the Ding family with some properties and cultivation resources, and also reward Ding Fingyun's two sons? That makes sense. Emperor Wu nodded. He looked at Ding Yilong in the main hall and suddenly understood. Ding Fingyun had already given him a hint. Okay, then let's do something practical. Emperor Wu said, then we'll reward the Ding family with a medium-sized spirit stone mine. As long as Wu exists, that medium-sized spirit stone mine will forever belong to the Ding family. Ding Fingyun's second son, Ding Yilong, has contributed greatly to the Blood Demon Legion. In addition to Ding Fingyun's contributions, Ding Yilong will be conferred the title of Marquis. Your Majesty is wise. Ding Yilong stood in the hall. When he heard that he had been conferred the title of Marquis, he was also overjoyed. This title of Marquis was real. He could also receive taxes from several cities every year. His father, Ding Fengyun, also had the title of Marquis and could receive large amounts of spirit stones. However, his father, Ding Fengyun, had transferred these spirit stones to the Ding family. As for where, it was still up to Wu's ministers to decide. However, the title of Marquis was already in the bag. That's right. Emperor Wu said, Ding Fengyun has already taken over a county of the Great Jin Dynasty. What do you think we should do now? Should we continue to attack the Great Jin Dynasty or defend that county? The imperial court started to quarrel again. Some radical ministers believed that they should take advantage of the emptiness in the southern part of the Great Jin Dynasty to continue attacking the Great Jin Dynasty and occupy more land. Some conservative ministers felt that occupying a county was enough. They should be satisfied with taking advantage of the situation. Emperor Wu even heard some people suggesting that they should return the county to the Great Jin Dynasty and sign a treaty of friendship. Return a county to the Great Jin Dynasty. Emperor Wu was angry when he heard that. And sign a treaty of friendship? What kind of bullshit idea was that? As long as one's brain was normal, one would not believe in a treaty of friendship. Emperor Wu secretly noted down those ministers who said that they should return the Great Jin Dynasty's land. Quiet down, this is not a market. The Wu Emperor slapped his throne, and all the quarreling ministers in the hall quietened down. Prime Minister, what do you think? The Wu Emperor's Prime Minister was his trusted aide. They had grown up together and were extremely capable and loyal. The Wu Empire relied heavily on him. The Prime Minister thought for a moment and said, Actually, Your Majesty should consider Great General Ding's thoughts. If Great General Ding is confident, we can fight. Although we have occupied a county of the Great Jin Dynasty, they will definitely not take this lying down. They will definitely mobilize their army to take back that county. They might even continue to attack our Wu Empire. If we give up that county, it will be even more inappropriate. Our Wu Empire is indeed weak, but that is only because our territory is small and far inferior to the Great Jin Dynasty. We must strengthen Wu Empire and expand our territory. We cannot give up that county. Even if we give up, the Great Jin Dynasty will not let our Wu Empire go. The Prime Minister sneered. We have already formed a feud with the Great Jin Dynasty. If we give up that county, we will not be able to gain their gratitude. They might even think that we are cowards. The Wu Emperor roughly understood what the Prime Minister meant. Actually, the Prime Minister's thoughts were the same as his. He was not like the rumors, a mediocre emperor who only knew how to preserve his achievements. The young Wu Emperor also had his own ambitions and lofty aspirations. In the past, he was mediocre because he could not find a way to break out of his predicament. When he ascended the throne, the Blood Demon army had just been rebuilt. The Blood Demon Great General was severely injured and disheartened and lived in seclusion. He could not think of a way to continue developing Wu Empire. But now, he found it. Not only had Ding Fengyun recovered his strength, but he had also reappeared. Not only had he reappeared, but he had also led the Blood Demon army to defeat the two southern armies of the Great Jin Dynasty. Now that the southern defenses of the Great Jin Dynasty were empty, this was the best opportunity for Wu Empire. It could be said that Ding Fengyun's consecutive victories had reignited the young emperor's ambition. The Wu Emperor also wanted to be a wise and powerful emperor. He also wanted to expand Wu Empire's territory. He also wanted to tell the domain realm patriarch behind the imperial family after he abdicated. He did a great job as the emperor. Because of him, his family and country had become even more powerful. Ding Yilong, what does your father think? The Grand General wants to continue fighting. Ding Yilong said in a low voice, My father thinks that this is a good opportunity. If we can annex the 5 southern counties of the Great Jin Dynasty, our Wu Kingdom can become a country that can contend with the Great Jin Dynasty. My father said that if we don't take advantage of this opportunity to annex more land in the Great Jin Dynasty, we may not have another chance in the future. By then, the southern part of the Great Jin Dynasty may not only have 2 legions, but 3 or even 4. Ding Yilong recalled what Ding Fengyun had said to him before he left and continued, "The great Jin dynasty will not make the same mistake over and over again. With this victory, the great Jin dynasty will definitely not underestimate the Blood Demon army. If the Wu kingdom is not strong enough, they may send more armies next time. At that time even he may not be able to withstand them. Also, my father said that your majesty needs to consider the long term. Now that the Blood Demon Legion has won, what will happen after his death?" After death, Emperor Wu silently pondered over Ding Fengyun's words. He knew what Ding Fengyun meant. He recalled Ding Fengyun's old appearance. There was a limit to a person's lifespan. Ding Fengyun was a peak transcendent realm expert and seemed to have a long lifespan. However, he had been on the battlefield for many years and was repeatedly injured. He had even been targeted by a domain realm expert and had his dantian destroyed. Ding Fengyun's lifespan should be much shorter than an ordinary peak transcendent realm expert. Now, the Wu kingdom should take advantage of this opportunity to annex more land in the Great Jin dynasty and increase their strength. When Ding Fengyun was gone, who could lead the Blood Demon army to defeat the Great Jin dynasty? By then, the Wu kingdom would be finished. Even Emperor Wu did not believe that after Ding Fengyun's death, there would be someone who could lead the Blood Demon army to defeat the Great Jin dynasty again. It was already a great fortune for the Wu kingdom to have Ding Fengyun. "Your Majesty, General Ding also said that you can consider annihilating the Yunliang kingdom." Ding Yilong said, "Now that the Wild Tiger and Wild Wolf legions have been destroyed, the Yunliang kingdom no longer has the support of the Great Jin dynasty. This is also a good opportunity. The Demon Snake Legion is no match for the Blood Lizard Legion." "Alright, court is dismissed." Emperor Wu stood up from his dragon throne. Thinking of Ding Yilong's words, he had already made a decision. Ding Fengyun was right. If they did not take the opportunity to strengthen the Wu kingdom, they might still be destroyed by the Great Jin dynasty in the future. Even if they failed, at least the Wu kingdom had tried. 20 years ago, it was also the best opportunity for the Wu kingdom to rise. But at that time, the Blood Demon army was defeated by a domain realm expert and Ding Fengyun was severely injured. But now, the opportunity was even better than 20 years ago. The Blood Demon army was still around and Ding Fengyun could still fight. The Blood Demon army still had a powerful combat strength. And they had also found reinforcements in the Martial Alliance. The Great Jin dynasty did not dare to send out a domain realm expert. This was the best opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, they would never have another opportunity. When Emperor Wu saw the imperial family's patriarch, he explained his decision. He wanted to use the strength of the entire country to fight a fierce battle with the Great Jin dynasty. The Wu family's patriarch fell silent for a long while before finally making up his mind. They could see the opportunity that Emperor Wu saw. Although they were conservative, they were not stubborn. This bunch of old fogies had rich experience and naturally knew that this opportunity was extremely rare. "I agree. Send troops to destroy the Yunliang kingdom and try to occupy as much of the Great Jin dynasty's land as possible." "I agree too. If we miss this opportunity, we might not have another chance in the future." "Believe in Ding Fengyun. We have no choice. We can either wait for death or risk it all again." "The choice is to risk it all." "Alright, this is our joint decision. Let's send the troops. Use the strength of the entire country to send more high-quality soldiers to the Blood Demon army. Let them continue expanding the Blood Demon army while preserving their combat strength. We can use the imperial family's resources." Soon, the Wu family's patriarchs reached an agreement. They spared no effort in supporting the Blood Demon army's operation. Once they succeeded, the Wu kingdom could leap up and become a powerful country in the southern central region. Once they failed, it was nothing. After all, the situation was already terrible a few months ago. It was Ding Fengyun who turned the tide and saved the Wu kingdom. If not for Ding Fengyun, they might have hesitated. But Ding Fengyun had stepped forward once again. The Wu kingdom's patriarchs believed that Ding Fengyun was trustworthy and worthy of their heavy bet. The Wu family ancestors all agreed to support Ding Fengyun, which was equivalent to the entire Wu royal family agreeing. The Wu emperor immediately gathered his officials and announced the decision in front of them. All the officials of the Kingdom of Wu could clearly feel the determination of the Emperor of Wu and the decision of the royal family. No one objected. because at this time opposition was useless. Their opposition would only make them feel uncomfortable. Next, the Wu Emperor immediately issued a series of orders. He ordered the Blood Lizard Army at the border of Wu country to attack Liangyun country. He ordered the Blood Lizard Army near Wu country to assist the Blood Lizard Army in the war against Yunliang country. Yunliang country was weak. If not for the protection of the Great Jin dynasty, Wu country would have destroyed them 100 years ago. Now, the two elites of the Great Jin dynasty in the south were crippled. The Yunliang kingdom was the Wu kingdom's meal in the bag. It would be unreasonable if they did not completely devour Yunliang country. Although the Blood Lizard Army was not a match for the Wild Wolf Army, their fighting strength was definitely above the Demon Snake Army. After all, after the Blood Lizard Army was established, they fought the Demon Snake Army the most. Back then, when the Blood Lizard Army was expanding Wu country's territory, they fought Yunliang country. Otherwise, how could Yunliang country be so weak now? That was because their land had always been invaded and eaten by Wu country. The Blood Lizard Army and the Demon Snake Army were old enemies for hundreds of years. In the recent 100 years, the few times they fought, the Demon Snake Army had always lost. Otherwise, Yunliang country would not have been willing to become a subsidiary of the Great Jin dynasty. This was all because Wu country had fought to the Great Jin dynasty. As for Ding Fengyun, the Wu emperor did not hold back in his support. He even transferred 50,000 people from the army guarding capital Wu to the front lines to join the Blood Demon Army. Although the Wu country's guard army was not as strong as the Blood Demon Army. However, the soldiers in the guard corps were definitely excellent soldiers. They were all selected from all over the country. The selection requirements were almost the same as the selection requirements of the Blood Demon Army. At this time, the Wu Emperor did not think about anything else. He only wanted to strengthen the Blood Demon Army. He hoped that the Blood Demon Army could become stronger, and it would be best if they could bite off a piece of meat from the Great Jin dynasty. At the front lines, when Ding Fengyun received the Wu Emperor's letter, he laughed loudly. He knew that the mediocre Emperor Wu had finally made his decision. Emperor Wu's current objective was basically the same as his. "General, what did His Majesty say?" Ding Fengyun smiled and said, "His Majesty supports us to continue fighting." "Really? Your Majesty is also planning to take the risk?" "This is not a risk. If we don't strengthen our strength now, the Great Jin dynasty will still deal with us in the future." Ding Fengyun laughed and said, "So, sooner or later, it's going to be big. Why don't we take advantage of this good opportunity to take a bite out of Dajin?" "Great General is wise." Ding Fengyun corrected him, "No, Your Majesty is wise." "Yes, Your Majesty is wise." The other generals chimed in as well. Ding Fengyun smiled and said, "In addition, His Majesty also sent 200,000 soldiers. Those soldiers are all good seedlings." "Your Majesty, are you planning to let us expand the army?" "Yes." Ding Fengyun nodded seriously and said, "That's exactly what His Majesty meant. He was afraid that XVII wouldn't be able to defeat Dajin, so he sent us more soldiers." One of the generals asked doubtfully, "Are we all going to absorb it?" "Why not?" Ding Fengyun asked, "As long as they can pass the test, we will take them all in." "But can the country afford to feed them?" One of the generals voiced out the doubt in his heart. Although the elite legions were strong, they also consumed a lot of resources. Soldiers needed resources to cultivate, soldiers needed resources to train, and soldiers also needed rations. If the elite legions were so easy to nurture and expand, then the Wild Wolf and Wild Tiger legions wouldn't only have 200,000 men. They would have 500,000 or even 1,000,000. Every 200,000 elite legions would bring a huge burden to the country's finances. The Yunliang country's Demon Snake Legion had 200,000 men back then. But now, as the Yunliang country couldn't bear the burden, they could only bear the pain of losing 100,000 men. If they had a choice, how could a country disband its elite legions? They had no choice, they couldn't afford to feed them. It was already very difficult for the Wu country to feed 2 elite legions. If the Blood Demon Legion doubled in size, the entire country's finances would be ruined. "We don't have to worry about that. It's the resources provided by the royal family." "Royal family?" The generals were all shocked. They didn't expect the royal family to support the Blood Demon Legion. It was the same as most countries on the continent. The royal family and the country's finances were separated. Every year, the royal family would take 1/3 of the country's wealth from the country's taxes. In addition, the royal family often had a large number of the country's top cultivation resources. The wealth and cultivation resources that the royal family had were, of course, only used to satisfy the royal family's needs. They were only used to strengthen the royal family. Otherwise, why would the royal family of every country be so powerful? Of course, only the powerful royal family could suppress the various major forces in the entire country. The generals of the Blood Demon Legion didn't expect the royal family to give out resources. Using resources to nurture the Blood Demon Legion. This was a huge concession, a general said in a low voice. It seems that the royal family has placed their bets on the great general. If I were the royal family, I would definitely be like them. The great general is trustworthy. Following the great general, I really can't find a reason why we will fail. Ding Fengyun had led them to consecutive victories, giving them great confidence. Ding Fengyun reminded him, be careful with your words. It won't be good if others hear you. It's your subordinate's fault. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Ding Fengyun smiled and said, we have rested enough. Now, before the great Jin dynasty reacts, we have to take action. We have to do our best to occupy the great Jin dynasty's territory. Yes, great general. This time, Ding Fengyun once again split his troops into 3 groups and started to attack the great Jin dynasty cities. In just over a month, the Blood Demon Legion had once again occupied most of the great Jin dynasty's Yongjiang County. The news of the Mad Tiger and Mad Wolf Legion's defeat had already spread throughout the southern part of the great Jin dynasty. Facing the current Blood Demon Legion, the other soldiers guarding the city had no will to resist. Most of them directly opened the city gates and surrendered. This saved the Blood Demon Legion a lot of time. Of course, the Blood Demon Legion didn't go easy on those who stubbornly resisted. Sometimes, they even wiped out the entire city to deter those who wanted to continue resisting. Ding Fengyun wasn't a newbie. He was a veteran general who had been on the battlefield for a long time. He knew what to do in the best interests of the Wu country and the Blood Demon Legion. It had to be said that the deterrent effect of massacring the city was outstanding. After massacring the city, the great general of the Blood Demon Legion hadn't arrived yet. However, the city lords of several nearby cities had taken the initiative to rush over. In Ding Fengyun's words, these people were despicable. When Chen Hao saw this, he just smiled casually. He kind of missed Deng Yifei. If Deng Yifei was still around, people like Ding Fengyun would definitely die. However, Deng Yifei was already dead. Chen Hao thought of Hu Xining, Su Xiao, and the youths that Deng Yifei had nurtured. He thought of the 9 Holy Spirit swords that he had left behind. It was also at this time that the 200,000 soldiers that Emperor Wu had sent to him arrived. Accompanying them was the former great general of the Blood Demon Legion, Lei Yun. It was Lei Yun who had brought these 200,000 soldiers over. When he saw Lei Yun, Ding Fengyun smiled and welcomed him to the battalion commander's office. Great General, it's only been a few years since we last met. I didn't expect you to be able to lead the Blood Demon Legion and defeat Dajin's 2 great legions. It's just that they underestimated me too much and thought that I was just an old man. Ding Fengyun said jokingly. If Lei Yun really thought that Ding Fengyun had underestimated him, then he would be a fool. He knew that Ding Fengyun was being humble. Great General, I have a presumptuous request this time. I hope that you can agree to it. Tell me about it. Ding Fengyun said with a smile. I want to become a general under your command. I want to follow you to the battlefield. I've seen your strength clearly. I welcome you back to the Blood Demon Legion. Thank you, Great General. Ding Fengyun was very clear about Lei Yun's abilities. He was completely qualified to be a general with real power in the Blood Demon Legion. As for whether Lei Yun wanted to follow him to the battlefield or be jealous of the other generals snatching back the country's resources, Ding Fengyun didn't care. As long as it was a useful person, he would use it. The entire Blood Demon Legion already knew about the expansion of the Blood Demon Legion. Almost all the soldiers, officers, and generals of the Blood Demon Legion were very happy. This was because after the expansion of the Blood Demon Legion, not only would their strength increase, but there would also be many more positions. Of course, these positions were limited. They had to consider the veterans of the Blood Demon Legion. After all, they had richer combat experience and more outstanding battle achievements. Many people would be directly promoted because of this expansion. Of course, the number of generals with real power would probably increase by about 10. Before the 200,000 soldiers from Lei Yun arrived, many generals without any real power were already looking into this matter. As more and more cities were conquered in the Great Jin Dynasty. In the entire Blood Demon Legion, every general with real power was filthy rich. Apart from Ding Fengyun, the forces behind them had benefited the most from this. Seeing so much wealth being transported back to the Wu country, the other factions of the Wu country were jealous. It would be strange if they didn't want a share of the pie. The Lei family might also want a share of the pie. Ding Fengyun had no objections to this. Firstly, being on good terms with the Lei family was very helpful to him and the Ding family behind him. Secondly, Lei Yun's strength and ability were really good and could be considered outstanding. People who eat alone will never be welcomed by others. Ding Fengyun understood this principle a long time ago. Therefore, every time he asked for help, those people would more or less remember his kindness. With these 200,000 new recruits, the Blood Demon Legion quickly conquered Jiangwen County. As a result, the Wu country's land area directly expanded by more than a quarter. At this time, the Blood Demon Legion's attack also slowed down. It wasn't that the Blood Demon Legion couldn't continue fighting, but that the soldiers behind them couldn't provide reinforcements. After the Blood Demon Legion conquered a city, they had to occupy the city. After occupying the city, they had to send people to defend it. The garrison couldn't be made up of the original city guards of the Great Jin Dynasty, right? At least the city lord and the commander of the city guards had to be replaced. At least the city guards had to be added to the Wu country soldiers. If these positions were not changed, even if they occupied these cities of the Great Jin Dynasty, their rule would be extremely unstable. In the beginning, Ding Fengyun led the Blood Demon Legion to advance too quickly. The Wu country wasn't prepared at all, causing the garrison to be unable to keep up. That's right, the garrison couldn't keep up with the speed of Ding Fengyun's army. Another reason was that the 200,000 new recruits who had just joined the Blood Demon Legion hadn't undergone training and couldn't integrate into the army. If they continued to fight and didn't train them, if they really encountered the other armies of the Great Jin Dynasty, these 200,000 people would still be useless. Therefore, Ding Fengyun ordered the Blood Demon Legion to stop and started to train the new recruits. In the beginning, Ding Fengyun directly handed the task of training the new recruits to Lei Yun. A month later, after completely occupying Jiangwen County, he checked and was very satisfied with Lei Yun's work. The 200,000 soldiers were all good seedlings. Under Lei Yun's training, they were already very familiar with the Blood Demon Legion's formations. At least they could barely use them. Next, they had to continuously practice. Without hesitation, Ding Fengyun scattered the 200,000 soldiers and placed them in the original Blood Demon Legion. He let them continue to train like how the veterans led the new recruits. The result was that the overall combat strength of the Blood Demon Legion would decrease for a period of time. However, Ding Fengyun didn't care. After all, the Great Jin Dynasty couldn't mobilize other armies to deal with him in a short period of time after losing two elites. He had time, with the addition of new recruits, as long as they were given some training and pointers by the veterans, the strength of the Blood Demon Legion would increase once more. In any case, when the strength of the soldiers and generals was about the same. The more people there were, the stronger the strength, even the strength of the summoned army soul was the same. The 400,000 Blood Demon Legion trained for a month and took time to eliminate dozens of forces that tried to rebel. The two newly occupied counties completely fell into the hands of the Wu Kingdom. Seeing that the rear was gradually stabilizing, Ding Fengyun decided to continue to fight with the Blood Demon Legion. Half a month later, Ding Fengyun received information from the Wu Kingdom. The Great Jin Dynasty had sent a legion to the south to support. It was the Fierce Wind Legion that had been stationed in the west of the Great Jin Dynasty. Ding Fengyun had heard of the Fierce Wind Legion, but he had never fought with them. The Fierce Wind Legion was very strong and was known as the #1 legion of the Great Jin Dynasty. The Fierce Wind Legion fought against the Tianyun Dynasty all year round and didn't fall behind in front of the elite legions of the Tianyun Dynasty. They also had close to 400,000 people, and their combat strength was definitely above that of Mad Wolf and Mad Tiger. The Fierce Wind Legion used to be stationed in the west of the Great Jin Dynasty to guard against the attack of the Tianyun Dynasty. Now that the Tianyun Dynasty couldn't leave, the Great Jin Dynasty sent the Fierce Wind Legion to deal with the Blood Demon Legion. The Blood Demon Legion and the Fierce Wind Legion would have to fight sooner or later. However, the time was very likely to be 3 or 4 months later. After all, the Great Jin Dynasty was vast. It would take the Fierce Gale Legion 3 to 4 months to reach Jiangwen County. And that would require them to be fast enough. The Blood Demon Legion had been reorganized for a month, and news of the Fierce Gale Legion had also spread among the higher-ups. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried. After all, the Fierce Gale Legion had been fighting against the Tianyun Dynasty for a long time. Although the Blood Demon Legion was strong, they were still at a disadvantage compared to the Fierce Gale Legion. The Fierce Gale Legion's 400,000 soldiers were all veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time. As for the Blood Demon Legion, there were nearly XVII of them who had slowly joined over the past decade. In terms of combat experience, they were still inferior to the Gale Legion. As for the new recruits who had just joined the Blood Demon Legion, they could only be crushed by the Fierce Gale Legion. If this new Blood Demon Legion was used to deal with the Fierce Gale Legion, the Fierce Gale Legion would be destroyed. This was something that also gave Ding Fengyun a headache. However, as a great general, Ding Fengyun always had an appearance of victory in front of others. Right at this moment, Ding Fengyun received information from Emperor Wu. Something had happened to the Blood Lizard Army. According to the original plan, Ding Fengyun would lead the Blood Demon Army to attack as many cities as possible. And the mission of the Blood Lizard Legion was to completely annihilate the Yunliang Kingdom. For this reason, Emperor Wu also sent many ordinary legions to support the Blood Lizard Legion. Originally, the entire Wu Kingdom thought that the Blood Lizard Legion dealing with the Yunliang Kingdom was a relatively safe matter. But the Blood Lizard Legion had a problem. 20 days ago, the Blood Lizard Army found an opportunity to engage in a decisive battle with the Demon Snake Army. However, the outcome of this great battle was out of everyone's expectations. Perhaps it was because they were backed by Lian Yungue, or perhaps it was because they knew they had no other choice. In that battle, the Demonic Snake Army displayed an extremely powerful combat strength. The soldiers of the Demonic Snake Legion were ready to die. The Blood Lizard Army was the first to suffer heavy losses when they summoned the army souls to battle. The Blood Lizard Legion had lost. He had lost all face. Of course, the Blood Lizard Army had not completely lost. That was because the Demon Snake Legion had only won a Pyrrhic victory. In that battle, the Blood Lizard Legion had lost over 50,000 men. The Demon Snake Army had lost more than 30,000 people. The Blood Lizard Legion was left with 90,000 men, while the Devil Snake Legion was left with just over 60,000 men. However, both sides had suffered heavy losses and were no longer suitable to continue fighting. Both sides temporarily stopped fighting and had no intention of continuing to fight to the death. However, Emperor Wu was extremely dissatisfied with this result. His original plan was to swallow up 2 or 3 prefectures of the Great Jin Dynasty before destroying the Yunliang country and greatly expanding the Wu country. As a result, the Blood Demon Legion was progressing smoothly. On the other hand, the Blood Lizard Legion had suffered a setback. Ding Fengyun looked at the battle report. After a long silence, he personally sent a letter of challenge to Wu Gua. That's right, he wanted to pull the Blood Demon Army to the Yunliang Kingdom. After writing the letter of challenge, he immediately summoned the 20 generals under him. These 20 generals each had the authority to command 10,000 Blood Demon Legion soldiers. In other words, he was a general with real power. One of them was his second son, Ding Yilong. After telling everyone the results of the battle between the Blood Lizard Army and the Demon Snake Army, Ding Fengyun slowly said, I have already submitted a letter of challenge to His Majesty. I will lead the 400,000-strong Blood Demon Army back to the Wu country and take down the Yunliang country. Ding Fengyun's suggestion was quickly questioned by a portion of the generals. Great General, we don't have to clean up after the Blood Lizard Legion, right? That's right. The Blood Lizard Legion lost. Why should we help them? That's right, Great General. Ding Fengyun waved his hand and looked at everyone. Who do you think is our biggest enemy now? Of course, it's the Great Jin Dynasty. That's right. Our biggest enemy now is the Fierce Wind Legion. Ding Fengyun asked again, then do you know what our blood demon army needs the most? What do we need? Do we need to continue training? Ding Fengyun looked at Lei Yun. Lei Yun stood out and said, what our blood demon army needs the most is battle. The best small-scale battle to train the soldiers. Ding Fengyun nodded in agreement. General Lei is right. What our blood demon army needs now is battle. We need to use battle to integrate the 400,000 people into a whole and train them into a real army. Only through battle can the new blood demon army grow quickly. Moreover, the opponents in this battle cannot be too strong. Otherwise, not only will the battle not be effective, but it might also hurt the vitality of our blood demon army. Ding Fengyun pointed at Liang Yunhua on the map and said, and this is the best and most suitable opponent for us right now? Its strength is not bad, but it is no match for us. Moreover, now is the best time to destroy Liang Yunhua. When the Fierce Wind Legion arrives, we might not be able to find another chance to destroy the Yunliang country. Many of the generals fell silent. They knew that Ding Fengyun's words made sense. To be honest, the 3rd XVI Blood Demon Army was indeed not as strong as the Fierce Wind Legion. When they arrived, the outcome of the Blood Demon Army was uncertain, but Liang Yunhua might very well have escaped disaster. The Fierce Wind Legion is still far from us. If we hurry, we might be able to return after destroying Liang Yunhua. Ding Fengyun said. At that time, the soldiers of our Blood Demon Army will definitely improve by a large margin. The new soldiers need to be watered with blood to grow. And Liang Yunhua is the best fertile ground. Ding Fengyun ordered. Tomorrow, our Blood Demon Army will return to Liang Yunhua tomorrow to train the soldiers. Understood? Understood. One of the generals asked, Great General, your letter of challenge has not been sent to Emperor Wu yet. Has it been approved? We can't care so much now. Ding Fengyun said in a low voice. If we really wait for His Majesty's order, it will take a month for it to be too late. The next day, Ding Fengyun left behind 50,000 Blood Demon Army soldiers to guard Jiangwen County and led 420,000 soldiers to attack Liang Yunhua. Ding Fengyun had never thought of continuing to occupy the other cities of the Great Jin Dynasty. He was very clear that his greatest enemy was still the Fierce Wind Legion. His top priority was to increase the overall strength of the Blood Demon Army. He could indeed use the Demon Sword domain. However, if the quality of the soldiers under him was too low, the Blood Demon Army might be the first to collapse when he used the Demon Sword domain. The Demon Sword domain had a huge side effect and could not be used carelessly. By the time Emperor Wu received Ding Fengyun's challenge letter, half a month had already passed. The Blood Demon Army had already reached the border of the Wu Kingdom. In the region near Liang Yunhua, Emperor Wu had also received news of the Blood Demon Army's movements. However, after reading Ding Fengyun's reason, he wasn't too angry. He was already used to Ding Fengyun. Moreover, Ding Fengyun's words made sense. The most important thing for the Blood Demon Army now wasn't to occupy the cities of the Great Jin Dynasty. The most important thing now was to increase their strength and close the gap between them and the Fierce Wind Legion. This was so that they wouldn't be at a disadvantage when facing the Fierce Wind Legion in the future. As long as the soldiers of both armies were similar, they wouldn't be crushed. Even the Fierce Wind Legion didn't dare to casually fight the Blood Demon Army. If the Blood Demon Army wanted to fight to the death, the Fierce Wind Legion wouldn't really want to fight to the death with the Blood Demon Army. The Fierce Wind Legion of the Great Jin Dynasty had other more important missions. If they really suffered too many losses, the other enemies of the Great Jin Dynasty wouldn't miss this opportunity. The game between countries and powers was truly thrilling. Stability was the most important. For example, Wu Guo had staked everything on a single throw because he had been forced into a dead end. In Emperor Wu's opinion, if they could completely occupy the entire Liang Yunhua and 2 counties of the Great Jin Dynasty and barely block the Fierce Wind Legion, it would be a great success. The Blood Lizard Army infuriated him. The Blood Demon Army's plan of using Liang Yunhua to train their soldiers was also very beneficial to the Wu Kingdom. In the Great Hall, all the officials knew that Ding Fengyun had led his troops to attack Liang Yunhua without permission. However, no one dared to stand out and say anything bad about Ding Fengyun. The reason for that was because the powers behind many of the important ministers in the palace hall had all participated in the battle, and had obtained enormous benefits from it. They couldn't impeach Ding Fengyun. They would even try to help Ding Fengyun and wipe out his enemies. This would allow Ding Fengyun to fight without worry and obtain more victories, allowing them to obtain more benefits. As for Ding Fengyun's position in Emperor Wu's heart, it was needless to say. When the Blood Demon army arrived at the border of Liangyungue, the entire Liangyungue was terrified. Liangyungue was well aware that the Blood Demon Legion had defeated the Mad Wolf Legion and Mad Tiger Legion. In the face of such a powerful army, they truly felt what despair was. Ding Fengyun led the Blood Demon Legion to flatten everything. In just a month, the Blood Demon army had marched straight into Liangyungue's capital. Ding Fengyun smiled as he looked at the 130,000-strong demonic snake army, who were unafraid of death. If the Devil Snake army didn't move, he would be disappointed. This time, he had come to Liangyungue to look for the Devil Snake Legion. After the last battle with the demonic snake army, Liangyungue had also allocated a large number of excellent soldiers for them. However, due to the lack of time, coupled with the fact that the people of Liangyun were in a state of panic, Liangyun nation's national strength had weakened. Thus, they could only barely replenish the demon snake army to 130,000 men. 130,000 people was already the limit of what the emperor of Liangyun country could do. Ding Fengyun saw Sun Caishen, the general of the Devil Snake army. He stood in front of the formation, his eyes filled with the will to die. He stood high up in the sky, looking at the endless blood demon army that stretched as far as the eye could see. He had no other thoughts. He was definitely going to lose, he only wanted to lose fair and square. Sun Caishuan's heart was filled with endless sorrow. This was the sorrow of a small country. Although he was the general of the Devil Snake army, he seemed to have a high position and power. However, the position of general of the Devil Snake army was actually a hot potato. Many generals who were qualified to be general of the Devil Snake army refused to take up the position. Since Sun Caishen took over the Devil Snake army, he was prepared to die in battle. Sun Caishen, do you want to have a fair and square fight? Ding Fengyun stood in front of the formation and asked loudly. Yes. Sun Caishen took a deep breath. Isn't this what you want to see? Sun Caishen saw Wu country's crazy actions. How could he not see that Wu country was crazy enough to gamble the fate of the country? Yes. Sometimes, I envy you. Sun Caishen transmitted his voice. Ding Fengyun was also curious. Envy me for what? Sun Caishen whispered, envy Emperor Wu's courage. Envy that you have such an emperor who is willing to go crazy with you and is willing to believe in you at all costs. If the emperor of Liangyun country had the courage of Emperor Wu, they might not have become a weak country. Do you know why Emperor Wu is willing to support me like this? After a long time, Sun Caishen said, he believes in you. Then do you know why he believes in me? Sun Caishen was silent. Because I am worthy of his trust. I am worthy for him to gamble the fate of the country. He believes in me, not because he believes in my ability, nor does he believe in my martial prowess. He believes in my accomplishments, believes in the victories that I have brought to him in the past. Ding Fengyun stared at Sun Caishen and asked, do you understand? Perhaps it is not that your emperor is not courageous, but that he has no one worthy of his trust. General Ding, this junior understands. Sun Caishen whispered. I hope I can be your subordinate in my next life. Ding Fengyun laughed. Not in this life? In this life, not. Sun Caishen looked at the 130,000 people of the Devil Snake army. They want to fight to the death. As the main general, I will follow them. I respect your thoughts, get into formation. In this battle, Liangyun country's last elite Devil Snake army was completely annihilated. Ding Fengyun ordered people to find Sun Caishuan's body and send it to the Sun family. The emperor of Liangyun country opened the city gates and surrendered. He personally delivered the letter of surrender. Ding Fengyun did not make things difficult for him. According to the tradition of the central region, he accepted it directly. Ever since Liangyun country merged with Wu country, the Liangyun country's royal family would become a powerful family. If they cooperated, the Wu emperor might even bestow the title of emperor of Liangyun country. These were all traditions. If there was no deep hatred, even if a country was destroyed, the original royal family would rarely be massacred. At most, they would migrate. This was a tacit understanding. Most countries would abide by it. 10 days after Liangyan country rested, the Blood Lizard army arrived. After a simple handover, Ding Fengyun led the Blood Demon army and rushed to Jiangwen County. After destroying Liangyan country, the Wu Emperor was overjoyed. He immediately ordered his men to spread the news of this matter. Once the news spread, the entire Wu country rejoiced. However, everyone knew that the greatest threat to the state of Wu was none other than Liang Yingua. Liangyan country merging with Wu country was indeed worthy of celebration. However, it was still too early to celebrate. Unless the Blood Demon army could withstand the Fierce Wind army and defend the 2 counties of the Great Jin dynasty, otherwise, they might have to spit out what they had lost, or even destroy their country. The story has ended. Thank you for following this series. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.